Get up here, Biddy. And we're live already, so we just gotta set the stream up. Yeah, somebody just called in about Ivana Trump. He got all pissed.
Somebody in the chat said that like they're not in real calls, like he's just playing audio files because it's just,
he is. Yeah. He's such a loser. He is such a fucking loser. And I've been busy all day. I didn't even know it was on yet. I'm like, oh fuck, here he goes.
This is hard because like the sound is really bad. But let me try it.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounded okay with me on mine. If you can't play it, I'll just play it off my other phone.
Not your sound, his sound, like of the thing. It just his sound.
Yeah, it wasn't even live at first. Like his webpage doesn't even take people to the channel.
Let's see.
He's got it so fucked up. And this channel is like a smaller channel, so hopefully people don't go over there and just start saying, hey, they're streaming out.
They probably
Which he ain't gonna do shit anyways. I don't give a fuck. Come strike the fuck out of this channel. I don't give a shit.
He doesn't know like how to like report it anyway. He's a
fucking idiot.
He had a slow mode. He had a 5-minute slow mode.
Oh, hey, that girl. We're getting ourselves into a little bit of some. We're about to stream this retard, and we only did it on here because.
Queen, don't use the word.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. He just acts so stupid. It just comes out. I'm sorry. It just pops right out because I can't take him. And I'm in one of the moods that, I mean, I probably better watch my mouth because I'm going to say some pretty shitty things.
Yeah, so
I have. Oh, man, don't say that word. Man, come on. Yes, don't be doing all that. Yeah.
So anyway, he called. It's so embarrassing. He called the.
Hold on. He said that he just called some guy. I don't even know who the hell he was. I have no idea.
He called the remember that guy that Bullhorn Betty called? That was like the head of the association.
Oh yeah. That's who he just called. Okay, all right.
Like over and over again. Like, do you need to have a license in Mississippi to be a PI? And the guy's just going, no. Literally, any idiot can get it. Literally, you can come out of jail and the next day become a PI. They really need to change the laws here. You literally need nothing. It is a joke. And he's like acting like this was exonerating him. And people were like, what? Like, okay, we get it. You're not a real PI. Like, you've proven it. And it was just so funny. And then he was going on and on about like how he said that he made a lot of money, that we're wrong saying he didn't make money as an arena football player because he had corporate sponsorships for like $30,000, $40,000.
Okay, Jimmy Kahn. Okay.
Corporate sponsorships. Do you want me to put the volume on?
Yeah, you can if you want. I mean, I know he sounds ignorant, but go ahead.
Just let me know because I don't have earphones in, so if it starts to echo and stuff, I won't talk. Let me know.
It's in the DNA. You might have to mute. Two of the uncles did it right there in their hometown. Troy has a history of it. He was charged with it. Scott Wadsworth went to jail for it. I was the first person to bring out the 3 women that were held against their will. It was in a famous phone call released on another channel. There are people in the Wadsworth family that have done that. Listen, everybody's got a goofy uncle. Everybody's got somebody in their family that's an extreme jackass. Everybody's got criminals running around their neighborhood to some degree. But very few people have a relative in their family that has been charged with a sex crime, pedophiles, or kidnapping people, let alone 3 people against their will, and being charged for it. And then Kurt Wadsworth's daughter calls me, and when I ask her about that, because she wants to tell me how great her fucking uncles are, I'd say, hey, listen, you got an uncle that's a pedophile. Is he a great guy too? And she says, yeah, he's one of the good pedophiles. He's a good kind of pedophile, not the really, really bad kind. And I said, oh, okay, well, I didn't know there was any such thing as good pedophiles.
She never talked to him. Oh, you know what? Let me send the link out to all the girls because they don't even know about this. They don't even know about this channel, let alone back being over here. Let me send the link out to all the girls.
It's just like when he has his own thing, he's on charge of the live. Like he's just gonna repeat like the same random shit all the time.
I know, and it's the same stupid shit every single time. Thumb Thug, are you a mod over here? Let me go look.
Ugh. We can add another state to this. He just said another one. He's like, I have another guy that I found his brother, and he's going to come up and tell about that if we have time. We'll get to that. I'm like, that should be the first person that you bring on. And he said that was in Oklahoma. So I guess Oklahoma could be added to this list. But like, why is it so dark? Do you see how dark like the room he's in, or like this? I don't even mean like you need like a ring light or anything, but it's like you could barely see. It looks like a flip phone footage or something, right? Like it looks like really old footage. And he's screaming.
Okay. Well, tell her I'm sorry about that. When we bring up the Trumps on the next program next Tuesday, we'll get the calls all taken care of. We'll bring her on and she could tell us how Ivana Trump was murdered. Go ahead. You're live. 801. What you talking about? Utah.
Hey, Jim. First off, I want to say thank you. You actually bring it. You speak intelligently.
Oh, what is
individuals are unarmed for your wit.
Thank you.
I played a little arena football myself, college, same background, so I could track everything you're saying. What you say is always spot on.
Now, where'd you play? Hold on, partner. Where'd you play arena football?
So I was in between Chicago Rush, Colorado, San Jose SaberCats, and I went down to it.
You went down to where?
The sound on these phones is terrible.
Because a lot of time you get adversity, and a lot of people aren't tracking what you're saying, or they don't understand your approach. And ultimately, you're flushing out with the stark contrast of whether someone stands here able to cut through it. So it's much appreciated. So a lot of individuals can't track and follow what you're saying. So I just really want you to expand your reach. So what you're doing is probably the best thing you can do for all these cases. Because not many people are bringing the attention to what you're bringing. You're bringing the truth.
Well, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that, my friend. I really do. And coming from down, you played for the Chicago Rush. I know the Rush. I had a buddy, one of my college roommates, Ronnie Washburn, played for them.
Oh my God.
Who else did you?
SaberCats. So you know the arena, how the arena game works. Then ultimately did that for a few years. Then went back to computer forensics. So actually, so what I did.
God, a guy with the Arena Football League that actually went back into the workforce. Most guys in the Arena League just end up selling dope. Go ahead. What's your quick question? We got to move on.
No, just want to say thank you.
All right, my friend. Virginia, what's going on, Virginia? We got you here. I'm trying my best. There's so many calls coming in. Virginia, what's up?
Thank you for being such a badass.
Thank you so much. All right, there's some calls, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I need? We need to get this stream stuff down. I have got so many calls, one after another. This is what I've always dreamed of, the calls coming in. Hey, listen out there. I am sorry about the Trump murder. I'll tell you what. You call in next week when I could actually put you on with it, and I will listen to what you have to say about how she was possibly murdered. I don't know why anybody would want to kill her. She was pretty irrelevant. Very, very irrelevant. I don't think anybody had ever seen her on TV in 15 years. But we'll get to that. We're going to get to all your calls. We'll open up the phone lines here again in a few minutes. Thank you, everybody. The chat room looks like it's doing well. I'm doing my best. Like I said, this is wrong. The cell phone. We are going to go with StreamYard next week, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be able to pull people in one at a time. I got an engineer that's working on all this. The fact that this show is so popular right now really makes me feel good. It really, really does. We're going to get to some more calls here in a second.
It does. But you know what?
One of the things that I was really asked to do on this show, and we're going to do it, is go over the Candace Cooley interview. Candace Cooley was recently interviewed on the show. We're going to go over it a little bit here. I'm going to power through it real quick. It's about a 15-minute interview. I'm going to give you my take on it, and we're going to talk a little bit about it because there were some things in that interview that were just beyond bizarre, and I really, really, really wanted to talk about that. Maryland, you've been calling off the hook. What can I do you for? Maryland, go ahead. All right, they didn't fall for it. Maryland's been calling me. I think they're a plant. They were trying to get me to take calls, and then they don't say anything. Indiana, go ahead.
I just want to invite Salty Nuts to the conversation, so if he has the balls, he needs to call in.
Who do you want to come to the conversation? Who do you want to call in?
Salty Nuts.
Salty Nuts isn't going to call in. He looks like Drew Carey. He's scared of your boy.
He's a pussy. By the way, everybody keeps saying I'm Ellen. Do not compare me to that dumb bitch.
I understand.
But anyway, I wanted to invite him to the call-in. Have a good day.
Hey, ma'am, wait a second. Are you hearing me loud and clear out there in TV land on YouTube? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
You able to hear the calls?
Yep.
Do you think Ivanka Trump was murdered or whatever?
No, I do not.
No? I heard Kurt Wadsworth pushed her down the steps. I don't know how he got into that house. All right, let's see who else we got here. 301, you there? You going to say anything or no? Maryland, hey, asshole, you there?
The yelling. It is very boring.
All right, 301-818-6542. That moron's been calling 50 times. He won't say anything. We'll go one more. Robert Will, go ahead. Robert, what's up?
Yo, what's up, man?
Talk to me.
Yo, you know Dylan's mom, right?
I've spoken to her a few times, Robert. What do you got?
Yeah, well, think about it. She took all them guys' money, right? Maybe one of them's got Dylan.
You know, that question has been brought up more and more. She was involved in a lot of those lawsuits, does owe a lot of people a lot of money. She was able to skirt some of the things by filing for bankruptcy. So you finger her for being dirty, huh?
I think it's that way, man.
All right, my friend. Let's see who else we got. California, you there? California.
Hey, how's it going, Jim?
Good.
Hey, my name is Marco. Big fan. I've been watching you on this guy Doug show.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you got to turn down your YouTube in the background, partner. Listen to me, not YouTube. Go ahead. What's up? All right, I can't hear this guy. I don't know. You can't be listening to YouTube in the background. Hello. Yeah, I can hear you now. Finally, we got Maryland on the hook. Hurry up with your question. I got to move on.
This is...
I'm from the Web Match organization. I would just be interested if you'd be interested in Web Match.
What?
Wait, I'm sorry. You're with who again?
We're from Web Match Association.
I have no idea what the hell that is. What, are you selling fucking car insurance?
No. It's about the 18 naked cowboys. We just wondering if you want, because you look like a douchebag. We just wanted to know if you were interested to join.
If I'm interested in joining 18 nude cowboys, sure. Where do I sign up? At your mom's house?
Email a guy called Grunt McDonald on Twitter, and we can send you the information.
Okay, dude, this is the absolute worst prank phone call in fucking history. It's so bad, I got to take a phone call from Oregon just to get that out of my mouth. Oregon, go ahead.
Hey, Jim, I know you do. Oh, hi.
Hi.
Anyway, I love you. Anyway, I'll make it quick because I know you don't like Ringos.
Yeah. Did she just fangirl his ass?
You don't do kids' cases either, but I was wondering what your thoughts are on the little boy missing in Idaho.
Is that the monkey kid?
Yeah, Michael Vaughn.
Yeah, and I'll answer this off the air.
What?
Here's the deal with that. I've looked at it, and I don't know much about it. There's people that are way more versed than I am with that monkey kid. They call him Monkey or something. I mean, can you imagine if that was your parents? Look at the fucking parents. Look at the aunt. I couldn't imagine if my aunt had purple hair, tattoos all over her fucking neck. They didn't dress up for the press conference. Nobody's taking it seriously. You always got to look at the family first. In any sort of an investigation, you just have to do it. And if you don't do it, well, then you're not doing yourself a justice. I'm sure that and now listen, I know you could fit what I know in a thimble about that case. But what I can tell you is I think the parents know a little bit more than they're saying. But then again, you always got to look there until you can cross them off the list. That is a case that is very popular. Cute little kid disappeared. Parents look like a bunch of scumbags. I don't know. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? Ontario, are you still there?
I'm here.
Canada, go ahead real quick with your question.
Hey, well, I have two things I wanted to just run by you. The first was, if Dylan was talking to his mom about Chase, like I picked up this weird guy in the desert, and he knew who Chase was, I think that the average person would say, hey, this Chase guy I know came out of the desert, and he's all covered in blood and blah, blah, blah. Which makes...
Is it his phone that's making all these people sound like that? Or is everybody calling it as, a terrible phone? I cannot even stand that.
It's his phone. It's for real. It's his phone, and it sucks. He thinks he's doing something good, but you can, like I said, people can't help but watch a train wreck.
No, this is like, it's really hurting my ears.
Problems with this case is there's not really a good timeline. You know, he maybe was talking to this person. He maybe was texting this. Somebody may have came out. Hey, listen, I talked to Chase Venstra. Chase Venstra told me he was a dirtball. You know, he told me a lot of things. He can't be wrong on everything. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't really know what the timeline is, and I could never really nail that down, not even with the family. What's your next question?
Just that the only time I've ever been talking to someone on a cell phone and said, hey, I have to go, I'll call you back, is if someone was there. I didn't want them to hear what I was saying. But if I said to Grandma, hey, I got to put my seed in, why would I have to hang up a mobile phone? I'd just take the phone with me and keep talking to Grandma.
I agree with you 100%. So what?
I mean, is that really someone's take, saying no one has ever in the history of the world said, I can't talk right now, I'll call you back? Really? Because that's what they're just saying. And then she's saying, like, why wouldn't you just hold your phone while you go do heavy farm work? These are the kind of people, by the way, who are fans of Jim Terry.
I bring a little bit of presence to my chat rooms. It's not all you guys giving money to me. By the way, the PayPal is out there. We're going to get this cleaned up. We're going to get the phone calls right. I want this to be a phone call driven program. I want this to be, and by the way, there's a phone number here. We're going to do it like this. See this guy? This guy keeps calling me. 301-818-6545. This is that guy in Maryland keeps fucking with me talking about the Cowboys. Why don't you guys go ahead and give him a call? Maybe you could get signed up to be with the 18 Naked Cowboys. I know Black Dove would sure like to do that. Now, I do not come to my program empty-handed. I'm not going to come to this program and not bring gifts for everybody. This is kind of like in school. One person has a piece of gum. The first thing the asshole teacher says is, do you have enough for everybody? Well, I was the kid in school that did. Yeah, I got enough gum for everybody. Now what? So I'm going to bring a little somebody to the program that I've been wanting to talk about.
What?
Somebody that I absolutely love. Somebody that I think is a celebrity. For those of you that don't know, I'm calling her right now, and she is on the program. Are we there? Michelle, you've got to do this.
I honestly don't know if I can do this with this woman. It's so offensive. And then earlier,
Yeah, it's disgusting, and he thinks he's doing something funny and cute. It's disgusting. I'm telling you right now. And the way he screams, he's got the smallest dick energy ever. I swear he does. Somebody's already in his chat saying we're streaming him.
Well, I think people.
That's okay. His people can come over here. They don't want to hear him scream that much. They can come over here and chat with us.
Oh, I hope he sees. I'm actually glad, because I think he might get. If he actually sees it, he probably won't understand what that means.
Absolutely crazy chat room going on right now. By the way, Perplexed QT, you can see him right here. The shirt, the absolutely unfiltered shirt. Let me explain to you what this shirt is. This is Laura, Perplexed QT, and this is an absolute real photo of this hag and what she really looks like. I have several other pictures, including a family photo.
Wait, is he using his laptop as his only source of light to try to light up that?
I think so. Well, his camper is probably pretty dark.
Like, he doesn't even have like a light. Like, what? Oh my God, this is too much. Did that Michelle girl hang up on him? I hope she did.
So, we're going to get to her a little bit later in the show. As you can see, Mr. Bones is wearing it. We've sold over 40 of these fine garments, and we're almost sold out, but there's a second round of shirts coming with even a better picture. The biggest question on everybody's mind is, why would a woman who had her stomach stapled need food stamps? You should be eating less food, not more. You know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making this program a success. You make me feel good. And let me tell you something. I'm working at about a D-, maybe C, maybe a low C, maybe. We're going to get this thing turned around. We're going to make sure the phone lines work. We're going to make sure that we've got everything that we need on this program to work. We're going to get the StreamYards. We're going to get everything. Like I said, this is the pilot episode. I didn't even know. I thought we'd get 300-400 people. I thought we would get 300-400 people. By the way, could people in the chat room right now, just so that I can see, can you tell me how many people are currently watching this program right now? I heard close to 2,100. That's a far cry from some of the other douchebag channels out there. What? A special worm line. Michelle, are you there? Michelle is with us. Michelle, what's your problem? Michelle, how have you been? Okay, let me explain something. Michelle has what's called, Michelle, you have diabetes, is this true? What do you have that is your affliction on this program? What is it? You've been on other shows, what do you have?
I got
cerebral palsy?
Yeah.
Cerebral palsy. Well, I mean, that's exactly what I thought it was. Now, you have been on other programs. You're a big true crime fan. Is that true?
Yeah, I like true crime.
Why do you like it so much?
I don't know. It gives you the message.
It's kind of like so hard to even watch him. But he said earlier, what did he say earlier? And I really want to. Okay, number one, he said that he had corporate sponsorships, right? And he was so mad about like the money thing. He's like, well, they don't tell you that also like they give you like free food and like a free room to live in when you're playing indoor football. And it was just really desperate. And then he also said something else like, oh shit, why can I like not remember this? Oh, and then he's saying stuff about like his college thing, which was again just making it
with his fake football career.
Yeah, like he basically says like, okay, he's like, I was the kicker on the 1995 national championship team for this junior college out in California, right? Then he's like, but then I left to go because I got full scholarship to do Division II at Clark Atlanta. But okay, you played on the 95 season of the national championship team, so it's junior college, so why didn't you stay there another year? And number two, he's saying, well, because I transferred, but he didn't go and play at Clark and like go to play at Clark Atlanta until 1998. So it doesn't even make any sense. Like, what were you doing for all the years in between?
Yeah, lots of Skittles. Michelle, what do you think happened to Dylan Rounds before I let you go here?
I think
they what?
I think
you think he has diabetes?
No,
what
I
think
okay. You think he's dead?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to get you as a co-host on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, me and Michelle are friends. We've become friends. Isn't that right, Michelle?
Yeah, we have.
Now, Michelle, I am absolutely in love with you. I think that you are radio gold. I want to take you to Popeye's Chicken and have you order at the drive-thru right around lunchtime. I want you to be the person that calls the Swafford law firm and deals with my legal issues with them sending a cease and desist. You and I are going to do a lot together. I'm going to get this program on the right track. I'm going to get the call-ins correct. And you and I are going to be a partnership. Will you come on this show with me in the near future?
Doxing people and doing shitty things to people, they're going to go after her. So I think that's a really bad idea. I think he's putting her in the crossfire, and that's bullshit.
He doesn't care. He just wants to. He doesn't see her as like a real person because he says all he wants to do is like make her do things that would be difficult for people to understand her, like to order food or like call pizza places and order pizza.
Well, yeah, because that's why he just said, I'm going to take you during lunchtime through the drive-thru when it's really busy, because he knows damn well people can't understand her. So he's trying to make a mockery out of her. This is the shit that he does to these people who have missing children. I'm so fucking sick of this idiot. Go ahead and play it.
Lorelai, he does think he's Howard Stern, and because he called in Howard Stern a few times.
Cerebral palsy. Being a black gay woman living in Texas with cerebral palsy, do you find Doug the least bit attractive?
Not really.
Yeah, not really. Everybody understood that. Thank you, Michelle. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Michelle. Michelle will be joining this program actually on the camera very soon. She will be joining the program on the camera very soon as we work out all the bugs. Now, this show is scheduled for every Tuesday night from 10 to midnight. Depending on the outreach of this program, looks like we're hovering right around 2,100. which, by the way, is as many people at St. Leo University. It's as many people at Lycoming College. This would be like speaking to an entire college campus right now and dealing with it. Hooters.
Why do you say that?
So I thank you for that. It means the world to me. The 2,145 people right now are watching this, jumping on and off. I appreciate that. We're going to get the phone lines worked out.
This is the worst.
I want to get into Candace Cooley's call. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing annoyed the piss out of me. It made me sick. It absolutely made me sick. And when I go over it with you, I think you'll understand.
Yeah,
Michigan, got a quick question. Go.
Sick, and I'm sure he makes Candace Cooley sick.
Why did he say
Talking
that?
about her son and her family. I mean, he's been served a cease and desist. He's been told to leave her alone. Leave the family alone.
Well,
he doesn't care. He does not care. Hey, the Magician's Manor. What's up, babe?
He already did a reaction to this thing. He did it on Crime and Justice thing the other day. Like, he's just going to do it again? Why? I don't know why he said that this is the same amount of people as go to St. Leo's College. Have you ever heard of St. Leo College?
Nope.
Nope. That's where his brother went to college. I don't know why he said that. That seemed really weird.
And I think more people would have gotten involved in this a lot sooner. He asks a very, very good question, and he brings up a lot of good points. And I just think that this could have been a massive story with a hell of a lot more people looking into it. Now, he asks about Ty Corbin. Ty Corbin is a guy that I referred to as the alpaca farmer from minute one. I think Ty Corbin is a great guy. I like Ty Corbin. I think he's got a lot of good information. I trust Ty Corbin 100%. I don't trust anybody 100%. I believe half of what I see and none of what I hear. It's just how I am. But Ty Corbin is hitting the nail on the head almost every time. Ty Corbin and I have had conversations way before I ever talked to Candace Cooley. He's been right on this thing, and he's been out there with boots on the ground. But you have people constantly searching for Dylan Rounds out there, and they haven't found shit. The FBI hasn't found shit. The police out there haven't found shit. So some dirtbag named Lance and his wife, go out there with machine guns.
Oh my God.
They're searching these tunnels, which looks incredible. Hey, hats off to him. I wouldn't do that shit. But then again, look at Lance. I mean, he really doesn't have a lot to lose. I mean, he's a volunteer firefighter in that area. I mean, how many fires do they really put out over there? But whatever. But him and his wife decide to go trooping around the desert with Ty Corbin looking for Dylan Rounds. And they do this after the family. And let's be honest here. There's one reason the family didn't want people searching. Doug, Monsters Under My Bed, all these other YouTube creators that were out there, all were ready to converge on that town after speaking with me, after dealing with me, and all that bullshit. And they were ready to converge, and within 3 hours, the mom put out a press release. She didn't want anybody associated with me out there looking for her fuck.
Well, thank God. But also, so that's interesting. So he's fighting with that other guy who's been on Doug's channel now, I guess. The Lance guy, like that's the guy who's with Ty out there. So I don't know what that's about.
Fucking kid. Because not finding him their way is better than finding him my way. That's been the problem from the beginning. That's why I was hired to spite the mother. Where is the rest of the family? Where is the grandparents on the other side? Where are all these friends? Let me tell you why Dylan Rounds' friends aren't coming out. You would have seen every single one of Dylan Rounds' friends if Jim Terry wasn't involved in this case. And let me tell you why. Because the gay thing never would have been brought up. Look at JD. Now, I don't know which way the wind blows, but I got a pretty good idea. I was born yesterday, but I've been up all night. 90% of Dylan Rounds' friends look
so
moist.
Obsessed.
Moist. Let me say it with a capital M. Moist. They look like they're gay. They have a lot of gay tendencies. They have a lot of the same character.
Is that like a gay term? Like when you think, if you think like a guy is hot, you call him moist? Because he's been calling these teenage boys moist like constantly, and it's very disturbing.
Yeah, and he's sick as hell. That is disgusting.
It's like he looks at them and that's what he sees. Like what? I mean, it just seems like he's seeing them sexually or something, and it's like really creepy because they're all teenagers. Like I understand they're not.
Yes, and the first thing he goes into is the gay thing. Like that is the first thing. But I'm going to tell you right now, when I got that email I got an email from someone who works at a gay club, like a LBGT, like one of those clubs or whatever. It's actually like more of like a secretive club. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't really advertise it much. But anyway, this person said that he would come in there and he would use the name Tim Jerry instead of Jim Terry. He would use Tim Jerry under the name or whatever. And he would come in there and act like he didn't know it was an all gay bar and club and stuff like that. Like he would go in there, you know what I mean? And then when he got called out or when somebody said something, he'd act like he didn't know it was an all men's club or whatever. You know what I mean?
It was like a bar, like a.
Yeah, it was like a bar where you could go back and do things if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? Like like a little okay. I think he was going to get him some hookups done. The way he talks about men being gay and the way he talks about boys, and I mean, calling them moist, and that. Come on, there's some. When Laura said, "Thank you for telling everybody that that you're really gay," and he went off the way he did, that's all I needed to know.
I don't know anything. All I know is he keeps calling these teenage boys moist, and I want to know what he sees in them, that what moist means to him. Like, I don't understand. I've never heard it like used as a term, and it's very creepy. It's creeping me out big time. And he's I really don't get it. Hold on.
Characteristics in their little group. And what do I mean by characteristics? No, I'm not talking about a limp wrist. What am I talking about? I'll tell you what I'm talking about. And me and Black Dove have had this conversation, right? We've had 6 openly gay men cult shows that I've been on. None that I ran, but that I've been on. None of them have an issue with anything I said. They've all said they see the pain in that kid's eyes. They all said that he looks a lot like they did with the look in their eyes when they were that age, that they wanted to come out, that they wanted to say things, that they wanted to be who they wanted to be and didn't have the chance to do it. I think he had a chance to do that. I think he did that in Montello. I really do. I was more shocked at the fact that the 60-year-old guy was with it. But if you look at Dylan Rounds' friends, if you look at the photographer, give me a break. Give me a frickin' break. If you look at JD, the guy he stayed with, give me a break. I mean, some of these kids look like they're wearing eyeliner. So I don't think even if they're not gay, it strengthens their argument. I think you look at them and everybody would be like, oh, shit. If you think I'm wrong, go on these shows. Isn't it interesting how the majority of the people on that side of the fence won't come on any of these shows and show their face? The only real person, 2 people in this case, is Candace Cooley and Jim Terry. And Candace Cooley's never given me anything. She had no idea what she was doing from the beginning, and she has no idea what she's doing now. Anybody else over there should be running that case. Anybody. The father, the police. Where the fuck's the press conferences? Why is there no more involved in this than what there is? Yeah, I don't think you're doing enough. You're definitely not doing enough in media. And I think finding your kid and doing this the right way is more important than not pissing that bitch off. I mean, let's be honest here. She couldn't fire me because she didn't hire me. So I don't want to hear all you people in the chat saying that I'm mad at her because she fired me. I was paid in full. They tried to send me a cease and desist order, which, by the way, Swafford Law Group, I've tried to call you close to 12 times. I even tried to call the moron whose cell phone number you leave. It's another attorney.
I'm posting the link for anybody that wants to come up here and talk shit with us. They're welcome to do so.
That cease and desist order was 100% bullshit. It was smoke and mirrors. It was used to do nothing but try to burn me. And you can see by my numbers right now with 2,120 people live on my show for the first time, not knowing what the fuck I'm doing, that there is a great number of people
they can't help but watch the fucking train wreck.
I'm going to tell you what happened to that kid, and I'm going to end the show with it. But right now, we're going to go into the mom's interview. I'm going to try to play it. If you guys can hear this okay, when I start playing her interview, I want you guys to hit the number 1. I want you guys to let me know that you can hear Candace Cooley in this, because we are going to talk about this interview because it's infuriating.
Okay, so basically he's saying, they keep telling out people don't call him back. It's like, I called East Idaho News and they won't return my phone call, and the lawyer won't return my phone call, and the police won't return my phone call. It's like, no one wants to talk to you.
I'm going to learn as we come along. Can you hear this interview okay? Hit the number 1 in the chat.
He hasn't played.
Isn't it great having a chat room where nobody gets thrown out? Look at all the number 1s. I love it. If you guys like Michelle, if you want Michelle to actually come on this program with all of her bullshit, she's got cerebral palsy, she's a lesbian black girl. If you want her on the program, put the 69 in the chat room. I got to see you. I got to hear you, because I like Michelle. Michelle is going to be a YouTube
Yeah, he
star.
likes making a spectacle out of Michelle. That's what he does.
And I think her first phone call, good. That's what I like to see. All right, let's go ahead. First of all, the guy from the East Idaho News, I don't know what he's doing. The video is out there. I'm not going to show it because I don't know what the rules are. But the guy from the East Idaho News I've reached out to, he's interviewed me on Jed Hall's case and other cases before. I've spoken to him. He has stayed as far away from me as he possibly can on this case because he's scared. He's scared of me. He does not want to have to answer the questions. Now, I've been on the front page of their storyboards 2 of the last 3 weeks, 2 times in the last 3 or 4 weeks. The cease and desist about the family not wanting to deal with me. Now, they'll never mention me direct except for the cease and desist. They don't have the guts to interview me because I can back up what I say. On the other channels, I brought tons of people to the forefront. I brought tons of callers, tons of recorded phone conversations that back up what I say. It's not just me being a big mouth. There's more to it. But let's get into this Candace Cooley interview because this thing fascinated me, and she is so incredibly full of shit. It almost makes me like her.
Oh my God, nobody can hear that.
Nobody can hear it at all.
No. Is he just playing it like off of... Is he just trying to play the audio of his phone?
Now, what could possibly be the reason?
He can't hardly hear shit. He's doing that on purpose so people believe what he says.
High school football has already started. The National Football League starts in like 8 days. School kids are getting ready to...
How many times he said this weird thing, like, no one's going to care about this anymore because high school football is starting? Like, Jim, I think even people who play high school football, teenagers, don't care about high school football as much as you do. He just repeats and repeats. Oh, he's screaming. Look how much he's screaming.
Actually eat cobwebs for dinner, despite the fact that they actually eat their own pets. Yes, you heard me. They eat pets.
What?
Who the fuck eats ducks?
Who eats pets?
The fact that they eat their own pets does not take away from the fact that they did something incredible here, and they found Brenner's property. By the way, who doesn't know where something in that town is that burns down? How the fuck don't you know that Jim Brenner's place burned down in that shithole? It's the biggest and most well-kept secret. If you can't find Jim Brenner's property and he's in jail and a suspect, what the fuck else don't you know? It's over 6 weeks, and you don't.
Oh, so I guess what he's mad about, he gets really mad if other people find something. I guess this Lance guy or whatever, they found like a place that they said is Jim Brenner's old place that burned down years ago. And he's so mad about it. And he gets really mad because somebody said that they eat, you could eat duck. And he's really upset. And he keeps saying like they're eating their pets.
No, he's really upset about it.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that people eat duck, like that's a thing. I thought he was joking, but now he sounds like, yeah. Well, this happened before when he remember he got so mad when Laura played that audio or something, right? Like he gets really mad if anybody else finds something out.
Old son discovers the farm he later goes missing from, and you got this fucking assassin, you got this fucking serial killer, you got this fucking madman squatting on the property. If I took my 15, 16, 17, 25-year-old kid to a fucking farm and there was some moron like this squatting, let me give you an example. My father and mother owned some property in Dade City, Florida at one time. And there was some fucking meth heads that squatted in a piece of property that my brother stayed in while he was playing college basketball. Okay? I would not put somebody else in that fucking property knowing those people were squatting there.
But your brother was
What
there.
made this any different?
Because simply he said duck lives matter.
You already know that the property you're looking at has weird squatters. Forget the fact that there's pedophiles, 74
God,
and
he makes
200
me
out
feel like
there
I need
are
to
sex
yell just to
offenders.
talk over him.
Forget the majority of the people out there look like absolute fucking hillbillies. Yeah, I said it. The majority of people in Montello look like fucking trash. There's 2 things that don't exist in Montello. Well, really 3. Showers, black people, and normal fucking women. Where are all the women? Ellen Berg is the only woman we really know. No wonder Candace Cooley isn't down there. She looks like fucking Angelina Jolie down there to these fucking savages. Where the fuck is all the women in that town? So you already got some squatter on a piece of property when he's 15 and it's okay? Oh, you're 16. Big difference.
No one can hear that.
Man, fuck, bro. Take a breath, bro. Man, fuck. Fuck the glare says take a fucking breath, bro. Fuck, man.
Your son is fucking missing. He was probably slaughtered out there. He was fucking slaughtered out there. Your own family hates your guts. You don't have full custody or even partial custody of any of your 3 children. By the way, her younger son is already dropped out of school. I've seen pictures of the other daughter. She's got dudes hanging all over her.
This is a great this is like such a good advertisement for his PI business, right? Would you, right? Like he He's so self-destructive. It's insane.
Smith, look at any of the other cases I've solved, guys. Any of the other cases I've been instrumental in. Even Jed Hall's mom, when Adventures with a Purpose pulled that kid from the fucking
He hasn't solved
mud.
anything.
Crying, upset, terrified, confused, wanting help. This bitch is laughing. She's giggling. She sounds like she's running a tractor pull.
It's really bad karmic.
And you got squatters and goofballs out there. First thing they should have said, you get the fuck off this property, Jim Brenner. We're putting our kid out here, and here's what. Then they put him in that trailer? Really? The trailer with the wood stove? I got those photos released from a family friend, and let me tell you something. That place had actually been cleaned up.
Had a voice for radio.
My
He does not have a voice for radio.
Why would you do that to somebody? You ain't doing it to the other two kids. By the way, look at the other two kids. They're all over social media. Great clothes. They got tans. They look like they had their teeth worked on. Why the fuck was this kid such a black sheep?
Oh my God.
So that's how Jim, he helped him on the farm when he needed it. As far as Chase, I never heard him say that man's name ever until all this happened. I have no clue. I don't think they knew each other. I mean, probably just in passing from being in Montello. And
why is it so low? I can't hear none of it.
Chase's
No, I
son
didn't hear it.
helped Dylan last summer in some day work, I believe, in their.
Chase's son, the same 17-year-old kid that told me your son was gay, by the way.
Oh, here he goes, back on the gay stuff.
Not Chase, and that was just one of the run into the Montello store and say, hey, you want to come out and help? You know, I'm looking for help. But other than that, I never heard Dylan say Chase's name.
Okay, so
You have now.
James Brenner, it sounds like he's a felon, and so when the police went out to just serve a search warrant around the time that Dylan disappeared, they found weapons in his trailer, and he is a felon, you're not allowed to own weapons, so he's been arrested, so he's been charged with possessing a firearm.
That's just so boring though. Like all he cares about is like trying to say like.
By the way, James Brenner's never gotten out of jail. Why the fuck would he tell you?
Candace is like never gonna. He just wants to be like, oh, Candace made a bad decision when he moved out there. Like that's all she wants. He wants to hammer on that so much, but like it's so boring. Like nobody wants to hear this anymore.
Gentlemen, that's all I need to say. Venmo, Cash App, it's all listed in the title.
And if anybody wants to come up and talk shit, quit talking trash about Jim. Hear me?
Wait, did somebody say that to you?
Okay, Mark.
Jim, hear me. Quite talking trash about.
You don't say.
No, I thought
A
he
guy
said quit.
that's
I'm sorry, I
on
got my phone
property
on
out
the
there in the
second
middle of the
other
fucking
screen.
desert who has a bunch of guns, they're stolen.
We're gonna talk all kinds of shit about Jimmy Kahn over here.
I don't understand the use of parentheses there at all. That's very confusing.
And so now it goes a step higher because not only were you a felon with firearms, but you had stolen ones, which I'm pretty sure he stole.
So you've got these two characters that lived out there. Do you think that they know what happened to Dylan?
So Chase didn't live out there.
But Chase did not live out there. But he was visiting.
He would go back and forth between.
Queen, you gotta take down the overlay.
And you know what we were told, and that's
It's just too funny.
What we were told is he'd go over, steal stuff from Montello, hurry up, jump the border, go back to Ogden and
It's
stuff.
just like
Okay.
hot dog.
You know that's what we were told by everybody. Hence the stolen firearms.
Okay, so this is very important. The family was told by everybody that Chase was stealing shit and running it across the border, right?
Oh,
She didn't know who
Lord,
Chase was. She
okay, you're talking about
I talked
Chase
to him.
Venture, right?
He's running shit across the border, right? Okay. How do you know that? Everybody we
told you
talk to
that.
in town. But Jim Terry doesn't
Oh
know
my
what
God.
he's talking about because everybody Jim Terry talked to in town.
This is the exact same thing when he did the reaction to on the live Crime and Justice's channel. He's repeating the exact same bad points that he was making. He's just
The
repeating
exact same thing.
word for word.
And anybody that's here that's not subbed up, you know what? Sub up to this channel because we're about to be streaming him on this channel.
Until you can.
I mean, if they could just get to the Flying J, like maybe once a month to take a shower, you know, she shaves the bush.
Said the Flying J, bitch.
He
I can't.
fucking uses deodorant. These would be fucking normal people. but they were able to find that place. But Kurt Wadsworth and the Wadsworth family, which are supposedly crying over this kid, who are doing every talk show but anyone that I'm on, had no idea where this place was. The cops even said, the FBI said, according to Doug's channel, hey, you had a place out there? Yeah. And a couple of rednecks found it. And Ty Corbin. Are you out of your fucking mind, lady?
Who was it?
You listen to everybody in that town to tell you what they told you about Chase, but you won't listen to what everybody told me in town.
No.
Why?
Because
you didn't want your kid to be gay.
He said in the beginning that he has 24 guests that he's had lined up, like that he's want to put on all these channels, and no YouTube channel will let them come on, which number one doesn't make any sense because like Doug's channel would have. But number two is like none of those people are here now. Listen to him playing his audio. Oh, be Tim. I didn't know you could set it to 5 minutes slow mode. I've never seen that.
No, sometimes I'll set it to subs only. If we start getting spammed with a bunch of bullshit, I'll set it for like 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying? You got to be a sub for 5 minutes before you can comment. If we're really getting slammed with bullshit, I'll set it for like 5 hours so you can't comment at all.
He's talking about in Jim's chat earlier.
Oh, Jim. Yeah, he didn't set it.
There was 5 minutes of comments.
Go ahead. Oh, he set it on slow mode, so you can only you can only send one comment like every 2 minutes or something.
It was insane. No one can hear this.
I know, it's awful. What's up, girl? Jen, can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
She's gone.
Now here we go. Here comes the whole interview. 90% of this interview is basically about me.
No,
I mean, let's be perfectly honest here. They ask her a couple of questions at the beginning, then they talk about some fruity flowers, plant some fucking seeds. That's great. You know, that's all well and good. 90% of this interview is shit I've talked about. And I'm going to try to make it a little bit louder so you guys can hear it.
I think she did a good job on that interview, actually.
Here, let me put this gimmick here. Hopefully we can hear it a little bit louder. Here we go. Here's where it all ends up being about me.
Please lower your voice, Jim. Indoor voices.
Yeah, he's screaming. God damn.
Not in the state where he was living here in Idaho.
And Brandon, you're one of them.
High school. Explain what took him to this area.
So we're catching a lot of criticism. A lot of people say we dumped our son out there. That is ridiculous. Dylan heard about this place from another gentleman that he worked with off and on. Went and checked it out. It was perfect for him. He never had to worry about houses.
People are calling him out in the chat. They're like, where's that? Where's the 45-minute phone call with Laura's husband?
Stick this fucking kid down there because he wanted to be the man. I wanted to play for the fucking New York Jets when I was 16 years old too. Let me tell you, sometimes you gotta crawl before you can run. You didn't do that. You didn't do that.
Let me explain how much he's repeating himself. In the Crime and Justice stream, when this part of the thing came up, he started screaming, I wanted to play for the New York Giants when I was in high school, but you have to go to college first. He is now repeating the exact same comment again, but he said the New York Jets instead of the New York Giants.
You could have put him anywhere else in the country, and you're making excuses? You're making excuses as to why you put this kid down there. Because he wanted his own farm. You got farms in Idaho, too. What's wrong with 40 or 50 acres? Let me explain something to you.
Oh, my God. He literally is saying the exact same thing that he was saying in the Crime and Justice thing. Okay, so Queen, see what Katie said? He did say at the beginning, he said, anybody who is going on and complaining about my work that had hired me, I found all their loved ones have been found, and they're just doing this because they owe me money. And he said again that yes, he would do that thing to Michaela if his dad dares to if her dad ever comes up and says anything, he owes her $200 and he'll like release shit about her. That's what he said. He said that everybody owes him money.
Spending more time on other farms and with his buddy Kurt Wadsworth than he was at his own farm. You really think that this was a good idea? I mean, at this point, I would have more respect for this woman if she just said, we fucked up.
Yeah, that's exactly.
I have so much guilt. We should have kept him in school.
He's repeating himself.
We should have homeschooled him through the pandemic. We should have done what.
He said that. He's like, I would have more respect for her. She said, I fucked up. This is crazy. This is the exact same thing he would say before. He's screaming. And, oh my God, it's too much. Also, I like how he acts at, like, where you put him. Like, you don't put your adult children in places. Like, I'm not saying you have no control over your adult children's lives. They're 19, 20, like, in college or like, whatever. But he literally keeps saying, like, that you have control to place them in different geographical locations.
Drug addicts.
Like Ashley said, take your own advice and give our fucking money back.
Felons, pedophiles, no workforce. I'm going to open up a farm, and I'm going to do it in an area where there's a desert. Let's just say you could do it. Fuck it. I'll give it to you. I've never farmed anything. Shit. I can't even keep a chia pet alive. You know them little fucking cactuses you get you don't even have to water? When I got them, they die. But this woman thinks that he can do it alone in that area. But one thing I know is you need employees.
Well, yeah, Jim, you ruin everything.
You need employees. Yo, frickin' whack job. You need employees, and you go to an area where there's no employees, and the only employees out there are people like this. Go down there.
That's the whack job.
Yeah, can you pause this for a second? I don't want to have to remove it from here, but his screaming is fucking too much.
It's so bad. I'm just muting him because he's saying the exact same thing. He's saying the exact same things. He said the exact same
Yes, he's like on repeat. I mean, my God, he just keeps repeating everything over and over and over again.
He said before about there not being a workforce out there or something.
What's up, Gen X? What you doing, baby?
What's up, girl? Nothing, just chilling.
Hanging out with us. Yeah, he's on his Jim TV bullshit channel, and he's going over Candace Cooley's interview she did on the news with Nate.
Oh.
Yeah. But once again, talking horrible and bad about her, putting her down, saying horrible things about Dylan, her son, and her, you know, her family and her, and you know how he does.
Yeah. You see the thumbs up? Oh, sorry.
No, sorry. I was going to catch you up that he already did a reaction video to this interview, and he's stopping at the exact same points in the interview, and he's repeating the word for word, practically the exact same things he said in his other reaction video. So it's kind of hard to get through all the screaming for that.
Right.
And he was helped. He was.
See, people are telling him they're streaming him live. That one right there. Let's see if we can get
Second time she's giggled. Second time this is funny to her. She doesn't give a shit.
You're
She's
funny.
fucking detached. This bitch is detached. She does not care.
He's detached from reality.
Not the way most moms would. Listen, I've had a hell of a... There's two sides to this. Most of the people are on the side that say this woman does it. There's something wrong. There's something not there. And wait, you think this is the first mother that didn't give an overwhelming shit about her kid? I think the father does. I know the grandparents did. I think the aunt did.
I'm worried that he.
But this woman is so batshit fucking crazy.
Parents.
I mean, she's not worried about finding her kid.
Ringo.
You should see her husband. She doesn't even take his fucking name. You should see this guy. I saw pictures of him. I saw a video of him.
About this
I thought it was her dad.
Oh my God, that's what he said.
Huge beer belly.
Nobody
Looks
said
like
that.
he's 60. I mean, the only thing she's got out of him is he owns a business. As soon as that, she won't be married to the guy she's with in about another year and a half.
That's what he said.
So he'll be gone. She'll be looking for the next truck driver with a fucking 1099, or the next truck driver with a startup to go jump on. I mean, can you look at her fucking husband? Not a bad looking lady. I'll give her that
I'm
much.
laughing at the comments.
You can tell back in the day. You know what I mean? But I mean, give me a fucking break.
Did you hear that? I was able to finish his sentence. This is literally the exact same thing he was saying. He's crazy.
Go to some Dykes channel. Go to some lady's channel who won't show her face. Go to somebody else's program. Listen to them.
Listen to how he. Oh my God.
Mother. Go out there and they could go over and farm is when COVID hit, so there was no school. You didn't have to go to school.
Fucking 1099, or the next truck driver with a startup to go jump on. I mean, can you look at her fucking husband? She's not a bad looking lady. I'll give her that much. You can tell back in the day. You know what I mean? But I mean, give me a fucking break. You got to be real about this, people. It's too late today for the bullshit. Ready? You want the bullshit? Go to somebody else's channel. Go to some Dyke's channel. Go to.
There we go.
I cannot believe he just said that. Seriously, that is fucking wrong.
Let's see. Is that the best one to do it? The hateful or abusive?
I'm gonna punch him so bad.
Harassment or bullying. Okay, next.
Dogs.
Uses homophobic slur. Another. There we go.
Oh, shit, now I want to smoke Ringo.
Go to some lady's channel who won't. No. It's not true.
What's not true?
It's not true.
What's not true?
That place was a shithole. By the way, if we had one successful farmer in that area come through, there's a reason that place sat there for fucking 14 years. And no workforce.
Yes, she does, Captain.
Who's going to help you?
And farm before. It's just when the last people left, nobody's even realized it was there to go out and farm it. And Dylan has. He figured it out.
Which one?
Other thing that
okay.
that a lot of people have asked is that
sorry, I've been dealing with trolls today.
Romantic relationship.
We're glad to have you, Lilith.
Sorry, Lilith.
He is fucking disgusting.
Boy,
I can't believe
have
you
they
just did
been
that.
listening to me? I own these fucking people. I own them. Yeah, he was involved in relationships out there. There's no fucking doubt about
Lilith,
it.
I'm in like.
You can't prove it otherwise.
He's so nasty.
Look at all the guys he was messing around with out there for the farms.
And
And I
these
don't
are
mean messing around
allegations.
sexually. I mean
Not-
messing around
not
with the
true.
farms.
That is not true.
And it, first of all, it's not true. But then also, like, they keep telling him in chat that this is streaming him. This shows how much he does not understand YouTube. Because you could get it pulled midstream, but he doesn't even understand what to do about it.
Get him, Lilith.
That's right, girl. We got you.
Me? Unreliable?
Oh, hold on. She said I'm mod for AWB and I've been after this creep. Yeah, girl, we got you.
Get him.
6-7 weeks later, what do you got? Nothing. You got people arrested out there you could have arrested 2 years ago.
What?
You got the same knuckleheads in jail right now that still ain't talking. You still don't have anything more. Now, they might have found a cell phone. Maybe Ty was able to get something out of somebody. I don't know. But the arrests they made had nothing to do with this kid. You're telling me, by the way, you didn't hire me. What's this we shit? She still doesn't understand that the grandparents hired me because this woman's a fucking loon. She's a nut job. She's a whack job.
He's so
Says the whack
Look
job.
at the amount of lawsuits she was involved in. She's very crafty with numbers. She got into all these businesses, put them out on other people, embezzled them. No. You know what I mean? And I get arrested for writing checks to myself to get money out of an account that a promoter gave me from Texas. He bounces a check to me, I bounce it to myself, and I get arrested? This woman's bilking hundreds of thousands of dollars. By the way, the first guy she ever ripped off was Justin Rounds. There was a private investigator before me.
I have to stop this. Oh my god. He's jealous now. He's now jealous of Candace because she didn't get arrested for crimes that she did not commit. But he's mad that he got arrested for writing fake checks, bad checks.
Yeah.
Does he really just say someone bounced a check to me, so that he thought that was an excuse to write checks to himself?
Pretty much, yeah. Holy shit.
No, his excuse he says about checks shows why he got arrested. He's like, well, somebody bounced a check to me, so I illegally wrote checks to myself. And he's jealous. Oh my god, this is too much. That was great.
We had a woman call up shows I was on. Justin Rounds found out that Candace Cooley was cheating on him because his parents hired a PI. Boy, I would love to hear from that. Listen, if that PI is out there, the PI that worked for give me a call. They'd be in Idaho. They're probably not a private investigator anymore. There's no licensing out there. Give me a call. I'd love to talk to you, boy. She was banging other truck drivers and shit after she embezzled the money. Then he tried to run her over with a car. Now Ty Corbin seems to think that this man just swerved on her. I mean, you gotta argue with the timing a little bit, right? I mean, he swerves on her with a car and almost hits her. He gets arrested for it right around the time he finds out she was cheating and embezzling money. I'm probably going to go and try to run the bitch over.
There is no ground to it whatsoever. There is not a single person who actually knows Dylan that you can say that to that doesn't laugh. It's all that rumor mill started going, and when you're a parent and you're not getting help, you go to anybody, the YouTubers, all of this stuff that we did that's got this fire started.
I'm sorry, that we did. I did the first interview, Candace. Who's we? You went on some shows to tell everybody what a piece of shit I was. You didn't do anything. If it wasn't for me, nobody would know about this. There would be no salty 2K pancakes. There would be no queen bee. There would be no good egg. There would be no perplexed QT.
An impersonation break.
We were all here before he was.
Which I couldn't tell you shit about, other than the fact that none of them have gotten anywhere other than to irritate people. These people are fucking parasites and ticks. They're irritants.
It's commentary.
Wait, we were all here before he was. That's fucking hilarious.
If people want to follow the circus, they can follow.
So
making commentary.
Somebody said that I don't exist. Like, I wouldn't exist, I guess. That's what he's trying to say. But number two, he just admitted that we irritate him. He's like, they don't do anything except irritate people. Well, if all we're doing is irritating you, then that's fine.
And Tiff Young, you're one of them. Thank you for being here.
I'm going to know who you are here very shortly.
Oh, hey, Charlena. You're his biggest fan.
Yeah,
Thank you for being over here. Hopefully you learned something.
Are you there?
Charlena.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that sounds terrible. What?
Yeah, what do you want to talk about? You know what? I totally believe you. But I got to let you go. Let me finish this call, and then I'll call you back.
This service sucks. I was really hoping to hear some good calls.
936, and I know who you are, jackass. You know, you can say a lot of things about Perplexed QT, but you will not call my show and say that she has a dick. I will not put up with that. Everybody knows she has a dried up,
what the hell,
gaping, nasty.
I'm gonna send you.
Oh my god!
Did he just say? What, hold on, I had to leave. I had to pull out. What? Hold on a second. I had to pull my phone out of here. What did he just say? He's talking about Perplexed. What? What did he say about her?
She having genitals. It was really weird.
Oh my god, so fucking nasty. What a shit show. See, and that's the thing. He's a fucking train wreck. People are going to watch it. He is disgusting.
Yeah, but this is actually really hurt. I'm actually muting him because it really hurts my ears. Like, I wish I could just react to it.
Oh, I was gonna say brain. Yes.
And it's a little cringy because he's not good at this.
No. Not even a little bit.
All right. And he said, obviously he was lying about having a 45-minute phone call with, I thought, like, Laura was pretty, I don't know her that well, but, like, that was pretty genius how she called up her husband herself and had that whole conversation with him. That was pretty epic.
Mm-hmm.
The family.
Circus, all of the people have created that don't know any of us.
Yeah, I know you better than half the YouTubers you'll go on. You go on their stations. What? You tried anyways. You didn't realize that the only people that will have you garnish like 31 people, 150 people.
What?
80% of all people, 85% of all people that watch these shows are women.
Yeah.
Now, my channel, Jim Terry TV, my channel are good-looking chicks. I can tell that the women that follow me on here are hot. These are hot broads. The chat, hot broads. You go to this, you go to Queen Bee, you know what you get? Frustrated lesbians.
Yeah. Oh, lesbians.
White chicks
Whoa.
that date black guys. They couldn't get a white dude.
I need to tell
Most
my
of those
husband.
other channels are full of the women.
Shit.
They're full of the women. You
I think we laugh on here more than any of them.
and then they watch Grease at home during prom and make
fun of everybody's photo.
That's what we're doing.
Hold on, he said we watch Grease at home. What?
I've returned.
We'll get to that.
Hold on, he's funny to listen. Let me hear his shit.
Because number one, he said that they were all women, all lesbians, but also only date black men. So I don't know how many lesbians date black men, but and then he said we also had home at prom, but he's the one who obviously had some issues senior year of high school and had to go to out of state and go be shipped off to live with his aunts and uncles. I don't know about how to senior year he had, but let's go back there.
I can tell that the women that follow me on here are hot. These are hot broads.
We're all
The
hot.
chat,
We are
hot
all
broads.
hot as hell. That's what
You
you fail
go
to realize.
to this, You go to Queen
even
Bee,
the
you know what
people
you
that
get?
hate you are hot as
Frustrated
well, okay?
lesbians. White chicks that date black guys because they couldn't get a white dude. Most of those other channels are full of the women. They're full of the women that didn't get invited to prom. And then they watch Grease at home during prom and make fun of everybody's photos. That's what we're dealing with here. Frustrated white women. We'll get to that. We're going to do this about another minute. We'll get into QT, and then we'll let you guys go. Class will be dismissed in about 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. But I might go overtime here. We might do that.
So, basically... So he just said that he just said that white men have more value than black men, basically. I mean, I know he's racist, but he likes to just say it a lot. So that's just to be clear. This guy really thinks that this is like the downside to a white guy like this actually thinks he's superior because he's a white guy, right? And this is what they that is. And that's why he's so angry, because nothing turned out his way in the world and he hasn't really accomplished anything, so he just clings to the fact that he is a man who is white.
Jeffy! Queen Bee, we can pull way more chicks than him. That's why he's mad.
Right. That's why he's really mad. Shit. You know what? If I was a lesbian, I bet I could pull way more chicks than him. So.
Fuck yeah. Oh,
it's all good.
Or if it's not Jake Paul's helicopter pilot, you don't want anything to do with it. One of the best videos in this whole Dylan Rounds case, one of the best videos is when Candace Cooley was standing there with the helicopter pilots, and her husband, she couldn't be far enough away from. She didn't even want to acknowledge she knew the guy. She's with these two guys who look like they just stepped off a Major League Baseball field or a cage fighting
he already talked fast like a damn crap. He was all over this. I can't even understand what this dumbass is saying.
Holy crap.
Jeez, Louie, he talks so fucking fast. Like, my God.
Most people couldn't leave that fucking area. Most people couldn't be torn away. Like your ex-husband, who you blasted to me, who you told abused you, who you told me choked you, who you told me tried to run you over with a fucking car, who you told me you broke out in the highs with when you said you gotta go see him.
What?
You threw that man under the... You thought I was gonna be on your team. I was already hip to you. Hustle recognizes hustle. You can't call a con man. She couldn't do it to me because I knew the score. I knew what was going on. Been to the Big Apple with the Big Orange. I've been around. And I saw through this fucking bitch like you couldn't believe.
You take somebody.
Oh my God, stop it.
They're stepping over the stuff that the FBI and Box.
Yeah, because everybody that's looking for Dylan Rounds wants to be a fucking hero. And then she goes on to talk about planting fucking sunflowers and shit. I got an idea. Save the fucking sunflowers. Save the mums, the sweet eye Susans, the the snapdragons, the rose, whatever you're gonna plant. Why don't you take your ass with all those people planting shit
and listen to how
shitty he is. You hang around with. Take everybody and go down there this weekend and look. Why don't you do that instead of taking pot shots at?
He is the most fragile human being I've never seen a more fragile man.
Oh,
talk about like male fragility. Like he is like bone china. He is like thinly blown glass.
Could you imagine you or Queen like stepping up to him in person?
I would never. I will admit to you, if he was in person, there would be nothing to happen because I would be moving in the opposite direction quickly.
And
I don't think I ever will be in this thing of him. Like, why would I run into him? Like, I don't hang out at RV parks and do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't. It's just not where I'm at right now.
Oh God. Holy shit.
He's the creepiest guy. Has anybody's ever bartended before?
No.
You know, the old men, like bars are like an old man bar, like at like the 3-4 o'clock hour, you get like these guys, they're like all alone, like in their like 50s or 60s. They just come in, they just drink every day at the same time, and then they like go off to the next bar, and then they just want to talk and talk and talk, and it's like it's the worst. And it's like I could just envision him making women uncomfortable in like all over the place.
The creepy gropey guy. Yep.
I'm not sure if they're taking it or not.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I'm not looking into that.
Jim
Yeah, douchebag, what's up? You're not ruining nothing. I know you're trying.
Hey, listen, he says, hey, he's talking to somebody on the phone. He calls him douchebag. Are you fucking serious?
He took it off speaker.
This is one of his callers that he's talking to, right?
You can't talk, can you? Your lips are so heavy you can't speak, can you, douchebag? You can't talk.
Fucking
you can't. You know what you need to wonder? You know what? I'm your father. Your mother just hasn't told you yet, douchebag. By the way, that guy's number is 301-8.
He's real.
18.
Whoever is calling him and not talking.
Now, he has been calling every time somebody calls.
He
tries to call and ruin the show. He's trying to call and ruin the calls, and he's done a pretty good job at it.
Oh, God.
He's done a pretty good job.
Hilarious.
You know what I mean?
Whoa.
But he's not going to be able to do it much longer because next week things change. Hello.
What changes next week?
The Adventures with the Purpose thing. Those people are saying that you had a problem with the $20,000.
Now I won't even put them on.
Yes, you want to know about Adventures with a Purpose and the 20 grand? I'll address it right here. Okay. So,
what if he has a heart attack?
So Adventures with a Purpose, we'll get to this and then we'll get into everything else later. Adventures with a Purpose went out and found a kid named Jed Hall. Now, I had text messages for them probably a couple of weeks before they ever went out there. Let's get this out right now, and then we'll get into Perplexed QT, and then we're out of here. And next week, we'll tell you who else we're going to dive into. Oh, yes, Queen Bee, I know who you are. And I know who your little egghead friend is. And I know who that lesbian is out in California, the nun. I know who you guys are.
Kathy.
But we'll get to you next week. We'll get to you next Tuesday.
Kathy, he really just calls you a lesbian nun.
By the way, I know about your arrests. I know about the crack. I know about the black dude you're running around with. I know a ton of stuff. So don't make me focus on you guys. We're running out of time. We'll get to you next week.
He acts like we give a flying fuck. We've already been docked. It's like Dr. Phil. Nobody cares.
So basically, I had the Hall case for almost 3.5 years. It breaks my heart. I am very good friends with the family. The mother will come on the show. I'll bring her on next week. I'll bring Mrs. Hall on. I still talk to the family probably every I'd say every 3 to 4 days. Miss Hall and I talk. Wonderful woman. I charge her a one-time upfront fee. And I thought that kid was alive. Everybody did.
Nobody.
The river that he was found in had been searched 3 times by search and rescue and the local police department. Dr. Phil's television show and Adventures with a Purpose saw all the media that I got out there. Just like you're seeing all the media now. And they sent me a real nice text message and said, you've done a great job getting this out there. I have the text message from Adventures with a Purpose. I have the text messages saved where you told me what a fantastic job I did. I got them saved. I got him.
And they said that was a gold star, buddy. That's it. Pat on the back.
With a microphone, cameras, as they go and search for her son. Nobody thought they were going to find that kid down there. It had been searched 3 times, and I'm not a search and rescue guy. Initially, we put out a $20,000 reward. Right around the time I got all the footage released. Him breaking into the school and everything. This is something that a lot of people aren't going to be interested in, but we'll get to this because it was a call. So I got out tons of stuff on this case that blew it up. Not to the degree of this one on social media, but I was new to it. I got more regular press. It was on the East Idaho News a lot. I got the story out there. To the degrees where Adventures with a Purpose and Dr. Phil saw and went down there.
Hey, Queen. Who's up on panel? Is that lesbian up on panel with us? That lesbian nun? What?
The lesbian nun is not up on panel with us, but I would appreciate it if you can hit that link that I just posted. And Lilith, if you'd like to come up, you're welcome to as well. We know Adventures with a Purpose does not charge anything. Right. And no, Adventures with a Purpose did not hear about the media and then decide, the media that Jim Terry got a hold of and then decided to go. No, they went out to where they thought the car could possibly be, and they found Jed Hall within 20 minutes of going out on the water. Had nothing to do with Jim Terry. Absolutely nothing. And Adventures with a Purpose, I will drop their channel. They actually came on my Queen Bee channel, and they explained this situation and the $20,000 reward as well, because they are not asking for it for them, even though it should go to them. Jim Terry offered a $20,000 reward for anything on Jed, like for any information on Jed Hall to be found, and you know what I'm saying, like any credible information. So anyways, they found him, and they found, any credible information, or, the lead to the whereabouts or whatever. Jim Terry was supposed to pay this $20,000 reward. So they were like, okay, well, we wanted the reward to give back to Jed Hall's parents for all the things that they had been through, all the financial stuff that they had to deal with, the traveling, the money, the expenses, the flyers, you know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. And so Adventures with a Purpose wanted him to pay the reward that he offered, and they want him to give it to Jed Hall. They want to give it to Jed Hall's parents. They want it to go to Jed Hall's parents. He's saying now that he took the reward was off the table a year before this happened. He took the reward off the table 6 months ago. Now his story is changing to he was going to pay $10,000, and then somebody else was going to match him $10,000, and it was off the table. So it's just a bunch of bullshit.
This is crazy.
Jesus.
Sound like a Kardashian on one of them goofy shows. So I have no respect for those morons. So I told him if I ever saw him on the Dr. Phil show, which I was invited to go on with them before they got scared, I'd knock their fucking teeth out. And I would. I'd start with that Jared guy with no chin, who, by the way, if you read up on Jared, there's people out there they're posting on Reddit that he was molesting his relatives and everything. He's a con man and a half, but who gives a shit? He found the kid. That's the most important thing. He found him. What I didn't like with Adventures with a Purpose is how they set that mother and that father up. If they knew that kid in his car was going to be pulled out of that river, they didn't need the parents wired for sound. They didn't need cameras in their faces, and they didn't need Dr. Phil there.
Oh my God.
And they did that to garnish views. They did.
Does he not know that garnish means take away views? So I don't know what he means they did to garnish views. Being him, I don't think it's gone on to Dr. Phil yet. The one for the Adventures with Purpose episode of it just came out like a couple weeks ago. But I don't know if like
he just said garnish view.
Hey, lesbian nun. Hey, baby.
What's up? You know how we do it in Cali. Anything goes. Fuck. Nuns are lesbians.
I'm impressed, right? To be a nun and a lesbian and the biological mother of children is
yeah, it's amazing. Married.
Oh, right, to a man.
To a man.
That's nothing.
I was gonna say, I was just gonna fucking make fun of his joke, but it's way too racist. I can't. It won't transfer well. But because I cannot believe he said that.
I can.
Like,
but yeah,
I can, but I can't. Like, I'm pretty sure. Like, I was already knowing that he like acted that way and was like that, but I can't believe he said it to his new, growing, and budding audience.
I know he's like,
and everybody thought it was fine. So
people are morons, but I mean, like, I can't. I'm like so mad at. I don't know. I'm just. I let me finish.
I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I know what the word garnish means.
Garnish. I mean, I feel like he should. You know what? I'm not surprised because I would say he should know what garnish means because guys like that know what it means to have their wages garnished. Never had an actual job as a full-time employee, so he probably does not know what it's like to have his wages garnished. So I'll just let him slide on that one.
Real quick, I'm gonna hop down because my battery's about to die. Good old StreamYard. You ladies have a good night. Thanks for having me up, Queen. I'll be down in chat.
Family was
Thank
disgusting.
you for coming up.
And
Oh,
by the
hell,
way, the family wants the emblem from the car that you stole. They still can't find it. You took the emblem and the license plate. You gave the license plate back, and you stole the emblem like a fucking trophy.
Stole the emblem.
And that parents pulling their kids out of mud. So that's why I don't like them.
But did he say anything about the?
Now on to Perplex QT.
Yeah.
You screwed up.
Why does he keep going at Perplex QT? What the fuck? She doesn't even give a fuck about him. Like, she does not care.
Oh, yes, her husband, who, by the way, is Beetlejuice. He is Beetlejuice at Hollywood Studios. First, she said I never reached out to him. Wrong. Then she said he didn't talk to me. By the way, after you talked to him, he called me back. I got that call, too. I'll play that next week. But I'm going to play right now for the masses. Perplex QT's husband, who called me. It's funny. I think it's interesting.
The 45 phone call.
We're all big fans of her show. She can't do nothing that makes her any. By the way, he talks about her food stamps. He talks about all that stuff. This is what it is. Let's see if I can find Perplexed QT's husband, Mr. Tech. Here we go.
This is so embarrassing, anticlimactic. Like, she already told the question.
Hey, this is Mr. Keck. Hey, Mr. Keck, this is James Terry. Do you know who I am?
This sounds great. I didn't pause it. Oh, I did pause it. Hold on.
Okay, and if I'm catching up, I thought this was an
You can hear him taking a lot of chat.
Sorry if I'm hitting you at the bad time. And Mr. Keck, you were an actor out in Los Angeles, correct? You did some movies, some television?
Yes.
Okay, did I have the right guy? There's a reason I'm asking. Listen, my name is James Terry. I'm a private investigator based out of Biloxi, Mississippi. And I wondered if there would have been any way in the not-too-distant future I might be able to set up a conversation with you and speak with you about a woman named Laura, your ex-wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're still friends with her, or probably not based on what I've heard? That's why I figured I'd reach out to you.
No, actually. No, I just talked to her online.
Okay, I didn't know how amicable it was. I could just tell you what she's told me. But then again, with that TV, radio, YouTube show or whatever, you're never sure what you're going to get. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Well, some people have told me that she has been defaming me on there. You know what? I just let her fucking roll with whatever.
Well, there's some things that have come up. You share children with her, correct? She has a young son who's a freshman, and then there's a couple of, I think there's a son that might be older. I don't know where all the children fall.
Yes, our twins are 17.
Okay, so the older children are yours. Okay, all right. Again, it's hard.
Okay, so just to point out, he doesn't even know that they are not a divorced couple. That they had a marriage of convenience, like years after they had been together, and got married like for legal reasons, and are still married for legal reasons. So they were never in a marriage. They were never like married, living together, and having a divorce. And he's like, well, what she told me about the divorce, like he can't get anything straight.
Jesus.
Hard for me to tell, and there's a reason I'm getting into all this, but she stepped into some stuff with some people that's going to get kind of nasty, and I wanted to just know if you could give a background on it. I think ultimately it's going to end up hurting the kids more than anything else. I think the younger boy's father, for God's sakes, just died of a drug overdose, right? That, yeah, in jail. And of course, I've got a background on her, and it's not to smear her, but I've got to find out what this lady's problem is, and there's just some things here that I wanted to bring to your attention. I was hoping you'd be able to maybe give me some color or background on. I don't know. Okay. Do you have time to talk now, or would you like to set something up later?
Well,
yes, sir.
Well, you've actually got me on lunch.
Okay. Are you currently a working actor now? My brother's in SAG out in Los Angeles.
I am. I'm at my job right now. I'm lucky enough to have a regular job where I regularly perform.
Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, well, listen, I know how stressful all that can be, and I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I can't believe he even tried to call Laura's husband and put that out. Yeah, that's ridiculous as well.
By the way, this guy has no idea who I am. I've never spoken to him before. And all the shit that they were saying that I said the family's in danger and my credentials, all I needed to do was wind this guy up. He couldn't wait to talk about her. This guy is Beetlejuice at Universal Studios, which I believe is in Hollywood, California. He's a nice enough guy, but what he gets into is interesting. And listen, I don't know everything about this hag. He does.
Why don't we do this? How late do you work this evening?
I'm done at 9-ish my time.
What's your time? Are you on the West Coast or?
West Coast, yeah.
Okay. I don't know why I thought you were. What do you do, like dinner show theater, or are you?
No, I'm in Universal Studios.
Okay.
It's not in Hollywood.
Is there more than one?
You're Beetlejuice at Universal Studios?
Yeah.
I just saw that they signed a deal to do the movie together. I don't know.
Now, this guy, Laura's ex-husband or current husband, whatever you want to say, who knows what's going on there? I guess he goes in, their insurance and food stamps. We'll get to that. He actually starts talking to me as fucking Beetlejuice. You're going to hear Beetlejuice on the program. You absolutely got to love it. Here's Beetle.
We'll just get this in the works like ever, but they haven't talked to me about it yet, so I don't know.
Oh, this is fantastic. Johnny Depp, I guess.
That was a pretty good Michael Keaton as Beetlejuice. And then the other thing is this is so anticlimactic because Laura literally called this guy up and just like talked about the whole conversation he had with Jim and was basically just like scolding him. And
yeah, she killed all the mystery. Like
already happened. This is like so boring.
And it's okay. And what's stupid is they're not together. So why is it such a surprise that her ex might talk about her a little bit? Who cares?
A little, and also because he was saying like, oh, I'm a private investigator. I don't think he even said anything. First of all, he said it was like a 45-minute phone call of him saying all this terrible stuff, and it's going to show that he's not even doing that. Everything he does just is such a flop. It's like such a disappointment.
He's supposed to be in it. Well, he does not be Beetle. I don't know if he's Beetle or if he's just going to be in it. But okay, well, listen, Mr. Keck, I don't want to keep you. What I have today is Megatron, and as I said, I do the voice of Megatron, and I'm supposed to. That is phenomenal. How this guy's talented as you end up with her? I can't put it together. Good question.
Oh, we met in Vegas years ago.
Was she a hooker?
No, she was a stripper. She was a stripper.
I have a place.
Now, I got a whole hell of a lot of questions. She was a stripper in Vegas. I got a place out there. Let's just say Vegas has changed a lot. She must have been doing like the noon to 3 on a Thursday. I couldn't imagine this broad stripping even 20 years ago, but he just comes up now. Listen, I don't know everything about her life. I thought that was pretty interesting information. She definitely was a stripper out there. By the way, one of those strippers, only did it the classy way, right? Like she wasn't copping blowjobs in the alleyway behind the Glitter Gulch on the north side of Vegas, but whatever.
Vegas. Where was she at the Glitter Gulch?
No, she was at Crazy Horse 2.
Get the fuck out of here. She was. I didn't catch it. Yeah, you're messing with me. What year would that have been?
If she was a crazy horse.
18 years, so she was a stripper.
That's not a dump. That's a nice place.
No, not really. I got one from kind of the era.
Boy, would I love to see that. That would go on that show right there. I don't know what happened between 1998 or 1993 and this bullshit, but whatever it was, it went bad. Looks like my man got out at the right time.
Josh, no, I don't even know where any photos of him. It's very hard. I was here before you go. Cell phone. Yeah, that was before cell phones and all that. Yeah, before cell phones and all that.
Well, listen, I'm not going to keep you. Let's do this. When you get some, this will be an interesting conversation for you. When you're done and you're all settled down, I'm up late tonight. I got some other things to look into. Give me a call
It
back
says
and we'll go
Jim
over all of
Carrey
it.
jacket.
All right, Mr. Keck, thank you so much.
At this number?
Yeah, call me at this number. I'll be up all night.
What's your name?
It makes me wonder if these are real
The
calls.
best thing to do is not tell her about this phone conversation because it might go bad, and then I won't be able to tell you all the stuff I've got.
This is the whole
show you where
conversation.
things are coming from. You'll understand when I bring it up to you.
Oh, this is Laura's husband still, or is this a call he took?
Several years ago.
I'm ready to let the guy go. I'm figuring this thing's a flop. He don't want to talk to me.
Oh, this is Laura's husband, right? Is that who he's still talking to?
Voice, and then he wants to talk to me. You can tell he wants to talk to me. I didn't coax him out of anything. I didn't con him in anything. I was ready to let the guy go. I was never going to bring this conversation up.
Brad, the guy who's
Hold on. I thought Laura's husband said he only talked to him once, and it was like a 10-minute conversation.
Yeah, this was the only conversation. And then he called him back afterwards because he said, like after it went on live, and he was like, what's going on? Like, I have like my ex-wife calling me saying that you just put me on YouTube. Like, he didn't know that he didn't know he had been recorded.
Oh, he called him back to go off.
Yeah, and like that's
okay.
And then he's saying there's a 45-minute conversation, which was a lie. And it's like, do it right away. You said this weeks ago, and it's already been undermined. He needs to stop yelling.
Right.
I went ahead and married her so that she could get the job that she was trying to get, yada, yada, yada. Anyway, 8 years later, there has been no divorce, because when I have gone to say, hey,
Newsflash, though, Laura already told everybody this.
all this arrearages and child support, which I've never stopped paying child support since while we were married. But we're still married. We're still married.
Well, this might, I was going to say, because this might have something to do with, this might help you out in the long run. She's making an absorbent amount of money with that YouTube channel off the books.
Gotcha.
Did you know that?
Really? I don't really think she makes that much money. I mean, fuck, maybe she does. I don't know.
I have only heard from a couple of people that said that she was defaming me.
Well, she does a YouTube channel called Perplexed QT. She also has a candle business, which I think is a front for the amount of money she's bringing in with the YouTube channel to avoid the real amount of money you would have to. I think if I worked with you, I could curb your child support.
Oh my God,
I think she's probably making more than you could possibly imagine under the table.
Interesting.
Very interesting. And there's a lot more to this. Was she ever into drugs? Was she ever a cokehead? I've heard some things about Adderall, but I think that's prescribed. Was she a party girl? Was she an escort?
He said a party girl and an escort. Fucking stop it.
We were both doing some hardcore drugs at the time.
I seen she's been arrested a shitload of times for weird stuff.
Gosh, I think that all had to do with Brad, but I don't know her arrest record.
It's bizarre. It's very, very bizarre. In fact, I'm pulling it up now. Are you actually in costume now?
No, I'm doing the voice of Megatron.
Oh, okay. I thought you were actually in costume. Well, she's been arrested for everything from forgery in Iowa to third-degree grand theft, vehicle registration, harassment in the third degree. That was in 2011. Disorderly conduct. All kinds of weird stuff.
It's like basically a conversation where
she's
he's
making a
talking
shitload
about
of money. All you gotta do is watch your YouTube channel, and you can see the money rolling in.
Interesting.
And you still talk? I didn't know you guys were still.
Interesting.
I didn't know you guys still talk. What do your children think of her?
They're 17.
I think they'd rather live than in Alabama with their mom, though, especially with your career, what you got going on out there.
He just be just throwing shit out there, talking to her husband like that.
I don't make, all the money that I should. I'm barely making it out of here.
He's like, it's like so embarrassing. He's like trying to get the guy to say bad things. He's like, interesting. No, I can't.
So here's where this goes from here.
What was it?
This is why she's shaking her boots.
Oh wait,
I start bringing this up on other channels. We're not going to stay on this long. We're a little bit over. As long as you guys still want it to be here, I'll stay.
This is so boring.
She's been getting food stamps.
Yeah, I don't know, Ron. I know she was mad at Ron. I could tell she was pissed off at Ron. But you know what? I would have been mad at him too.
3 months.
Yes, I know, but I did.
Because I mean, he was just like, he was like he smoked pot. Which I mean, if he does, he probably just sat there and like rattled off. Because you know how men do, especially Jim. He can talk. He's got the gift of gab.
And other people started calling me. There is a boatload of people that hate this lady. A boatload. All I had to do was put my number out there and they started calling me. They started calling me. If you hate her, put a freaking 6 in the chat room. If you think
why does he just be coming up with random numbers like that too? If you hate her, put a 6 in the chat room. What? Who gives a fuck? Really? Quit being a 6-year-old.
It's because he thinks
he's been taking money from. Look at all the 6s. Look at that. Look at my people. Look at my followers. Come to me, my children.
Oh Lord, he thinks he's a cult leader now. Look at my followers. Says this could be dangerous. This is dangerous.
I love it. Look at all the 6s in there, Laura. Why you got 600 people maybe in a day talking about me? Don't talk about me. You'll have 31.
He just doesn't want anybody to talk bad about him.
So basically, this broad who thinks she's out of it because she's not getting child support anymore. Meanwhile, we all know that she is. People started calling me. People from other countries. People from YouTube channels I'd never heard of. And they said, she's still getting child support. We'll tell you where.
Oh my God.
We'll tell you how. Hey, if I only need to be as good of enough of a PI for somebody else to give me the information, then that's good enough. So people started calling the child support office. No, excuse me, not child support, the food stamp office. They gave me the number. I called. Would you like? If you would like to hear the call to the food stamp office, chat room, let me see a number.
Did he call it chat room?
9. If you want to hear
now, why would anybody care to hear a fucking call from his place? They can't say anything. They can't give them any information anyways.
If you want to hear me call the food stamp folks, well, okay. It is what it is. Hold on 1 second here. Let me do something.
See, he's ridiculous as hell. This is just ignorant. He knows that. He knows nobody cares about this kind of stupid shit.
Really cares. Like this
right here is what's gonna get him blocked. And I'm telling you right now, he's gonna get booted from YouTube real quick. Like,
all right, let me play this.
Yeah, like Ashley Martin said, they can't disclose any information to him anyway.
He also has no idea what he's talking about. Does he not know that like you can make money while getting food stamps? Like,
no, I think this might be it. No, hold on. Here it is.
Oh, this is so bad.
Yes, ma'am. My name is James Terry. I'm a private investigator looking into a case I've been working on, and I've got a woman here who I think you guys have received a couple of phone calls on this morning, but I wanted to make sure I kicked it off, who is fraudulently receiving benefits. This is a woman who I have found out over the last couple of months, in fact years, has been receiving thousands and thousands of unrecorded dollars per month and still receiving benefits for 3 kids. There's a whole lot of fraud going on here. Who would I speak to about that?
A whole lot of fraud going on.
You can actually give me that information, and then what I would do is pass it to the supervisor, and we would investigate from there.
Can I just speak with the supervisor?
No.
Now I give you a little bit of taste, but you're going
absolutely not. And that's what they say. No, she's busy right now.
To the food stamp people, they got close to a dozen calls the other day. People that actually know her, and they said, "Hey, this broad, look, hey," and all they got to do All they got to do is go to all the videos that she did on Jim Terry and look at all the money coming in, $50, $25, $50, $10. I gave that bitch an opportunity. I said, take your shit down and leave me alone.
Well, we don't make money like that. So where the fuck is he talking about? We don't make any kind of money like that. So what the fuck? We do this for free. We expose them for free.
Be a hardcore.
I'm looking
and
now.
She thought she was going to go against me and use all of her people for sympathy. He's picking on my children. He's doing this. He's doing that. You know what?
It's just he has no idea what you're talking about, because how could you even say that you know that there's any sort of violation? For a family of 4 in Alabama, the maximum income level for SNAP is $36,000. Like he has no idea how much, and he says it hasn't been reported. He has no idea what she's claimed on her taxes or how much she's making. He has no idea if it's over the maximum income level. It's not like if you make $1, you can't get SNAP. So he's just wasting everybody's time. Because he thinks that people are going to watch all of her videos for last year and count up all of her super chats. Do you think that that's what?
Well, according to Jim, everyone is either gay or a lesbian, and everyone scams, and everyone does everything wrong except for Jim. Go on. Moving forward.
Women that wish they could have a guy like me. It's what it is.
Oh my God. Gag me right now.
So they get a few people that don't like me to go on their show in front of 130 people. That's it. And they got one shot at that. These are women that look at a guy like me and they're like, I wish I could have that. I've wanted that all my life.
Little dick energy.
I can't get it. So they go and deal with crack dealers, black dudes in Illinois, crack dealers. You know who I'm referring to. You know what we're talking about, because that's coming next. Oh, let me give you guys a little bit of taste for next Tuesday. Queen Bee. Queen Bee? Queen Bee.
Okay, go ahead. Run it, baby. Run it, baby.
Are you still driving around without insurance and tags?
Run it, baby.
You've been involved in a lot of shit. Still living in your father's house? Don't have custody of your kids?
I've never lost custody of my kids.
Is it true that you were arrested and charged with 2 felonies?
You don't have.
Yeah, he's like, oh, you've never lost custody, or you've lost custody of your kids. Never, not one time. Also, I raise other people's children as well on top of my own. So, thank you very much.
Perplex QT, you screwed up.
She said, hold on, Perplex said, believe me, I'm so glad he did this. I thought he didn't call your husband back, though.
Imagine if your mom was this thing. Some ex-Vegas whore, some dried up unknown who's got a YouTube channel. And she decides to get in the ring with a guy like me.
What? In the ring?
Who's never done this before. And is averaging way over 2,000 people.
Oh, whatever. Nobody gives a fuck.
God bless you for coming. It's only going to get better. We're going to get better. We're going to get better. And we're going to be able to take this off of YouTube and do it where we don't have to worry about any of you people trying to screw with me. Because right now, this is all being recorded. And I'm going to have it. So they could strike me. They could get rid of me, whatever. This will always exist. There's a reason I'm going to do 1 show in a week.
Yeah, that's okay. It will always exist. Don't forget that. It will always exist. And I know your mother and father will be really proud of their son.
We're doing this raw. This is all raw. We'll get the guests. We'll get the live calls.
It's definitely going to be raw. For real.
Entertaining couple
He's going
hours
to fuck around and get his feelings hurt.
I'm not going up against Monday Night Football. I'm not going to go up against Thursday Night
Well,
NFL.
we know you're not going to go up against any football because you're a fucking loser.
I'm not going to do that. What I am going to do is immediately after this show,
instead of you driving around with no insurance. Oh my God, you got me busted.
We're going to explain
busted, and no, my dad didn't. My dad didn't own his house. He sold it and moved to Colorado, where we went and stayed.
One more chance.
Boom.
Delete every show.
For being a PI, you're messy as fuck, and you don't know what you're talking about, Willis. But that's okay, because I'm going to do you the favor.
Don't go on to these other shows. Don't worry, Queen Bee and those little cast of weirdos, that little USC lesbian lady that thinks she's cute.
Whose lesbian lady is that, Cappy? Or lesbian nun?
Can you imagine? There's a reason why they don't want you to see what they look like.
You live in Canada.
Yeah.
Shut your mouth.
It's all bloated whales, big pigs.
Yeah.
They can't handle what they look like. They're so embarrassed of what they look like that they hide.
Exactly.
By the way, next Tuesday,
damn,
I will
he's
do
telling
an entire
all the
show
fucking
without wearing a
secrets.
hat. What do I
That
do?
did it. That fucking
Next
did
Tuesday,
it. He's telling all the
this show,
secrets.
entire program, no hat.
Always next
No hat.
Tuesday.
Right. Where's I want to know where Aaron Wadsworth called that. Can he please play that call that he was going to play?
Where are you at?
He's
You want me to
scamming
come
about
on your
that
show?
too.
Show what you look like. I know what you look
See,
like.
look, he has a
Now I
vendetta
know
against gay
unequivocally
lesbians.
why
Yes,
you
he
don't like
does.
anybody else do.
Yes, he does.
Lex QT, you can say what you want, but you're screwed.
Lesbian nun. Cap,
They know
you better
about
get
the
after
food
you,
stamp.
a lesbian nun.
Taken while you were making money, you weren't reporting. I got your husband talking about it. By the
You
way,
don't have us talking about it.
part 2 of the phone call next week. He called me back.
Next week.
He called me back.
Oh, shut the fuck up. He didn't call you back. Shut your mouth. And if he did, he wasn't fucking with you anyway. He was calling to cuss your ass out. Perplexed, if you want to click the link and come up, you can, girl. Come on up.
I don't know.
The video you were playing on the live earlier, we played it the other night. The shit was fucking hilarious, bitch.
Hold on, that's not that one. Oh, I got tons of them.
He is.
All I know is if he called the police department, they probably said, leave that bitch alone. She's crazy as fuck.
Dude, you weren't supposed to tell her we were talking. Oh, we got tons of it. You're right. No reason to go after the children. The fact that you're their mother is punishment enough.
This is
I mean, come on. Some old Vegas whore.
Really?
Right. The fact that you're the son of your mom and dad, I'm sure they're embarrassed as fuck.
How is a woman who gets her
See, and you know what? His
stapled
estranged sister won't speak to him either. So,
if you get your stomach stapled, don't you want less food?
what the fuck is he talking about? Who got their
You
stomach
want less
stapled?
food. You're going to say this is all for your children? You're doing this for your children?
What the fuck is he? Where did he get all this
Washington,
stupid
what's
shit
going on?
from?
Okay. First of all, I mean, I can't. This is too much. But he really, really, really wants Laura to delete all her videos about him, and I cannot.
He said this is just too much.
I can't imagine like this is the worst way to get her to do that. Like, it's like he's purposely making it so she will never ever delete anything about him, because I wouldn't at this point.
Girl, what the fuck?
Okay, I have my stomach stapled.
So he's talking about you then. What a dumb fuck.
Yeah, he's talking about me. And here's my thing. What I find really the most comical are the people in his chat. Because guess what, Jim? When you have haters, it means you're relevant. It means that people take the time. You have 2,000 people in your live right now speaking about me. I'm fucking awesome then, Jim. That's what you don't get. He's such a fucking stupid dumbass.
I mean,
He went live and showed that he's live. A state agent. It speaks volumes. Volumes. Thank you, Jim. I couldn't ask for better.
But at this point, after watching this, do you now feel like you want to take down all of your content?
No.
Exactly. So he is just not very good at getting the results that he wants.
He never even asked me to take it down.
Well, that was the original thing. The original threat was for do this by next Tuesday, unless you take everything down, never speak about me ever again. And that didn't work.
That ain't gonna happen. I'm not going to speak about him anymore either, because I just think he's a fucking waste of space.
He thinks he can go live once a week, and people are going to... I can't.
They keep saying food stamp fraud. Nobody was a fraud. He's such a fucking loser.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
The only fraud was him, and the cops are going to prove it tomorrow.
He said, like, these women, they've always... I can't even repeat him saying that they've always wanted a guy like me, because it's making me ill to say it. But I just think that he has a very unrealistic view of himself. Like, he doesn't... When he looks in the mirror, he sees something that the rest of the world is not seeing, obviously.
Because he's a total narcissist, and it's absolutely hysterical.
I mean, where is he right now? Like, what?
Probably in his mommy's
in his camper.
Yeah, this is. I realized. I thought that was like
He's
weird.
hiding out in his camper, trying to act all hard and tough.
Yeah,
He's not.
background. That was like a weird wallpaper, but I see now that it's like a ripped piece of fabric, like a sheet or something that he hung up behind him.
And he puts me in the same background as his football jerseys. That speaks a lot. Because I mean his football helmets, because that says he puts me on a pedestal with his football. Thanks, Jim.
I feel like a FBI profiler could talk a lot about what the meaning of that little studio he set up was. Let me see. Is he done now? I'm gonna just keep playing this again.
Hey, I just want to give you a heads up. There's some troll group on YouTube that's restreaming your stream at the same time as you're broadcasting. So under the
fuck that.
OG.
Oh, it's great.
They got a title Jimmy Khan's channel. I'm sending a pic to Doug so you can take a look at it.
Send it to Doug, my friend. I appreciate it. Hey, listen, of course they want to copy me. Of course they want to piggyback this. Of course they want part of this.
Who the hell is this guy?
I'm flattered. Let him record it. They're all watching it. They're all watching it. So you're right, Perplexed. We'll let your son in his miserable high school freshman year, your two 17-year-old
See, why
twins
does he have to go to your kid?
doing.
That's bullshit. Stop talking about people's
Why does
kids.
a woman
Fucking
who has
idiot.
her stomach stapled need all that extra food? We taking it away from your kids? I don't know. Maybe your kids should look at you and say, hey, Mom, shut the fuck up. Be quiet.
Oh, my God.
Leave this man alone. Queen Bee?
Leave him alone?
We'll get you next week. Guys, I appreciate it. The love has been overwhelming, keeping me constantly at 2,000 people.
I'm ready. I stay ready, little bitch. I stay ready, little bitch.
One call at a time. I appreciate everything that you guys have done. You asked me, I showed, and you showed. That's all I can do. I'll get better.
I just want the Aaron Wadsworth call that you said you had, you lying fuck.
We could do this. I'm thinking maybe OnlyFans. There's other aspects, but we got the first one out of the way. He
might do an OnlyFans.
You know what? There's just one little thing. I just,
and I've got her at 9286. And you said there's a lot of criminal charges.
Oh yeah, and she said, yeah, he's a crazy ass.
She said no.
You know what? We'll play that next
right,
week.
She
That's
said
the
no.
police department talking
And
about
he's gonna be like, yeah, that's her.
You owe them some money. They're looking for it. We got a lot coming next week, guys.
I don't owe shit. I don't owe nobody money, so your PI job failed, you bitch.
To find me every Tuesday. I love the callers. I absolutely love it.
He seems very
failed again. But who's the her?
Yeah, we did.
Oh my God, is this over now?
Excellent. Excellent. Cindy, thank you so much.
Is he looking at his PayPal?
Steven, thank you so much. Amber, everybody out there, thank you so much, guys. What you guys were able to do with PayPal just blew me away. Absolutely blew me away. God bless you people. I'll try to entertain you. We'll see if we can't solve a couple of cases. I didn't get to some things. I got people that wanted to come on the show, but we got a lot out. We got the first one done. That's the most important thing. No thanks. Right now, we're going over there. Everybody, no thanks. Let's go over there. God bless everybody. We'll see you on the flip side next Tuesday, 10 o'clock. God bless.
No thanks. Let's go over there.
No police department is giving out info. I have no idea what you're even talking about.
Well, I mean, basically, that
wasn't my police department.
No. This is him about Jim is such
This is Jim talking shit, being fucking stupid.
Yeah, Jim is such a bad PI and so bad at figuring anything out that he didn't figure anything out, but I'm such an idiot that I said something on a live stream that
fuck him too. Let's talk about this pregnant nun. See, he said you're a lesbian nun. How the hell are you a lesbian nun, my cap?
Did she come back up?
No, not yet.
So basically, Jim is still completely incompetent and unable to figure anything out.
What did your husband end up saying to him? That's what I was wanting to know. When he called him back and cussed his ass out, what all did he say to him? Because you know he cut that call off.
No, that was about it.
Oh yeah, because his 45-minute call was really only like 8 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. He's such an idiot. I played it on your live.
I know. It was great. You had the perfect response That was hilarious when you called your husband and had that conversation. And that's why, because he keeps thinking he can say like, I'll have this next week, and then it completely gets deflated by the time he does it, and it's embarrassing. He said he was going to have all these guests tonight, and he had none.
Is it true that his dad is just like him?
I have no idea.
Because someone told me his dad was a con man. I mean that he was a con man. Yes, I did, Carmick.
I don't know his dad, but I know he got pissed as fuck and said he got really pissed about somebody calling his dad saying something, and I don't know what was said or what happened, but he was mad as fuck about it.
Oh, I'm going to call his dad. I plan on calling his dad tomorrow with the police.
I feel like bad for his family, like, because it must be very difficult to deal with, you know what I mean? To like, I'm sure, could you imagine having a son like this? Like, I'm sure it's brought them a lot of heartache over the years.
Oh, I'm sure, but I plan on calling his dad with the police tomorrow and finding out where he is so they can.
Well, he uses the dad's only address that he uses is his dad's business address, right? So, if you're trying to contact him, even when they sent the cease and desist, they sent it to the dad's business address because that's the only thing he has listed.
Wait, hold on, Josh, please tell me one thing that this man said that was true. I'll wait. Like, seriously? Please tell me one thing this man said that was true. Because I haven't been able to find one. So if you can show me anything you said that's true, I'm all ears.
He's a really bad liar, basically. I don't think he lives with his people saying like he lives with his parents. I don't know if he lives with I don't think he lives with his parents. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know what kind of relationship his family has with him. I feel it can't be easy. Like, I kind of feel like I'm not one of those people who thinks that if somebody's crazy like this, that like, oh, it must be the parents' fault. Like, some people just come out wrong, you know?
Yeah, but Lilith, he lies so much, you don't even know if it's true. I believe he's in Florida. I really do.
He might be. I mean, who knows? I have no idea where he is. I mean, I also don't, like, doesn't even matter. Like,
well, I need to know.
Well, yeah, I know for like all the stuff he's doing, but I mean, at some point, I mean, like I said, the only legal address he has anywhere is his business address that he registers business at, and that is a Florida address, and that's where his dad is. So if people are trying to get in touch with him legally or whatever, that's where they're gonna go. So I don't know why he's complaining about that.
Yeah, he's not in Biloxi.
No, that's a big old lie.
Oh, you can't see my name on here, damn it.
What is it? Is it?
Let me go fix it.
No, I'm just, because I'm a lesbian nun from USC, so I said go Trojans. That's all.
It's really interesting.
Funny that's not a Catholic school either, but anyway. I'm not a traditional nun either. So
I would like for you to come up here. If there's any way you can come up here, would you come on up here?
I saw it the last 10 minutes because I was on my own live. Please tell me why you would stay in that chat. Anybody that stayed in that chat, I cannot associate with. Like, for real. I just can't believe that you stayed in that chat and listened to all his bullshit and all his narcissism over and over and over. I can't with that. I just can't. Everyone knew I was a stripper, and everyone knew I fucking went live from Mexico. There was nothing he exposed that I didn't tell before.
I feel like everything he said, you had said everything about. Like, I knew that about your ex-husband passing away. Like, I just heard that randomly of you saying it. Like,
is this you, Black Dove?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, I just popped this up for a minute. Go ahead.
You what?
I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt.
Oh, it's that she put an overlay on.
Hold up. I need to back out of the stream and then fix my audio. It's cucked. One sec.
All right.
But you know what, Snoopy? Here's the bigger picture. Why is he talking about my dead ex-husband? Why is he talking about my children? You want to talk about me being a former stripper? I don't give a fuck. But why are you talking about my kids? Why are you talking about Brad? why are you talking about that shit? And everyone's eating it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So many people are just kind of like their moral compass is like non-existent now, and they're just okay with that in the chat.
That's my
I don't care how many people fucking hate you, Laura. Your kids and your dead ex-husband. No, not okay, dude.
Thank you.
Hello?
That's how I feel too.
Hi.
I think I fixed it.
I mean, there are people, Cappy, there are people who believe that the world is flat. So, you know what I mean? Like, at some point, you know, it's not that surprising that an idiot could find, you know, 1,000 other idiots to listen to him.
But I shared it. And wait, am I saying this wrong? Okay, when I go after Jim, I've gone after Jim personally. I've never attacked his family. I've never attacked his friends. I've never attacked his exes. I've never attacked any of that. And all these people are perfectly okay with him going after my kids, talking about Brad, everything. You know what? I got nothing for anybody that was okay with what was just done. I don't.
You heard me say that was wrong, right?
Yeah, but you still stayed in there and watched the whole thing from what I'm heard. You were right there. That's
What, in that show? I wanted to see what it was about.
The second that someone goes after my kids for no apparent reason, I never went after his kids. I mean, he doesn't have any, but I never went after his family, at least not yet. I've never gone after his exes, at least not yet. I haven't done any of that. So anyone that's okay with what he's doing and stayed in there the whole fucking stream that was about me listening to that and being okay with that, I got a problem with that because it's feeding his narcissism.
No, there was a lot of people in there who weren't okay with that. And when I was on a panel with him and he started bringing that stuff up, and you even played a clip of it when I was there, I'm like, that's not cool.
His channel's not going to last very long with him doing that. His channel's going to get shut down. He's going to lose it.
Well, I said that was indefensible. Like going after people's kids, Doug's kids, your kids, anybody's kids. That's just ridiculous.
And I mean, to be fair, we were watching the whole thing too. And I'm sure a lot of people, I mean, I'll judge people by the comments they put in there if they said anything to agree with them. But I'm sure there's a lot of people in there hate watching who are making.
Oh, there were. But I'm saying people that weren't hate watching that, I know he's in love with me, Laura Lee. That's obvious. You know, for a narcissist though. But the fact that, you know, people that were pretty much okay, or like my haters, like I said, I'm thrilled to have that many haters. It means I'm doing something right. Because for all those haters, I have 17,000 that actually like me.
I mean, I think he did a very poor job, like taking you down tonight, because he just basically exposed. I mean, he looks ridiculous. Like, he didn't say anything new. He said this all before. You already talked to your ex-husband and just preempted the whole thing. And it's like, was the dumbest thing ever. All these things he said was going to happen that we knew was not going to happen. He was not going to have a streaming website. He was not going to have all these people, all these guests. Like, it was pathetic. It was really pathetic.
Yeah, see, he probably would get somewhere if he would actually let you guys call in and talk about the case and talk about what's going on, because I can tell that's what you're interested in, Black Dove. I know that you're not here for doxing and arguing and talking shit, and I can tell that's not what you're here for. But what I want to know is, you know, how are you okay, or how are you comfortable with the way he treats you and talks to you while you're up there? I don't take that shit as a joke.
Well, okay. So, and people have gotten on my case for not trashing Jim, not defending Laura, not trashing Laura, not defending Jim. It's like,
yeah, see, I'm not asking about any of that. I'm asking how are you okay with being comfortable sitting up there on the panel with him the way he treats you? And I'm not talking about Laura or anybody. I'm talking about you and him. Well, are you comfortable with that? Are you okay with that? The way he talks down to you and talks to you and makes jokes about, you know, your sexuality and being gay and stuff like that. Are you okay with that?
The stuff that he says to me is way tamer than anything that I've heard in my life, to be perfectly honest. Like, what he says to me, I don't find offensive because I've heard way worse. And I think it's that simple. He's very crass. He comes off like, I mean, yesterday I think unintentionally, but now he's bagging on them constantly. The Lance and Kimber,
Yeah, you know, see, he flips like a fish.
He's a closet homosexual. I can't believe nobody knows this. That's why he's always gay bashing. He said earlier that his problem with me is because I question his sexuality. Hello? He's homophobic because he's a fucking gay man and won't admit it publicly.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, I will say that I find that the most homophobic people are often they're homosexuals themselves that are in the closet, because in my personal experience, that's how I was when I was in the closet. So I don't know. I mean, he's a little old for that, but you know, so is Kurt if he is indeed gay. But I honestly, like, I know people want me to get up here and rip Jim Terry for gay bashing me or whatever, gay bashing somebody else, but I haven't heard that. Like, he hasn't said anything to me that I find personally offensive.
What?
I haven't. He hasn't said anything to me. Like, I mean, my friends call me the F word, like massive F word, as a joke. And I'm fine with that. Like, it's a running gag between me and my friends. Like, they call me that.
But
and
they're your friends. They're not some narcissistic psychopath on YouTube.
I mean,
well, you know, if I thought he was slighting me for real and actually insulting me, and I have called him out on stuff he said that I don't think is okay, you know, but
I have seen that. I have seen you, like,
and I didn't know if you did it
like
privately.
call him out.
You know, I have no private communications with him because he doesn't use email. And I pretty much.
No, and I remember like the private. I remember Doug reading the private chat out. Like, I want to read this, and like when you told him, like, I can't defend this, dude. You're being nasty. When he was doing something, I forget, but
it was the thing.
I think a lot of people like you, and it just hurts their heart or something. Well, I think you're cool.
That was about Laura's kids, and I'm like, you can't say stuff about people's kids and their dead husband. Doesn't matter how it happened or whatever. You can't bring that out and you know, trash people for that. And I said that I can't defend that. And I won't defend the indefensible.
He was outright racist tonight. Yeah, that he really was, though. Like that comment that she just pinned, like when he said like that we're a bunch of women that can't get white guys, so we date black guys because we're so ugly. Because you know, black men are less than
somebody. He said he was calling people dykes and shit. Like, what are you doing?
I think that Lilith Morningstar is right where she says it sounds like Black Dove's just trying to pick his battles on Doug's stream and like order.
Right.
I think that's true, but I think that if you're saying Black Dove that you haven't really heard that he's actually slighting and insulting you, I mean, he to your face is treating you like is insulting you up there constantly. The things he says, and that's fine if you're okay with it. But then when you said you don't think he's actually insulting you, it's like.
But it's not that I'm a pussy. It's that I've got a thick skin, and the stuff that he says is basically, to me, it comes off as more like locker room talk and just being crass. Like, if he actually insulted me, I would go off.
Well, I think he is actually insulting you, but I understand what you're saying, that you think that it's like, you know, guy talk or just like whatever. I don't get that feeling at all. I think it's pretty, like, he has a pretty low, I think he's very condescending to you and takes a lot of jabs at you. But I also assumed that I agreed with what Lilith Morningstar was saying. It's like everybody wants like Black Dove to be the person who calls them out or like causes a problem. It's like, you don't, if I went in on every single person who I was ever on a panel with that I have an issue with and like called them out, like everything they've ever done, it's like, it just stops all communication. So maybe he's just not interested in doing that. But I do think that he treats you pretty horribly, and he says really, really shitty
like
stuff.
From an outsider's point of view, you know what I'm saying? Because I know it's you and him, but like from an outsider's point of view, when we're watching it, it's like, man, I can't believe he's taking that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn.
Well, that kind of the stuff he says to me kind of rolls off like water off a duck's back. And there's way worse stuff going on in my life that, you know, has me way more troubled than anything that Jim Terry says like that.
He just doesn't want to deal with the Jim Terry thing. And he's not going to, because I don't think he could go at it with Jim and then keep talking on Doug's channel the way he has. So like for him, if he's making a decision that he's just trying to keep his place where he's at and not deal with all this other stuff. I mean,
well, the other problem is it's not my channel, and people invite me to their streams like you just did. I wasn't planning on coming up on a stream at all today, but somebody invites me. What am I going to say? No, screw you. Like, that's rude. So I try not to be rude, and I try to be respectful of the host, whoever that may be. And I just want useful information. I don't like drama. I don't like fights. That's why I'm not going to make a YouTube channel and get into this stuff. And people are like, you need to make your own channel. I'm like, nope. Sorry, not going to happen. Got other stuff.
I just think one interesting that you really do talk about how you just want information on the case, and I've seen you try to do that. At the same time, the streams, a lot of the streams that you've been involved with, and the panelists are the sources of such extreme amounts of misinformation, disinformation, like that. I mean, to me, it's like it's crazy. Like for somebody who is most interested about the facts of the case, to spend so much time around, places where it is just massive amounts of like misinformation constantly all the time. I just don't get the appeal. I guess I just don't understand the appeal of it.
Well, it's not so much the appeal as people ask me to come on. Like I literally have only ever asked to come up twice. And that was the first time on Tyler Feller's show. I asked to come up because there was an unanswered question that still hasn't really been answered regarding Chase Venstra. And also why, if the feds were involved, they haven't brought out the heavy equipment. And apparently they have finally done that with planes and helicopters. And then people were like, oh, get Black Dove on the panel, bring him up. And so I've kind of, done that when they ask me to. Sometimes I don't have any real information to give, but they still want me on the panel anyway. So I'm like, okay.
Hey, Black Dove, I got a question. Ranger, I know you and Ranger have problems, but he does bring up a really good point. There are very serious channels covering Dylan's case, yet you choose the drama channels. I don't buy anything he says, but he's right about that. There are other channels covering the case that are serious. Why do you always are prone to Doug and Jim when they don't even give anything legit?
I mean, I've messaged Duty Ron and Gray Hughes, and I don't know that many other channels. Like I told you before, when I found this thing, it was by accident on Reddit, and then I find out all this other stuff that kind of sucked me into it, like finding out that Dylan and I have two of the same initials, the same middle name, and it was just weird. Like I don't follow true crime, so I don't know what other channels he's referring to. I messaged Duty Ron. He messaged me
don't?
back.
I didn't know that.
No, I don't follow true crime at all. I literally got into this thing completely by accident.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were a true crime fan. Like I thought you did, true crime with, you know what I mean? Like we all do.
No, I told Laura the other day.
Okay, that explains a lot.
Well, the other day when Laura had me up, I was explaining something. And the only time I'd ever heard true crime as a phrase or whatever in my entire life was on that Geico commercial where the woman's like, a little true crime would be nice. And I thought it was some genre on Netflix. I'm not shitting you either. That's literally what I thought. I'm like,
no, I know what you're talking about too. Yeah.
So.
And I would, what's funny is when I saw it, I was thinking to myself like, oh, that phrase is coined now and it's around. That's so funny. Like.
I was the same way. I mean, I was the same way when I ended up with my rabbit hole that for some reason I'm here now, just 2 years ago. People were using these things like TC, like people were saying TC. And I'm like, what the fuck is TC? And it's like true crime. And to me, true crime was like a section at the bookstore. You know what I mean? Like when there's books about like an actual crime, which is factual and stuff like that. Or maybe, like ID discovery shows and things like Unsolved Mysteries. And it's like this whole other thing that's crazy. So he had said it, Cappy. It is true. It seems like he clicked a link, came to Doug's channel, so I can see how he got kind of pegged into
right. That's
that.
What I'm saying. Yeah, and I understand how that is. Like when I was new to these YouTube communities like 5-6 years ago, and I stayed with the channel I was with for a long time until I could not handle the bitch anymore. But that was Mrs. Fucking Wonderful. God, she was terrible. But yeah, I landed there and there was immediately some bonds and some loyalty and it gets it's a slippery slope kind of, it's kind of hard. I get it.
Yeah, Ranger, I agree. I mean, I can't dictate to Black Dove. I can't police him. He's a grown man, and he's not like in his 20s or anything like that. But I don't.
Well, and also I've seen him call him out, and I'm more comfortable with that he has called him out and not just laughed when bad things are happening.
Right. Well, Ranger was saying that he actually feels a little bit sad now to hear Black Dove saying like that he actually is okay with the way Doug treats him. Like, you know, other people have done worse to me. Like I have worse things. That he's accepting that as like as acceptable to like be in the same room kind of with someone who's doing that. And he was
Doug's super nice to me though.
Mm-hmm.
And when all this drama BS started, Laura, you've got the email. You read it, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, I sent a long email to everybody at the same time whose panels I go on, talking about the drama, how I want to back away, and I don't like it. And how I think that, you know, there's certain things that you can say and there's certain things that are indefensible, and I don't want to get, you know, in the middle of that crap. And I think it detracts from the valuable work that people can do to actually think tank and do something that's meaningful. And Laura's got the email. You can read it if you want. Like, you can bring it up right now and read it verbatim. I don't care.
I mean, I feel bad for you because I think that I've seen this before, that you're just kind of doing that. Like, I am not, like, listen, I am not interested in aligning with one person or another person. I'm just doing my thing. And as behaviors come out, I will say I'm okay with that behavior or I'm not okay with that behavior. But I'm not going to be like, you know, in the drama, like aligning myself with one person. That is totally normal. I just want to tell you that I've seen it before, and people, for some reason, you are not.
Thank you, Donnie Brasco. I really love how you said that. I mean, please come up on the panel and tell it to my face.
Who was it? What did I miss?
No, you got Donnie Brasco saying that I'm a drama queen.
Well, here's the thing.
Okay.
I'm not going to allow you to people. You can see how people are like all this thing like Black Dove. They're trying to like get you on different sides. It's weird, but people aren't going to allow you to be neutral in this way. And it's fine if it doesn't bother you, but if it starts to bother you, the people are kind of always like picking at you to like not be neutral. I mean, that's not going to stop. You can't just put a blanket thing out where you say I'm not about the drama and people are going to leave it alone.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But, you know, Ringo says that you are a wealth of factual knowledge.
And there's some lovely conspiracy theories out there now, too. Like I'm taking money for this somehow from Doug, which is horseshit.
I'm sure Doug is not paying you any money, so.
Nobody pays me nothing.
I'm positive he's not doing that.
No, he offered me a channel and I declined. He offered me a channel that already had like 1,000 subs or something. I'm like, I don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's nice. That was nice of him.
It wasn't nice.
Yeah, I was wondering why you just don't want a channel, or you don't want anything to do with YouTube, or I mean, like what? Why didn't you want it?
He said he had to share the info with him. He said he would still keep control. He's like, I'll share the password and all that stuff with you. But if I was somebody, don't give me a thing. And then he was going to keep.
Oh, no, yeah. I thought he was giving
No, it wasn't even that. I wouldn't care about that. It's more like I don't want the drama and the BS because it devolves into something that's not about, you know, what I was interested in, which was this mystery, because that's what it was to me in the beginning, was a big mystery. Like the last time I got involved in a crime, and I've said this a million times, like the last thing that interested me was the Las Vegas shooting, because none of it made sense. Just like nothing about Dylan's disappearance makes sense. Mm-hmm. And that was 5 years ago now. So that was the last time I even looked, and I posted stuff on Reddit about it, you know, and most of that's been deleted and memory hold by now. So
the other thing is this YouTube, whatever this is at YouTube, it is very different than Reddit. Like, it is very different. Because I also used to be more of a Reddit person before I came over here, and I feel like it's just different. People in Reddit, people like will kind of like appreciate somebody who wants to lay out all the facts, and it's not like that over here. That's why I think it's the true crime YouTube is insane. It's bullshit. I don't think it's actual true crime. In a way, like I just feel like it's just a bunch of.
Well, Reddit's mostly bots and shills too, so.
Yeah, no, I know. I mean, nothing's perfect, but it's definitely a different. You know, there's like a different discourse on like Facebook versus Reddit versus
I don't use Facebook.
Right, like it has a different. Everything has a different like flavor to it or whatever. But I don't know what some people call it crama, like it's true crime mixed with drama. I guess that's the best word for it.
Well, because like any community that has like majority females, it's just like bound to happen, dude. It's like it always does.
Women though.
I don't know. That's what I've noticed at least, and I do a lot of community hopping, so it seems like that the prison community, like of all places, had the least crazy drama and doxing and shit. It really did.
Look at this great comment. Black Dove is great. He's a very notable person. If you're talking bad about him, you're acting like Jim Terry. It's really sad.
Oof.
I don't understand. Is anybody talking bad about Black Dove?
I was gonna say, is somebody talking bad about you in the chat or something? I didn't
Black
see
Dove is
anybody.
is great. He's a very notable person. If you're talking bad about him, you're acting like Jim Terry. It's really sad. I think that comment might be directed at Brasco. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but Donnie Brasco can have like they can have their opinion, right? Like I said,
Right.
I pushing on. I think that pushing on Black Dove about it is just not really worth.
Well, sure, but see, what Donnie Brasco said is more offensive to me than what Jim Terry says. Honestly, it's like I'm a drama queen. Okay, well, give me the receipts to back that up.
Well, I think I'm gonna assume they could say in the chat that they're probably gonna say like, you really are talking a lot about how much you don't like how much people are like forcing you to pick a side, or how people like always asking you to come up on panels and stuff like that. And a good way to make that stop would be to just retreat from that instead of narrating it so much. But that's what I assume they might be like referring to. But I don't think that they're being like, again, like keep saying like that you're in the middle of it and you choose to be in the middle of it, whether it's right or wrong. Donnie Brasco, he's not insulting. He's talking about what's happening, right? He's talking about like behaviors and actions. He's not.
Yeah, I was just saying, Katie said you continue to go on these panels, and I think they mean like up with Doug and Jim and stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, I know you're really interested in the case. I can tell, and I know that, you know what I'm saying? You mainly try to keep the conversation about Dylan's case and about things going on with Dylan, but it's like every single time they drag you into other shit. And it's really hard. Like Laura said, it's really hard when we see you over in a chat. I'm sorry.
I just mute when the drama BS happens. I just mute my microphone and let them fight or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I just was kind of curious. I mean, like I said, though, when we seen you over there, we're like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, how do you support this? But I know there's a lot of haters over there watching too, because like I said, it's a fucking train wreck. Everybody wants to watch it. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to watch it, but you can't turn your head away from it because it's awful.
Oh, I could. I had no desire to watch it.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could. I mean, but I mean, we clowned it a little bit. Like I said, it's ridiculous. Now, if he could keep his like facts and he could keep to the cases, he would bring stuff good to the cases. But to sit here and say that Dylan's gay and go against his mother, like I feel like if you really are serious about the case and you really are serious about Dylan, you know what I'm saying? And this is like something that, you really are serious about this altogether, you would understand how bad he's hurting Dylan's family by doing this.
Can you share my screen?
And he really is hurting them really bad. I talked to the family. You know what I'm saying? He really is hurting them.
I don't approve of some of the stuff he said about the family, but who am I to chastise him when I'm just a guest on a panel?
Okay, Black Dove, I want you to see this.
Huh?
This is Dennis Justice, president, and I'm not showing all of this tonight, but I just want to show you a couple things. Yes,
what is this?
It's about
okay.
Yes, one of those supposed 4 or 5 internet posters hating on Jim Terry. Otherwise, you don't know me, probably will never meet me or talk to me. You do not have to heed anything you're about to read. Frankly, you don't even have to read this letter. It's pretty long, so I couldn't blame you. But if you are concerned about your company's name being embarrassed or dragged through the mud by someone you just met recently and did not do a real examination on, I would strongly recommend reading everything in this letter and follow up on every single link and resource I provide you. Jim Terry is a cancer to minor league sports, especially indoor football. This is not just my opinion. Many of us who have followed minor league sports for many years will attest that everything I claim here is true. Among the many reasons you should cut off Jim Terry. Jim Terry.
Hold on a sec. I got a quick question. Somebody emailed you this?
No, I got this from someone else.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure where it came, if it came to you or what. I've never seen this. So, okay, go ahead.
This is the PDF from the indoor. Posted on the Facebook groups. It's old. It's like from like 2007.
Oh, okay.
Jim
All
Terry.
right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't know I just wanted to clarify what it was. I'm sorry.
Jim Terry is a convicted criminal. Jim Terry was convicted of check fraud during his days in Florida, running an athletic recruiting service. Not incidental checks either. It shows links. Jim Terry is banned from all public schools in Pinellas, Florida. Pinellas County, Florida, as of 2004. Terry, who played at Countryside before transferring to Youngstown, Ohio, Cardinal Mooney, before his senior year in high school, faces arrest if he steps on the grounds of any Pinellas County public school because of a trespass warning stemming from an incident with a coach. Any Pinellas County public school. That is fucking insane.
What, do you beat somebody up on the campus or something?
I don't know. But any county school?
It was because of an incident, a trespassing incident with the this was back in the day when he was doing the athletic recruiting thing, and he caused a lot of problems down there when he was trying to do stuff with high school athletes. So I mean, you see how he acts. So in the real world, I know that how he acts people on YouTube. He also acts like that with people in the real world. So he obviously gets banned from stuff and hung up on and blacklisted from stuff all the time.
Jim Terry violated NCAA regulations running in that same recruiting service. As you know, NCAA regulations prohibit agents involved in the college recruiting process, as well as many ethical issues with claims of his resume, client relations, and flat out being able to handle sporting events. And there's all evidence, which I'll go through on my own channel. But Jim Terry has leached off Morris Claret. Even when he was coaching in Steubenville, Jim Terry mysteriously resigns from Steubenville coaching job, claiming sickness. Yet he was coaching the Carolina Ghost Riders to the ground just 3 weeks later. Jim Terry coached the second and final home game for the Carolina Ghost Riders, one of the big four, as I call, as to who's responsible for that debacle. If you're not convinced something is wrong with Jim Terry by now, please stop reading, delete the email, the file, any reference you have to this document, because you're lost. Jim Terry is not supported in Youngstown as market base. He has a nasty habit of bashing people who were once on his side. He repeatedly said Cleveland sports fans were stupid for supporting Cleveland teams. Gee, all this sounds real familiar. Maybe it has something to do with this editorial. Talking about the editorial, there was other stuff in here. Jim Terry's conduct on message board and TV radio shows is despicable. Jim Terry or his brother, also known as Mr. X or other friends, had repeatedly and shamelessly insulted my wife, said she had a smelly snatch, was a prostitute, had an abortion with another man's baby, did pornography, link above. Too bad the skin color was wrong, also saying it was black. You get the idea. Jim Terry is very well known to do these kinds of things of tactics. Now, mind you, this is over 10 fucking years ago. Tactics to anyone who crosses him. In case you doubt it's him, on Jim Gilley's internet radio show, and this is taped, Jim Terry called in and said he wanted to bend Gilley's wife over and do her in the ass. Then he called right back and said, it hurts when I pee, before he got cut off. Both Gilley's and Mr. Moorhead both confirmed this happened.
This is not surprising. You talk about
it hurts when he pees.
This is the man you're doing business with. The actual thread, note the number of pages and posts. This was possibly the most read thread in the newspaper's history. Jim Terry then proceeded to refer to the chamber as filthy pigs on the Moorhead internet show. I can go on and on. Believe me, I can. I can mention other things like claiming to have 2 college degrees, falsely claiming to be a 7-year arena football veteran. So now we know how old this is. His career is a joke. One coach called him a garbage kicker and such, but you get the gist. The league was going to fail even if I never posted anything. I could have backed off. That is until it got personal when he attacked my wife. Typical Terry behavior. He's been told not to call my house and harass my family, and he still does. He's beneath me and my family, doesn't need to talk to convicted criminals. He attacks me the hardest because I post my real name. I need to get this guy for an interview. Jim Terry is known to try to get enemies he knows fired by calling their employer. And because I'm pointing out the idiocy of his scams and incompetence, so I have no problem warning others about him, but I can only do so much. If someone wants to be deluded, I can't help them. If you remain with him, I have no sympathy for you. Ignore him telling you how everyone else is a snake and he's the good guy. Forget his promise of the moment. Look at his lies from the past. If even a few of these things are true, you should drop him quickly for your own good. He will embarrass your company sooner or later. If you decide to cut him off, do it and completely. No return period. The sooner, the better. Either way, you'll find out sooner or later that you were duped. Jim Terry is a no-good, two-faced, lying slimeball, and you should do far better research into minor league sports in the future. In the future, I recommend this website, the best minor league sports website out there. Unfortunately, people have to learn the hard way. This is the Frontline Insurance Field. It is not a regulation for indoor football. Where is the parking? Other pictures below. Here is the great jamboree Jim Terry held. This is on Frontline Insurance Field now. Note, the field is nowhere close to regulation. And please ask yourself, where are the bleachers for a supposed 700 season ticket holders? This was so great. The New Jersey team
who gave you all this shit?
And turned
a whole lot of shit.
Pictures are worth 1,000 words.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why he eventually, he could only do this stuff over in the indoor football thing for about 10 years or so. And then he had to, find something new, because you do this kind of stuff enough, like it's going to be hard to continue.
Hold on, Stephanie, I haven't even started yet. You think he's going to make me pay for this? I haven't even fucking started yet. So you or Doug or whoever you are can carry on, because I haven't even started.
Jim is going to make you pay for this. Just wait. What does that mean? People are weird. People are like, I feel like a lot of people don't.
I mean, he's been going at Laura for the last 2 fucking weeks. So what the fuck? I mean,
no, there's so much more of his scamming where this came from. So much more.
That's what I was going to say. You got a whole lot of shit, man. That's all. I didn't even get to see all that. I'm like, damn, girl, where'd you get all that?
Oh, I got tons. I even know his fake name he's going under. And Ringo, people on my channel miss you. Like, where's Ringo? We love Ringo.
I mean, it's like 2 decades solid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a mystery. Like, it's not.
I don't know. I just feel like if Candace and Justin and the family asked him to stop working on this case, why not have respect and work on cases you've already been paid for, like Ashley, Alex Easterling's case. He could be working on that. He took money for that case, and he could be working on that case.
He's a scam artist.
We even found, I think we found in May alone, he charged thousands to a couple different families, made a couple of phone calls, and then completely ghosted them.
I just talked to another lady today that he took $3,700 from.
Yep.
I mean,
for her missing son. Yes.
This is why people don't get it. This is all.
She reached out to me, and he basically made some calls and then blew her off. From what she understands, he was supposed to call. He was supposed to do some work for her or whatever, and never called, never came back. She hasn't spoke to him since.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's what he does. That's what he did to Ashley, and that's what
he was like. I was told to reach out to you, and I was like, yeah, and So.
So that's the problem, is that it's just the amount of money that he's taking from people, because it's more people than you even know, and it's in all sorts of states that he is not legally allowed to be working as a private investigator. I mean, we could talk all the time about he's a crass or whatever, I don't care, but I'm just talking about, like, he's stealing money from people who are going very, very vulnerable, people who are suffering.
Well, I don't know, Black Dot, have you seen any of the videos that we've made or anything that we've talked about? Have you ever been over here before?
I have not.
Okay, I didn't think you had. I wasn't sure.
Like with a couple.
Yeah, I was gonna say we have my channel is actually Queen B. My original channel is Queen B, so that's the channel. A lot of the stuff is on.
Yeah, he's a total con man, and that's what triggered him. Everyone thinks, oh, I didn't take down his stuff. What triggered Jim with me is on Tyler's panel, instead of 2,000 people, I said he's a liar and a con artist. That's what triggered him. He went off the deep end. Why? Because he knows it's true.
Oh, Crystal. Is it true that repetitive kicking a football with a huge ego caused brain injury? Asking for a friend. Yeah, I mean, I also have very little time for YouTube drama, so I fully appreciate that, and I get that, and I'm also somebody who's like very specific about information and things being correct, yeah, but my only issue is that all we did was we're talking about like finding people and letting people speak who have had money taken from them and have been scammed by him for fraudulently, for false services, let alone how bad those services were, but it just being fraudulent in the first place. And that's really the only issue. I mean, I can't stop somebody from being a nasty guy, right? Like that's a waste of my breath and my time. But we didn't want people to keep giving him, because we had no idea how much money he was getting. Like there's families we're still finding out just from May that just by digging through stuff like Facebook things, we're like, oh shit, he did this to somebody else. And they have no idea, because if you Googled them, you wouldn't get anything saying that this is a scam. Because he didn't have an internet footprint for his PI business. Now he's gone crazy and he's saying all these horrible things to the Queen and stuff. But that's why I'm here. That's it. I'm not really interested in Doug's channel or you picking a side or anything like that.
Exactly, Wonder Twin. JT's off the rails because he's been exposed. It's exactly right. And he's going to keep getting exposed. I am not the bitch that will ever back down to a narcissist like him. What's he going to do? You don't scare me, Jim. Doug, you certainly don't scare me. None of you morons scare me. So do whatever you got to do, and so will I.
I thought the beef between you and Doug was basically over when you removed his strike and all that stuff. A while ago.
I removed it, but then I never mailed in because he was sitting there threatening me.
Yeah, so I thought you did remove it. Actually, I didn't know if it ever. I thought you ended up removing it. Actually, so I didn't know what the fuck happened with that. I thought you removed it, and then he was being a dickhead. I thought that's what caused the fight.
No, I never removed it. I started to, and then they told me that I needed to, mail them stuff, and I never did after he threatened me. Jasper, please tell me what I've been exposed for. I'll wait. What did they expose? Tell me what Jim exposed. I can't wait to hear this. I didn't lie about removing it. I was going to remove it. Then he threatened me. So fuck you. Now I'm not removing it. Now it can stick. And I don't really give a shit. So what did I get exposed on, Jasper? I'll wait.
I mean, it's also pointless. Like he has like these fans in here coming around saying like, this happens all the time on YouTube. People regurgitate the same, dossier that they've made up on people with all the bad stuff they found about them. And it's like this big thing, and the other person does it to the next person. It just recycles constantly, and it's pointless. It's like so stupid.
Okay, hold on. I have 2,000 people making videos exposing her on YouTube. Jasper, you have to be the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen. One, there's not 2,000, and the more haters you have, the more successful you are. So carry on. I'm sorry people are so jealous of me that they can't just turn the channel. Like, for real. But okay, Jasper, you keep carrying on with that.
Well, and honestly, like when I want to know if they have, so his Candace has came out and she did what'd you think about her interview on the news? What did you think about that?
Oh yeah.
Black Dove, what did you think about that?
Oh, I thought a lot of things. The most recent one was very interesting because she seemed like a totally different person. She was not composed at all like she had been in the previous ones.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that didn't speak too ill of her. To me, what I got out of that was more like there's a time crunch if Dylan is indeed alive. And people have asked me, well, what are your odds on that? And I say 50-50 still. 50, James Brenner killed him. Somebody helped him dispose of the body and cover everything up really well. Too well to have just been an idiot like James Brenner who blew his own fucking house up by storing gasoline inside and using a wood stove. Like, the guy's a moron. James Brenner's he's a fucking moron. Plain and simple. But
yeah.
The other 50% is that this was a well-executed plan that required multiple people to be involved. Sorry if you hear a plane going over right now. And
with him burning that guy, with him burning that down. Okay, so that shows just how stupid he is, which tells me that it didn't take long for the FBI and the police to arrest him. So they have him and Chase in their arrest. They have them in the jail. There's really nothing else to be talked. Honestly, I feel, in my opinion, there's really nothing left to be talking about with like the Kurt stuff and blaming them. Kurt's children came over on my channel and did an interview, right?
No, but
yeah, they did. Two of his children. His oldest daughter went on Zavgral, and then his one of his other daughters and his son came over and talked on my channel. We did a whole interview with them.
Yeah, people harass Zavgirl in the chat so much to bring me up to talk to Sammy that I did, and I talked to her for like an hour and a half or something on Zavgirl's channel.
I was gonna say I've seen that.
And she said some interesting stuff, but there's a lot of other interesting little tidbits that have been gleaned from some of the other interviews that have been out there with Kurt that lead me to believe that there is a possibility that Dylan was abducted, not murdered, maybe injured. That's the crime scene, taken somewhere, and he's still there, hopefully alive, and possibly could be rescued if people do things right. I'm not going to go much more into that theory, but the Candace interview was telling to me because she didn't come out like, okay, so what she did do was she said she wants all the YouTubers to STFU with all the speculation and rumors and all that stuff. However, she could have very easily done that if she had simply said, well, we're like fairly sure that Dylan's dead, and we just gotta wait for the cops to make their convictions and gather all the evidence and process the rest of it to make those convictions. However, she didn't say that. She chose her words very carefully. She got uncomfortable at certain points in the interview when they were talking about him coming home for his birthday, etc. And to me, it was more like there's a time crunch to find him, not he's definitely dead or something. Because if he was...
Very interested by that take, because I feel like she was pretty clearly saying that she's known in her heart since the first day that he had met with foul play, and that...
Yes, that's how I took it too.
I definitely think he met with foul play, but foul play doesn't equal murder.
She was pretty... I felt that she was very clearly saying that she's known from day one that he was gone, that he was deceased, and that she was talking about she actually felt relief when they finally used the word homicide investigation, because she felt like finally they're going to do the things that need to be done. So I'm just really, I thought that while she didn't use the exact, she didn't say like, I know my son is dead, right? But I felt like she was very clearly trying to communicate that. So I was just interested that you would get a different interpretation.
Oh, I got a very different interpretation from that interview than that. I don't think, primarily because if she wanted the YouTubers to STFU and go away, she would have just said, he's dead. There's nothing to talk about. We're going to find out what happened, and everybody else just, shut up.
I guess I think that she did say that, just in not those words, but that would be, you could boil down her message to that, actually. I do think that's what she said. I think this thing about him coming, he's turning birthday, like, and coming home, that they're talking about recovering his body, and that's why she was getting a little choked up. So, I mean, I'm saying like what you said, I'll tell you that the way I was 100% hearing what she was saying was that message, but just in different words.
That's not what I took from it.
So that's interesting. Yeah. But I thought she did.
Yeah, and when she got uncomfortable, I think it's because, that is her son. And, I mean, I know that, speaking from a mother's point of view, it's very hard for her, I'm sure, to rationalize with herself and believe that something did happen with her son. Because, of course, she doesn't want to think like that, but she wants to be realistic as well. She has to be realistic with everyone else when she comes to, do the news interview. And, not only that, not only does she have to focus on choosing her words wisely, but she has to also control her emotions when she wants to fall apart and break into a million pieces, and I feel like she also has to correct lies and rumors that should have never been started to begin with. Not only that, she, this family paid this man to basically come out and act a damn fool and make a donkey's ass of their entire family, embarrass their son and their family. And so they send a cease and desist. They, asked him, told him to keep the money. They don't want to work with him anymore. Just keep whatever, just stop. He continues to keep going, continues, makes a fool, continues to act a fool, continues to keep going.
Well, I mean, if you parse that cease and desist, it was sent from a pretty shady source.
Was it?
Yeah.
Why was it a shady source? Because that's actually her attorney that she used, I think.
The Swafford law firm is apparently run by the paralegal spouse of the dude.
Right, has dementia.
Yeah. So,
who told you that? Who told you that?
Well, I did a little digging, but also that came out in multiple places.
From who? That was the source.
James Terry did bring that out too. So
it's from Jim, and that's like that. That's because I had to go and correct people on this whole $6 million thing that she owes. Like that law firm has actually represented her. It's like her actual lawyer who does real work.
But let me ask you about that $6 million thing, because there are court documents that do show that she owes like 2.5 million in judgments or something, and then there's outstanding ones that add up to about 6 mil.
Did you watch the clip Queen put up, me explaining that?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Go ahead and play it so you can hear it. It's right on my channel. Go get it. I clipped it out and everything. It's real short.
For this, she just clipped it out of a thing that came up. But it's probably easier than me just repeating myself.
Yeah, because it was on a live. Oh, I was just saying you can repeat it or you can play it. It's up to you. So that he can hear it,
Right. No, it's no big deal. I got it. Give me 1 second.
Were those court docs like bogus or what?
No, they weren't bogus. People were just misreading them. And so I kind of just explained how people were misreading them. And then I don't know, like it get very intricate, right? Like you could go into because it was it became like a bankruptcy case that went through a whole appeal and stuff like that. Like when you go on Pacer, we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of documents. So it's like, I'll let you read this, like listen to this quick little thing. And then if you need it broken down for you more, we can, but like it really starts to get into the weeds just to say that this is a rumor somebody made up, but give me 1 second.
Well, I don't like bashing Candace or the family or anything like that either.
Right.
I just thought it was weird.
No. I think it's fine. I mean, like, listen, when I heard it, the reason I know this is because when I heard him say it, what I do is I go and look stuff up,
Yeah, but it's one of those things I kind of put in the corner of my mind because I didn't think it was super relevant to Dylan going missing. I think that this is
yeah, I agree
not related to that.
Yeah.
I think this is more like it's either something really simple like James Brenner did it and got help covering it up, or multiple people were in on this and made him disappear for a reason, and that reason hasn't really come out yet. Right. Like there's speculation,
right,
but nothing more.
Right. And I think I talked a little bit about like in medicine they have something when they're trying to diagnose a person. They say when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. And I think the first thing that you said about this idea that it was Jim Brenner, that's probably the horse, right? Occam's razor. And that, sure, there could be other things, but so many of the other speculations came from truly, completely incorrect and made up information that was injected into this. But Queen, I have it in the back if you want to share the screen.
What do you think of Ty Corbin and his information, though?
I just think he's a guy who lives out there, who Doug got in contact with, and
hold on, no, there's a guy, Salty Pancakes, I think is who's in the back. Y'all want me to let him? Oh, never mind, he's gone. Okay, I was gonna say, you guys, are you cool with me letting him up? But he's not there no more. So
I would love for him to come up.
Well, he was just there, but if he comes back up, I'll let him up. He was there and then he was gone. I just got back up here I seen it, opened it, and he was gone. So, Salty, if you get a chance, go ahead and pop back up. I don't know where you went, but
so basically, if you go, you can look up this lawsuit, right? And this lawsuit is this bank versus many defendants, you know, and the main defendant is her ex-boyfriend and his like cattle company. And then she's also named as a defendant, and then many other lenders are, because you know, like when you're suing, it's confused when you're suing people for money, like you might have to sue other people who they also owe money to, you know what I mean? Like kind of like if you get in a car accident and somebody hits you from behind, and you also have to sue like the person like who hit them 3 cars behind. Does that make sense? So yeah, it's like Candace, it's a smaller company that she had some share in with the boyfriend, and then all these other companies like, you know, John Deere or whatever. So it's basically bank versus et al. If you go and you look at the judgments, you'll see like there's several judgments, and it says like 2.5 million, like 1.5 million judgment, a $620,000 judgment. So God bless him, Tyler, he took out those judgments and he put them in his little spreadsheet. And then he like totaled them all up, and he says, this is what Candace owes. But those judgments weren't against her individually. The judgments, yes, the large judgments, the major judgments are against the ex-boyfriend and his larger company that he was the sole owner of. And then it looks like at some point she makes a deal, she settles with them. And so they came up with like some sort of agreement judgment, and then she's out of the case. And then he kept going, and he ends up getting all these judgments against him. And then what happened is, why they're like so mad is that they then went individually, they went to file for bankruptcy, right? So Candace goes and she files for bankruptcy, and she's able to go through her bankruptcy and complete her bankruptcy, right? You know, like the discharge of debts, all that kind of stuff. She has to sell some things, renegotiate some things. So that's separate. But then the big problem is why he was so mad is that he goes to file for bankruptcy, and the bank, you know, sometimes your creditors can say, they don't want them to file bankruptcy, and they say, no, they shouldn't be allowed to file for bankruptcy with these debts. These debts should not be discharged. Like if you assaulted somebody and you like maliciously hurt them and they got a big judgment against you, when you go to file bankruptcy, you're not allowed to discharge that debt. You know, they could stop that from being discharged because and so there's all these different reasons why you can't discharge the debt. So the bank said, nope, he can't discharge these $2.5 and $1.5 million judgments as part of his bankruptcy because he did not keep correct financial records. And they win. So he's not able to put these major things, he's not able to get out of them through bankruptcy. And he appealed it. And then the appellate court agreed with it. And his big arguments were in it. He tried to say that Candace Cooley was his bookkeeper when they were together. And then when they broke up, she left. And it's like, he was basically like, I don't know how to use a computer. And she like took the laptop and all this stuff. And like the court didn't buy it. Like they basically say like, okay, but he owned this company before he met her. Like it's still his responsibility to hold it, and he doesn't win. And he can't discharge these debts through his bankruptcy.
I'm with Ringo. Now that makes sense. Because like I said, I had never looked it up myself.
Right.
And I didn't believe Jim. But then when Tyler said he actually pulled it up and saw it, I was like, okay, I'll believe that. But again, I never checked.
He just misread it, you know? Like it was the judgments, we have to realize just because it was bank versus et al. Does not mean that every single one of those defendants are responsible for the final judgments. They were given to certain people. And she went through bankruptcy and she was able to discharge her bankruptcy, like, you know, figure it all out. Even from his thing, the one little company that she owned with him, it was like a feed company.
Okay.
And he had to sell everything off, and he actually had to split that money with her and give her $25,000. And then that just went into the trust to pay out her creditors and everything. But his big issue was he tried to go file for bankruptcy because that's what we do, and he was not allowed to include any of those major debts. They're still his, and it just went to the appellate court, and he lost on the appeal too.
Wow.
So that's like the basic just explanation that I just was giving to somebody on a panel the other day. Because I even said to Queen, like, should we do like a live about it? But you're right, like it has nothing to do at all whatsoever with the actual case. And you know, the family hasn't even tried to respond to that because it's ridiculous. But yeah, that's the basic thing of that. But I agree with you, it's not important. But when you bring up the stuff about like, okay, well, the lawyer is, you know, it's just a wife who's a paralegal doing all this fake law work for her husband who has Alzheimer's and is demented, and it's like that like literally just came from Jim, like that he just said it and spoke it into existence. So when I hear it, things like that being recycled when people are talking about it, it's like problematic because it leads you down all these like really incorrect paths.
Salty, if you want to come back up, click the link. I'll let you in. I didn't see you were down there, so come back up.
Yes, Salty, please do come up. Salty and Black Dove on the panel will get you a lot of views. Plus, people are saying that I am Salty Pancakes.
That'd be interesting. I mean, this is Queen's
I
backup.
forgot about that. People are saying that. I totally forgot.
Are you serious? They're saying
People have said I'm Jim Terry. I'm Salty Pancakes. I don't own a computer. I mean,
oh, you got a badass computer.
Indeed, I do, and it's getting pretty freaking old too. But it's still better than most people's computers out there, even though it's from 2016 when I built it. Like, there's a thing called a wait time calculation that you got to do with, well, anything that you buy or build. And I tend to do those pretty well with computers. So been holding off as long as I can to buy the next best thing, you know?
Yeah, for sure. And I knew you had a badass one because you was talking about it when you was over there on what's his name? I got a clip when they were sent a clip. It was at the end of it or something about. He's like, now you're bragging, but I thought it was pretty damn cool. So
yeah, i7 6700K, 32 gigabytes of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD, 8 terabytes of total storage, including some spinning
badass shit right there.
GeForce 1070, 850 watt Seasonic power supply, 1500 volt amp battery backup. Yeah. The only thing that really,
I don't know shit about computers like that, like you do, but it just sounds badass.
I know too much about computers. Computers and cars are my thing, so that's actually what I'm into. Like, that's what I watch on YouTube is computer shit and car shit. That's about it.
But going back to what you were saying about Ty, like, I just think it's very strange how anybody is spending so much time having personal communications with people that they have like looked up that live in the area or know somebody who's somehow involved with the crime, and like being so invested in like what they're saying because they're just.
You mean Doug with Ty?
No, I mean Ty. This Kurt guy. These Berg people, whoever they are. Like I don't think anything of them. They're just people who live there or who are somehow randomly attached that people are talking to on the internet. Like what they're saying is not, to me, it's just, they're just random people. Like, why should we give any credibility to them? It doesn't mean they're bad or they're lying. It's just that that's not how criminal investigations work.
Well, that may be true, but Ty and his buddy Lance have, you know, apparently Lance called the FBI, or Arizona Traveler called the FBI, and they didn't even know that James Brenner had property out there. And then Ty and Lance, through, you know, a couple of weeks of searching, they found James Brenner's blown up trailer and house and went and videoed it. Mm-hmm. And there is some very suspicious stuff in that video. I don't know if you've seen it, but there is basically what looks like 2 unmarked graves with shovels in that video. So I think that Lance and his wife that go out there, like, she's packing an AR-15, he's crawling through mines, he's doing some stuff that takes balls of steel. And Ty is out there and he's pissed off because he knows Justin Rounds and he's talked to him a lot, apparently, since this happened. And Ty seems like a really stand-up guy. He seems to have gotten emotionally invested in this the same way that a lot of people have from a distance, like me and, you know, all the people that watch these streams. And if they see something about Dylan Rounds live, they click into it. They talk about it.
It seems to me like that Landsky is basically LARPing around in the desert. And
Salty, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
This is people getting
okay. We got an echo.
Like, I mean, in this goes for the Salty guy too, who I guess just joined. Hey, Salty. I also thought it was really weird and inappropriate that he decided to drive there and talk to these people just because he heard about this case on YouTube, right? So I'm just saying that to kind of give you my baseline about why I think all of this is kind of I feel like it's also it's anti in some ways. Like there's the FBI is investigating this case, and then it's all
they're not the lead though. I found that out today. I thought they were the lead on the investigation, and they're not, which is really fucking depressing.
Sure, but what I'm saying is like there's actual law enforcement agencies doing stuff, and then there's a bunch of people running around with like chickens with their heads cut off on the side. That what they're doing is important, and it's not.
I don't know about that. I would beg to differ on certain specific aspects of the chickens with the head cut off out there, because if law enforcement, okay, you gotta, like, I don't know how much you know about the law enforcement out there, but they're essentially a joke, right? I'm talking specifically in the Montello Lucin area. You call the cops because somebody's like going to murder you or whatever, they might come out, they might not, and it's going to take them about an hour and a half to get there if they even come.
Well, and I do kind of feel like that is true because Candace said that like they didn't process his boots for a week. They didn't take it serious. Like they didn't take it serious when she called. It took them a long time to get out there, you know, like just little things like that.
She was bagging on law enforcement big time in the beginning, especially with the local law enforcement. And they literally had Chase Venstra, this guy, okay, this officer, saw Chase Venstra on the side of the road before Dylan went missing, and Chase Venstra is a convicted felon, and he had a rifle over one shoulder, and he was carrying a pistol, and they didn't arrest him. They didn't do anything to him. They just let him go. So, and Dylan Berg was held hostage in his house by his brother for weeks or months or something, and law enforcement told the family when they tried to call this in, they said, when somebody gets killed, call us out there. Okay, so that's what you're dealing with. And if they're the lead on this thing, that gives me like less hope. If it was the feds and they were crawling around everywhere with their ground penetrating radar and they had their spy planes up and they were doing what they should be doing to actually find things, and they weren't just like a liaison, then that would give me more hope that they're actually going to, you know, do something meaningful, which is the reason that I called in the first place. I'm like, why the hell aren't they flying these planes? I know how they work. I know everything about them. Why do they not do this?
How do you know that they called because they're being held hostage in a house for like a month, and they called and that
because the guy, Dylan Berg,
call me if somebody dies, otherwise we're not coming out.
Dylan Berg, the guy who was being held hostage by his brother and his mother, corroborated that story over voice.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is, why are you taking the word or the perceptions or of people that you don't know, who are just random people on the internet, and then you're coming to actual conclusions about what law enforcement is like out there?
Well, it's not just them. It's been a slew of people who have said exactly the same thing. If they come, they might come within an hour and a half, and it's got to be something really big, or they're not going to come at all.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I think we just have a different threshold for what is, you know, what is actual evidence you can actually verify, or that you can make conclusions from.
True, I'm not like.
Did the guy drop off, Queen? I don't want to talk
about. Yeah, I think Salty dropped off. I'm not sure. I don't know. He was up here and then he was gone. Then he came up and then he dropped back down again. I'm not sure where the hell he just went.
Maybe he's having some connection issues.
Yeah, he might. I don't know. He might be. I don't know. Like I said, we all have different opinions and we all think differently. You know what I'm saying? There's things. So I mean, we don't. You know, I'm just. We like to chat over here and discuss things. We don't. You know, we don't start screaming at you and call you names and stuff like that if we don't agree with you. You know what I mean? Like it's.
I have officially never raised my voice on a YouTube.
But there's just so many corroborations of the law enforcement dropping the ball. And if you want to take like the most legitimate source, you can take what Candace Cooley said herself about law enforcement dropping the ball from the get-go. They said, okay, yeah, it's fine. It's your truck. Break the window out, contaminate the scene, go through the trailer, do whatever you want. It's your place.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I don't think they were looking at it like contaminate the scene, basically, because they say, you know, if it's not like a child or like an elderly or some, you know what I'm saying, like some kind of a, you know, a disabled person, something like that, they, you know, like a normal female, normal male in their 20s or 30s, if they leave, they normally don't take that serious right away because you are allowed to leave and go live your life or go do whatever you want to do. You know what I mean? Like it's hard.
That's true, but they did find boots with a spot of blood on them the first day they were out there, and there's a lot of discrepancies about the timeline of when people were searching, and that had to have been known from the get-go. Also, Candace Cooley apparently called the law enforcement people out there en route to the scene before she had even arrived because she knew something was up.
Right.
So,
And I think that comes down to her frustration in the beginning was she, in her gut, what I got I thought she said it pretty clearly in that interview, was that right away when she got there, right from the first moment that she was there and they were calling the police, is that she felt that her son had been the victim of a crime. And she kind of said she kind of knew that, you know, he had been murdered. And so obviously when law enforcement is not treating it like it's an active, you know, homicide investigation or not treating the scene like it's a crime investigation, that's where a lot of her early frustration was coming from. And I think that I think that's actually probably accurate, that they weren't, because like, right, they did not process things right away, or they were allowing her to like take the truck away, which you would not do if you thought that this was a crime scene right away.
Absolutely.
But it got turned around, whether it's because the FBI came in or whatever, relatively quickly. And then we don't have any more information about what happened, but clearly they've found a lot of evidence to the point where now they actually have somebody who's a named suspect, which is not done lightly. And we're just not privy to any of that. There's been once this thing's branched off here, there's been a whole law enforcement investigation that has all this evidence that we have no idea about that led them to naming Jim Brenner as the main suspect. And it's just really hard to do speculation when none of that information is available to us as people in the public commenting.
True, but you do pick out certain things that people say in these interviews, and you can sort of latch onto them and not go down rabbit holes, but you can extrapolate what they're saying without actually saying it. Like there's been a lot of things that are incongruent and don't make sense. For example, in the Heavy D Sparks video, which was recorded June 2nd, uploaded, I believe, June 8th or something like that, that was very, very shortly after the, you know, initial search and rescue efforts.
Well, June 2nd's the day that Jim Terry got paid for Dillon rounds.
Pardon?
I said June 2nd is the day the family paid Jim to work the Dillon rounds case.
I mean, and that's fine and all, but like what Jim Terry has been getting is from like basically where I'm getting it from, thousands of miles away, essentially. These are people that were there on the scene. Kurt Wadsworth placed himself at the scene when the parents were breaking the window out too.
Oh, hey, Salty, will you mute your YouTube real quick? It's like, I think we got a little bit of feedback. Maybe it's gone now. Okay. Sounds good now.
Salty?
He looks like he's up here. Glad I can't hear him.
Well, I took him down just in case because we can't hear him and I don't know. Oh, here's another one. Hold on. Is this you?
Get your
Is that better?
Yeah.
All right. What's going on?
What's happening, man?
Black Dove, Laura.
What's up?
Queen B.
What's happening, man?
Hey, I'm here.
You know, I just wanted to make a quick statement to Laura and apologize to her for any kind of miscommunication that we've had in our past. Hopefully we can squash that and move forward.
Absolutely.
So I, as a man, I want to say I'm sorry to you, and I apologize for anything that happened in the past between us.
I appreciate that. I'll ditto to you as well.
Thank you.
I apologize for anything I did. I apologize for the miscommunication. And I apologize for playing that video when there was a miscommunication.
There you go. Clean slate. We can move forward. Maybe work as a team.
I like to hear that. Sure.
Black Dove.
Black Dove, you are not the same person because you're both up here and you're both talking. So we know y'all are not the same person. We can debunk that.
Yeah, I'm telling people that. I'm like, look, I've spoken to Salty on the phone. Him and Black Dove absolutely do not even have similar voices. Like, they are completely different people. Nobody believed me. I said, I have many conversations with Salty. He's not Black Dove, I promise.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of tone deaf people that listen to YouTube, or they're listening like drugstore headsets.
Speculation.
True.
So how's everyone tonight?
Good. Ordering packaging tape.
We're kind of vibing out over here.
We've all recently been threatened, but we're okay.
That's all good. Just fight them with kindness. They hate that.
Yeah. Well, maybe not kindness, but.
So I gotta ask you, what did the police department say when Jim was threatening your child? What did they say about that? Like when he was.
So I went to the local police department where I live, and I let them listen to the audio of what he said. And there's not much they can do because he's out of state, trying to find him, bringing the prosecutors involved. That's about where it ended.
And that's really the unfortunate truth, you know? I don't think that, like, law enforcement in this country is caught up with where the internet is yet. Because if somebody called you on the phone and said that, like, from across the street, they're going to get arrested. But for some reason, it's just not set up with jurisdictions and things for somebody to do that over a YouTube thing in another state. It's just kind of impossible to prosecute. It's really unfortunate.
Oh, absolutely. So since there was nothing I can do legally, I just wanted to make a video and say, hey, I acknowledge what you did. I forgive you. And that's about it. I'm not going to let it eat at me.
Well, what happened? What did I miss?
He called me one day and he wanted to tell me about this new information that he had about some guy making accusations against Curtin, having sex or whatever. I told him, you know what, Jim, I'm just done with all this drama. And because I didn't agree with him or follow his narrative, he wanted to attack me. So I just started poking at him because he was poking at me and he didn't like that. So finally he told me, you know, I'm going to fly down there and I'm going to find your child. He didn't say boy or girl. And I'm going to fuck him in his ass. His words. And my son's 11. And my son means the world to me. So I was set back a little bit and I had to think to myself before I reacted and get it all heated. But
yeah, that's
what he said.
Disgusting. That's awful to say about a child.
It's also sick and it's criminal and it's not normal. And if somebody, like I said, if your neighbor said it to you, they would get arrested. But I mean, just to be clear, like that's not locker room talk for whoever was saying something like that before to explain away the way this man behaves.
No, and bringing someone's child into it when they have nothing to do with anything, I think he's just trying to either get you triggered or overstep that boundary and get you worked up, and so he can get a reaction out of you, and that's all he wants is a reaction.
I agree.
So I don't try to feed into his reactions, but I did let him know that I acknowledged what he did, and I had to forgive him, and I moved forward.
And I agree with that. He does want a reaction.
It is sick. It's sick. I mean, why a child? He could have just said it about me, but no, he had to bring my child into it.
Because he's a narcissist, and that's what narcs do. It's that simple.
Well,
Well, see, the thing is, like, if you can keep it on YouTube and you can keep it strictly to the cases and strictly to the shit that's going on, then that's cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep it to the what the fuck's going on YouTube. Don't take it to people's kids, people's loved ones, deceased. You know what I'm saying? Making up lies, saying that people are, you know, like saying Dylan's gay and Kurt's gay, and just it's ridiculous because Dylan said that he had red lips.
Hey, Steve, do you see Dylan's name in the title? Because I don't. You see Dylan's name in the description? Because I don't. So what are you talking about? People aren't allowed to discuss something even if it's not in the title? Go over to Doug and Jim. Go right ahead. Doug said, why are you using Dylan for drama?
You got some troll drama in here? I love those trolls. They're my biggest fans right now.
Who's my buddy, Donnie Brasco?
What's up, Black Dove? Where'd you go? Are you still up here?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now. I haven't. You've been all quiet. So I just wanted to make sure you was up here.
No, I just asked Donnie Brasco what he's talking about.
Salty my son was, I guess, listening for a minute, and he goes, that guy has the most mental stability I've ever seen in my life. I said, what are you talking about? Salty, listen, my son just said that about Salty. So I said, what? He goes, that guy that was just talking has the best mental stability I've ever seen in my life, his whole 14 years of life.
So he thinks I'm nuts?
No. He was walking by to get a drink, but he was saying he heard what Salty said that Jim said about his kid. So my son was like, that guy has the most mental stability I've ever seen in my life. Okay. Saying that, you know, he said it's so calm and collect. And I'm sorry, I got the hiccups. He said it's so calm and collected where he should have like been freaking out. Like, you know, that's my son just heard him say it. So he thought he said it very well.
Well, you got to be thick-skinned on these chats too, or these live streams in YouTube.
Absolutely.
You get attacked daily by these trolls that have been groomed by Doug or their minions.
Every day.
Every day. I hear something new every day.
That's why you got to ignore it or fight back. But honestly, fighting back does nothing.
No, you don't got to fight back. You can just reverse it and put it into a polite way of poking back without being disrespectful.
That's what I did. And it didn't matter because then he just went harder because he's a narc, but he's playing with the wrong one. Like he thinks I'm like I care what he's doing. No, Jim, I don't care what you're doing at all. But carry on. It's actually what he did tonight was kind of a compliment. He put my shirt on the same path as his, you know, high school football helmets that he thinks he, you know, makes him so great. So then he put me on a pedestal. Thanks, Jim. You made me as important as your football. Sweet.
Well, that just goes to show you that you're the only star trophy to his content.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think he low-key likes you.
I think he really likes you.
He always wants to talk about how she's a stripper. Like, or how she was a stripper, like, always.
I called her an escort.
Yeah, he likes to call her an escort and a hooker, too. But he likes to talk about, like, kind of stuff where she would take her clothes off. Like, he likes to talk about that a lot, so...
My husband told him that, no, she was definitely not a hooker.
Yeah. His first thing is he wants to say that women are fat and ugly, and then if he like physically sees that they're not fat and ugly, then he has to talk about how like they're probably like a whore, you know?
Yeah.
And he's been doing it for how many years now? 20 years? 20 years.
Well, I'm a lesbian nun, so I don't know what he thinks of me. I just, you know.
Well, I think there's somebody trolling because I had somebody that came up that said Jim Terry in the back, and it was popped up, and then it was gone, and then it popped up, and then it was gone. Then it popped up again, and I know it's not him because you guys said he was over on Doug's live. So whoever the fuck's trolling with his name, that ain't gonna work. I don't know who the fuck
he ended it. They ended it, I think. a little bit ago.
Oh, I thought they were live right now.
No, I'm pretty sure they ended it a bit ago. Hold on, let me go look.
I wouldn't let him on your panel. Fuck him. Who cares what he's got?
Yeah, that's a liability.
Plus,
shit
he's he'll get up here and dox people. Fuck that.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a liability, man.
But-
we can't fucking trust to have you up here.
But why not? Like, I mean, that's what I said when I was at the end of that stream. I'm like, just have Laura over to Doug's after show or whatever he's doing. Let her talk.
I wouldn't.
Well, that's the problem. They never give you a chance to talk. They bring you on and they make a joke out of you.
I don't think I would do
and then if he jumps up here and doxes somebody, like her channel's at risk too, you know? So that's why, like, some people don't want to have him up.
With doxing the way he's doing, like his channel's going to be gone before he even gets a chance to get it off the ground. You know what I mean? And that's the bad thing, is he doesn't understand YouTube like that, like we do. You know what I mean?
I meant let Laura go on Doug's show.
Right now.
But Laura has gone on Doug's show.
I know.
It happened.
I meant tonight specifically.
Let me tell you though, Doug's channel. Go look at Doug's channel after Summer Wells. He got 300 views a video. He's gonna be gone. He's destroying himself. Jim will never fucking get business again. Jim's also going under a fake name in Facebook groups. And I can prove
I'm sure.
he is. I can prove it. I have the proof. I'll show you. Hold on.
Oh shit. Oh snap.
I mean, like I said, I never wanted to I mean, I always said I would never be on a panel with him. I would never have a conversation with him because that's not the kind of person I would ever
Just gets up and screams and yells and shit. It's fucking ridiculous. Like you can't be screaming and yelling like that.
I mean,
first of all, and you don't need to come up here promoting your PayPal and your phone number and all your bullshit. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah, he did end it a little bit ago.
Okay, so it really might have been him then. I don't fucking know.
It might have been him. Doesn't matter because, like, don't have him up, you know.
I mean, you also tried to let him on, and I've said a million times, like, I won't talk to him, but you've always.
Yeah, I was nice a million times and was gonna let his ass up here a million other fucking times, but the shit he wanted to fucking pull with his bullshit ass fucking funky ass channel, no, I'm done with that. Nope.
Hey, what's wrong with Salty's channel?
Nothing. I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with your channel. Matter of fact, I got the girls to drop the link. I was gonna have the girls drop the link or whatever to yours and to Laura's. If not, they don't have it. You know, if there's people in here that don't have it.
And just like Black Dove, I don't even know how I got caught up in this mess. I know where it started from. It started with Jim Terry, but I'm not a YouTuber.
You know,
I'm not
it
a
kind of
creator.
did for me too. It kind of actually did for me too, because I clicked the Reddit post. I read some stuff. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. And then I start, finding these YouTube channels. I see Jim Terry with his antics. And I'm like, what is this? And he said he may be involved with this guy who's older. I'm like, what? And I started questioning things because none of it made sense. I'm like, why would he go missing? What would happen to him? And then it should have been like an open and shut thing. If James Brenner just killed him or whatever in cold blood right there, the cops, the FBI has been combing places. They've been going to Park Valley. They've been flying planes and helicopters, according to Candace. And according to my research, they have been flying planes and grid searches out there. It's like, you'd think that something would have come of this by now. And they would have some kind of definitive answers, but they don't. They have nothing.
Hey, you can share my screen.
I disagree. They have nothing. They have a named suspect.
They have a what?
They don't have nothing because they've named a suspect. So clearly, like, sometimes these things happen and it takes so long or things go unsolved. For them to have a suspect, that's not nothing.
Well, true, but then you got the Candace interview where she says, all this.
You gotta pause it, Salty. It's like giving us feedback again.
What's that? I'm trying to figure out how to get a chat line pulled up.
When you so when you get ready to click on the StreamYard link, pause your YouTube first and then click the link. Because your YouTube's playing in the background and I can hear myself talking.
You probably can't hear it no more.
Okay, let's see. Let's check it out.
One thing people should know about me, my OGs know this. I will never tell you I have something and not back it up.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering where that Aaron Wadsworth interview was at. Why didn't that ever get played?
It did get partially played.
What?
It did get partially played.
He played that first thing he had with him, but then he said he had another 45 minutes set up, like long interview with him that he kept promising.
Right. Where'd it go? Did he play it?
I don't know if he played the rest of it. I know he played part of it where Aaron Wadsworth threw Kurt under the bus.
Yeah, but he never had that follow-up thing. It never happened. And him saying that, oh, well, I have to clear it with his lawyer because I might be working on his case now. Like, he just make shit up.
He's a liar.
So that Michael Dean James right there?
That's Jim.
That's Jim.
Is that the same number he uses?
Yep.
That's so funny. He didn't even change like a different number on text now?
Nope.
Didn't even bother, huh? Okay. That's funny.
Fucked up, right?
Wow. Michael Dean James. Okay.
And I have to say, I still don't know who sent me all this stuff. I never bothered to ask the person what's your name on YouTube. But kudos to whoever keeps sending me all this stuff because this person is amazing.
Nice.
But yeah, I will never ever tell you, oh, I got this, and then
out your source. Oh, yeah.
Crazy, right?
Yes, that is crazy. It's like I keep getting surprised, but I'm not surprised. Like
just more of his scams. Just totally scams. Yeah, he does many aliases. He's a fucking con artist.
I think
a con man.
I think that what Salty Pancakes and Black Devil is kind of talking about is that they have very similar stories about how they got interested in this in the first place because it seemed so mysterious and strange and bizarre, and that was because of false information that like Jim had put out, and they both kind of dove into it. And in Salty's case, he kind of dove in more head first, like believing Jim, like hardcore, like mostly on Jim's side. And there are different places now that like along where coming out from that. But I think that they probably basically had like the same way they got caught in this was they went down a rabbit hole, and the rabbit hole was made out of things that weren't true. That the things were just kind of these crazy confabulations that Jim was making up at the time.
I don't know how crazy all of them are, and I got caught into it by, identifying more with Dylan than anybody else in this whole shit show.
Yeah, I agree. But when you pointed out like this idea that you really identify with Dylan, and when you heard this idea that part of his story might be that he was gay, right? But would it have changed your mind at all to know that in every single case that Jim has ever worked on, with my air quotes, that involved a young man, he immediately begins to say that this guy was gay? Like, it's for every single one.
I mean, possibly.
It would give you a slightly different perspective on it, right? To know that this is just like a trope that he repeats every single time. And you could, if you're going to find a new family and it was a young missing man, if you talk to them, be like, what, did he ask you about if your son was gay? And like the first conversation, I'd be like, yeah, he was like really interested in that actually. That would probably give you a more like a larger context of why people are kind of pointing out, or like a larger context of explaining how this might be based on nothing.
I mean, if that was an overarching theme of all of Jim's theories, then sure.
Yeah, and the militia. There's overarching things like many times there is.
Kurt pretty much said the militia exists, but it's not a militia; it's a neighborhood watch because there's no police act that do anything out there.
Right.
So, and do you blame him?
No, I don't blame them at all. Actually, like, I mean, Ivo Zdarsky, the guy that lives at Lucin Airport with that awesome house that I would totally live in. Like, out of all the characters I identify with, it's Dylan and Ivo Zdarsky, because Ivo Zdarsky basically like has a better house than me and lives the way that I try to do in this awesome place. I don't have an electric fence and a big gun like Ivo does, but that guy's pretty lit. and he's got a really lit house. So, you know, he's a pretty cool character in my opinion, but it's just such a weird thing that Dylan would be out there. These people know all this stuff about the people in the town. Candace knew that Dylan was spending a lot of time at Kurt's place. And she said this in an interview. She said, and she got a weird look on her face when she said it, because I think it was Nate Eaton, the reporter, asked her, like, so did Dylan spend all of his time in Lucin at his camp trailer? And she kind of leans forward, you know, opens her eyes a little bit and says, no, he was staying somewhere else in Montello. And it was kind of like, okay, don't ask me any more questions about that. Move on to the next one. That was the body language read I got off of her when she said that, which indicated to me that she knew that Dylan was staying at Kurt's place a lot of the time. And I was like, okay, so she doesn't know Kurt. She never met him, but she knew he was staying there. Just like she didn't know Chase Venstra, but then it turns out that, you know, Chase Venstra's son was working on Dylan's farm.
So when you watched that video clip and you noticed her eyes widening and her moving forward and maybe hesitancy in her saying that to that particular question, had you already heard Jim's assertion that he was in a gay relationship with Kurt?
I believe I had.
Right. Do you think that may have colored the way that you were interpreting her in that moment?
I try to be objective, but nobody can be completely objective. So yeah, I probably did. But the way she said it, even if I hadn't heard that beforehand, if she leaned forward and like sort of opened her eyes and was like, you know, saying, no, he stayed somewhere else, pause, in Montello, and then backed off and was like, don't ask me any more questions, I'd still be like, what? Why would you say it like that?
Have you noticed that since he said that Dylan was gay, that he's now also said that JD is gay and that all of Dylan's
I mean,
and that the guy from East Idaho News is gay?
Yeah, I did. And I don't know about that Nate Eaton guy. I have no idea. There's no way to know. Isn't he married with children or something?
Right, but I think, like, should we even have to try to look at the people to figure it out, or should we just notice, wow, this guy literally calls everybody gay, like, almost as a reflex?
I mean, yeah, that is kind of out there now, and that's something to be investigated and scrutinized.
Mm-hmm.
However, my first read, like, when I clicked on the picture of Dylan Rounds missing, he looks like somebody I know who's bi. Right? And everybody says, oh, well, they saw the pain in Dylan's eyes. And that's exactly what I saw too. I'm like, this kid is very reserved. And even Kurt, in his interview, said that Dylan was always on the phone and he had a secret life. And Salty, you were there. You can corroborate that. He did say that.
But there's so much that we can get from looking at a picture of somebody, and then when we hear from their family and the people who know them, discrediting what they're saying.
Yeah, but it's not just one picture. It's a lot of pictures. And then there's that football coach guy, Matt, who called in that said that Dylan was beaten brutally.
Right. But he also said that Dylan was not gay, and Jim didn't want to hear that.
True.
Right. So he'll repeat. He's like, now the guy said this, so he's the one who said it, so we have to believe it. But he also completely discredited the thing that the guy said. He actually tried to convince the guy that he was gay. He's like, no, he's not.
Okay, so, but when you say completely discredit, you don't know what Dylan's private life is. None of us do. And
Nobody
that's
does.
the thing. That's right. That's what we're all speculating on. And to me, whether or not Dylan is gay or bi or straight is completely irrelevant unless it leads to a motive to get rid of him somehow.
Right.
That's the only relevance that the sexuality thing has to do with Dylan.
Yeah, it is irrelevant.
If he was groomed,
it's just, I mean, I think at this point the writing should be on the wall. Like, we've now heard him call, like, literally, he said, now he didn't just say that JB guy or JD guy was gay. He said that literally every single one of Dylan's friends in high school were gay, that they looked moist to him. I mean, he will literally call every single person gay, and like he has a history of doing it. So to even give it speculation is silly, and he became uber focused on it. I mean, obsessed with this idea of him having this relationship. And when the family was like, okay, we hear you, actually our son's not gay, like can you do this other stuff, like can you do this other thing, he was just so hyper focused on it, and this is not the first time that he's done that with other missing people.
Well,
so
I don't know Jim Terry, and I don't know his history or his past, and as far as like hypothesizing that people are gay if they may or may not be. But multiple people have said that they saw the pain in Dylan's eyes in those photos, and that they thought he might be living a secret life and he might be gay.
But who are these people who said that? People who've been listening, people online who will follow the channel, right?
Other randoms like me who are also gay who have said the same thing.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, can we say that doesn't really, after they've already come to a platform that has been going with a certain narrative, right? They've already been pushing a certain narrative. Then they're looking at these pictures, and that's not really. I mean, everybody could feel that way, but that's really and truly not evidence of anything. At the end of the day, if you have the people who are actually in the person's life saying no, then that's it. Like you kind of have to move on.
Well, you have to also ascertain the motives of the people who would be saying that and the reasons that they would dispute something like that. Because when I first saw the picture of Dylan in the Reddit post that I randomly clicked on and then found YouTube stuff, if you recall my first call into Doug's show, the whole gay thing came up, and I was like, I fucking knew it, because that was actually my first read on the picture. Like it looks like a glamour shot or something that they use of him. It's not a normal picture. The one of him in the plaid hoodie.
Yeah, it's like a photographer picture.
Yeah. And I thought, he looks like he might be gay, but not in the stereotypical sense. Like you think somebody who's stereotypically gay is going to be super well groomed and have slicked hair or whatever, but there's certain tells, and it's mostly the eyes, like because the eyes are the window to the soul. And I sort of saw that, and I was like, that's weird. So I clicked it. And that was my take before I ever knew who Jim Terry was or any of this other stuff. I'm like, what's going on here? So I did think that before I ever knew who Jim Terry was, to be perfectly honest. And I thought maybe he was groomed. Maybe something happened that nobody else is looking into before I ever knew who Jim Terry was.
I mean, I do think it's a bit of a stretch to say you see a picture from a news article and a person's missing, and that you say that you feel that you're seeing their soul in their eyes, they're sad, and that maybe they're gay, and that maybe they were groomed by somebody, and that has something to do with it. I mean, like that's your stream of consciousness. Like, no, that's what you were thinking in your head. You were just at your computer, no big deal. But I just don't think it ever should have been part of the conversation. And if you can't see that Jim was forcing it to be part of the conversation because he sees it as something shameful and he was trying to humiliate Candace and the family, I can tell you the rest of us could see that was his purpose for this whole thing. That's the purpose of the whole gay thing, is to denigrate a person for being gay. Or he thinks that that's like the worst thing that you can say. And that's when he's crass and when he's vulgar, it's not locker room talk. It is hateful, and he's doing it to shame and humiliate people.
Well, I mean, as a gay person myself who was basically in the closet until I was 19, I don't see it that way at all. And that's why when Jim says the stuff that he does, I don't respond the way that people expect me to. Probably because of my own personal biases and my own upbringing and coming out process. But, you know, if I saw something in that one picture that they posted as a gay person, then it's like, well, okay, maybe that's just my own personal bias kicking in.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's not, and there was some susceptibility there, even if he's not gay or bi or whatever, susceptibility to being groomed or something, then shouldn't that at least be considered in this entire ordeal?
I am sure that when the people who actually investigated the case, if there was anything actually there that made it seem like he had maybe met with foul play because somebody was grooming him in some way, I'm sure they would have investigated that. But, you know, and it is not your job. I do not like when I see what people say in the chat room too all the time. Like, you should say something to him. Like, it is not your job. I'm saying this to everybody. It's not Black Dove's job as the gay guy on panel to then police all the conversation that people think is homophobic. How about the straight people go ahead and police the other straight person who's being homophobic? Like, that's putting a burden on you, emotional work on you, and it's ridiculous. So I'm not talking about your reaction to it. I'm just saying, like, when he's calling people gay, the way he's talking about it, he is doing it because that is an insult to him, and he is trying to insult people, and he's trying to humiliate them. That's why he calls people drug addicts, or why he would call women that he's never seen fat, or if the women are attractive, then he's going to, you know, talk about them in a very vulgar sexual way. Like, it's about him trying to insult and shame people, and that's just what he does, you know. So it's not, you don't have to be offended by it. That's totally up to you. But just because you're not offended by it does not mean that what he's saying is not incredibly hateful.
Well, it's pretty hard to offend me at this point.
Right. Though at the same time, like, I don't get offended either, right? Like, I mean, as far as, like, when you say offended, actually, this question, when you say offended, like, it's hard to offend me, do you mean, like, it's hard for people to, like, hurt your feelings, or you actually don't find behavior, you actually don't find the behavior offensive?
I mean, okay, so you'd have to know me personally to know why I don't find what Jim Terry says to be offensive. Like, I mean, Jim Terry is very politically incorrect, and so am I. And I joke around with my friends. They joke around with me. They say things that, you know, if anybody heard what my friends say to me on YouTube, they would be shocked and horror-stricken by the offensive homophobic language that people use in private conversation with me as, you know, playful banter, basically. So I don't find what Jim Terry says to be offensive. I kind of see through it, actually. And I see through it in a way that I don't think he is being genuinely offensive. I think he's trying to provoke a response, and a lot of people give him the response he's looking for. That's why when I'm on panel with him and he says something that's offensive, it doesn't really offend me. I know what he's looking for. He's looking for a response, and a lot of people give him that, and that's sort of an ego boost. I suspect.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, he's attention seeking, right? And he's trying to do stuff to gather himself attention. But I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, like, nothing, I don't get offended by him either, as in nothing he's going to say is going to hurt my feelings, right? But I also do find him, I guess this comes down to what you call politically correct, I also do find a lot of his behavior offensive and not lacking basic decency. And, you know,
I mean, attacking children and attacking people's dead husbands, I've called him out on that. I think that's terribly offensive, and I think that's wrong. And I've said that to his face on the panel. Yeah, I don't think that that's the right thing to do. But if he's going to crack some, like, you know, mildly offensive thing, like saying somebody looks moist or whatever he says about Dylan's friends and stuff like that, I think he's trying to draw people out of the shadows when he says that, to get them to respond and say, you know what, fuck you, I'm not. Mm-hmm. And
I think you're right, because he's been right. You hear him, there's like, why won't these people talk to me? Like, you know, they won't talk to me. Like, he definitely has a hang up about that. So I think you're correct.
Hey, everybody. Kurt says hi. I'll be in Montello this weekend live streaming with him.
Wait,
I just got off the phone.
Do you think Sorry, go ahead, Becca.
I was going to ask you, Salty. Okay, so what's all this bullshit about the feds telling Kurt to shut the hell up and not talk? Is that real or is that just bullshit?
I hope
No, it's not. They have told him to kind of mellow it down, but it's not like what you think. Like I'm in contact with the head person of the FBI that's in charge of this case. His name is Agent Ross. I have his direct phone number, his cell phone. I actually had to reach out to him a couple times to make sure that what I'm doing is okay, especially with these live streams. But he told me, "Oh, that's fine. I can go out there and shoot footage and walk around and go by the grain shed, but not to go inside of the area where they're searching." But no, a lot what you hear is just rumors.
Yeah, I know, and I've tried to dispel rumors and hearsay and conjecture and bullshit. But so the grain shed itself is private property, is it not?
Yeah, it's private property.
And
so it's not like I can just go on it and just start shooting photos and taking video.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Like, you can't go into the grain shed itself and take your 4K camera in there and scrutinize every little detail, because that's potentially evidence, right?
It is. And I did go out there one time and I did take video, but I was told not to put it up. And the backhoe's still out there. It's not taped off, right? Yeah, it's not taped off or anything, but it's still sitting there.
Is it at the grain shed or is it at Dylan's farm?
I don't know if it's at the grain shed or at the farm. I think it's at the grain shed, but don't quote me on that. I'll have to find out.
Well, because that's 5 miles away from the main line that he was working on with the pivot.
But it could be there. Could be at the pivot or the grain. I don't know. I can ask. I know I had a lengthy conversation with him today. He wanted to address Lance and his wife, and he had a few words to say about that.
Well, he had a few words to say about me in that live stream where I actually commented a couple things and asked a couple of relevant, respectful questions. He said that this fucker's got to be from Montella, when I'm not.
No, and you got my phone number. If you ever want to do a three-way with them and have a nice conversation, by all means, give me a call and we'll call them up. Like nobody goes through me to get to Kurt. I just barely met Kurt when I went out there the first time when I met Ty. I befriended Kurt. He put a lot of trust in me, and then we just had long conversations since.
Well, can I ask what kind of vibe do you get from him?
What's that?
Just what kind of vibe do you get from him?
Kurt?
Yeah.
I get a good vibe. I don't get the vibe like I should be in danger or worried or nervous or threatened. I got a good positive vibe.
Okay.
Do you get the vibe that he and his family all over the country are plotting to take over this town that in the desert for their nefarious?
No, absolutely. You guys got to understand too that there's a lot of rumors about this whole thing, and I could sit here for an hour and dispel all of them. Understand, Kurt, he's not gay. He doesn't have a record. He doesn't have a felony. Matter of fact, Troy doesn't even have a felony. The whole locking in the sheds, like you've heard, is that's all misconstrued. It has to do with his baby mama. Huh?
So it's all craziness.
It's all crazy talk.
But I'm not surprised that the FBI told him to cool it with what he's doing online. And I think that it's not good for him. We've talked to his daughters, and he's just a simple guy, and he obviously drinks to the point where he can be intoxicated on a daily basis. And he also is very invested emotionally. He's been going down these holes on the internet where he is talking to psychics and he's believing every single thing he possibly have, and then he wants to share that. Like, it's probably not super healthy for him.
No, and that's where it all started with the rumor about getting the psychic to Justin and that he's being held hostage.
Hold on, Salty. I gotta ask you something.
Blacked out. Hold on 1 second. Salty, while I think of it, can you do me a favor though? Can
Sure.
you please tell Jason that you and I are cool, because he would not speak to me until you and I were cool.
Oh, so I'm sure you're aware of. Oh, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he will not speak to me. He's like, until you insult the Akula, I am not speaking to you anymore. Oh my God. Okay.
Yeah. So then you obviously understand that I have hours of conversations with these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just
So
saying, I'm sorry for interrupting, Black Dove. I've been meaning to tell Salty that, and I kept forgetting.
Oh, my number just got blocked from Kurt. She had me blocked, and she means well.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I can see that. She's like, she just thinks about her dad, right? Like, she's.
Well, yeah, he's super sensitive to this whole thing, and when you're in a small town and there's really nothing to do, and your main piece of equipment that you make money off is being held up, you just sit back and you drink. That's what imagine going camping and there's nothing to do. You just start drinking, and after 10, he wants to get vocal, and then reach out to these live streams where he could, talk about things that are just nonsense, and that's just Kurt.
Yeah.
So you gotta get him. You gotta get him early, like around 8 or 9 in the morning.
Right.
I still think he's a great guy. I'll still stand by him, and I've never flip-flopped.
But I got a question about a discrepancy in the timeline regarding Kurt, a very specific one that's been bothering me for a very long time. Okay. So May 31st was the day that Robert Aviles' house was raided by 6 cops.
Well, that's you got to understand too. Ty set up Robert. Okay.
Well,
Ty took Robert to his house, and that's when the FBI rushed him.
That's not what I heard. Ty took
Robert. That's the story Ty's telling you. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
Well,
Ty
where's the FBI confirmation?
Well, they swarmed Robert up at his house. That's where it happened.
What day was that?
I could find out the day for you. But Ty took Robert.
May 31st?
I don't know. I don't sit here and keep all these track of timelines.
I do, and law enforcement.
And kudos for you.
Yeah, but law enforcement says that the day that they went to Robert Aviles' house was May 31st.
Was that to check on the hostage situation?
Yes, it was.
Okay, well, I'm talking about when he actually got arrested.
I don't have the date on the arrest for Robert Aviles, but that was not the same day, as far as I know.
The lie that Ty has said, it was that he picked up Robert and took him to go turn himself in or meet with the police, and that wasn't true. Ty took Robert to his home, where 6 FBI agents swarmed up on him and then arrested him.
I thought it was 6 local cops.
No, these were FBI agents.
So 6 FBI agents swarmed Robert Aviles' house May 31st.
I don't know the date, but that was the time when he got arrested. Sure.
Well, okay. So the police report says that Robert Aviles, his house, was swarmed by the cops on May 31st regarding a tip from a local, Kurt, who said that Dylan was potentially being held there via a psychic tip. However, and this is what bothers me, Kurt said that this was 8 to 9 days in. That's a very big discrepancy that has not been resolved at all.
You mean why he waited 8 days to give that tip?
No. I mean, Candace and the cops said that a local, meaning Kurt, called them and told them that Dylan was potentially being held at Robert Aviles' house, and they raided the place on May 31st, according to law enforcement documentation.
Okay.
The irreconcilable discrepancy is that Kurt then says that this must have been 8 to 9 days in. There's no way that was 8 to 9 days into this thing if it was May 31st. That was 1 to 2 days in, depending on what your time frame is for Dylan going missing.
I see what you're saying. I guess I would just say, this is what I'm trying to say, like trying to pin down people like Kurt or Ty on these things, making it exact. It might not be like the best use of your time, because not about lying, or it might not be like the most credible people, or they might
well, I'll tell you what, Black Dove, like I can give you my number. You can call me tomorrow and then me and you can call Kurt and have a talk with him, and you can get the answers that you need to get
here's
answered.
the thing. I like transparency, and I don't like to do backdoor dealings or private phone calls like that. That's why I've never called anybody who's messaged me and given me their phone number, because I don't want it to be a private backdoor dealing where then I'm going to be like, given information that's potentially sensitive or evidence, and then I'm going to have to answer for it. That's why I do everything that I do on panel.
Well, I don't think getting a timeline is going to be interfering with any kind of evidence. It's just getting a timeline when it happened.
You can call me Salty. I'll relay it.
Or Laura.
And to play devil's advocate, I mean, we also just said that we've heard from Kurt's daughters and also apparently he's getting feedback from law enforcement as well, that him going on all these panels to answer all these questions is really, it's not helpful for the case, and it's not good for him and healthy for him as a person. So I don't know if we need to encourage, I don't know if we could get on a panel, if you get that answer, if that should be something that you would engage with.
No, and I can do a stream with him this weekend. Like I said, I'm going to be out there this weekend. I'm going to be out there with his daughter and her husband, and we're going to go on the side-by-sides, and we're going to go drive around. We're going to have a barbecue and shoot some pool and drink a few beers and just chit-chat.
And tell Jason I'm nothing like Jim.
I like Jason.
I liked him too till he turned on me.
Well, I think I was on the phone with him at that time. You were on the phone with him too.
I was like, I'm not Jim.
They're good people.
Like Jim.
Lilith Morningstar, you're right. Like, if Black Dove's not on panel, then people can make stuff up. But if he wants to know it, he can talk to the person, he can. Maybe not.
The option's there.
But yeah, like he doesn't then have to go onto panel and talk about it. Like, not all of this has to be public. Like, not all this public stuff is useful. It is.
Well, yeah, I was saying that, or you could give me your email, Salty, and we can do like a private StreamYard or something, whatever, whatever, so that way he can still get his questions answered, but it can still be done with other people there or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So he's not alone or whatever,
Yeah, he's not afraid to go on any kind of panel or talk about it. He just, there's those one kind of people who just want to poke and make fun and joke and make it a circus.
Yeah, I've talked to Kurt's kids and stuff, and I have his number. I just never, I even have him like on Facebook Messenger and shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could get a hold of him if I wanted to, but I just was trying to give you guys a place to talk, so you know what I'm saying? That's all.
I don't think anybody's trying to force him to talk on the phone. I'm saying that I don't think anybody should be contacting this man to try to get more information out of him. I think he should be completely left alone. Do I think? Do I think that's better that it happens on a phone call if somebody insists than on YouTube when it's problematic and his children have said it's problematic for him and not healthy for him, and the FBI has to stop. Yeah, but I don't. In my mind, nobody should be pumping in for information because it's not necessary. But I definitely think that trying to say that he has to say this stuff on a panel when he will do it and it is not helpful I just don't agree with that.
Yeah, that's why I offered a private StreamYard, so it would still be Salty, Kurt, me, him, possibly you or Laura or whoever else, you know what I'm saying, or Doug or whoever else you wanted to have back there. Whatever. I just was trying to offer a private place that we could still be there. You know what I'm saying? If he was going to do it, that's all.
Yeah,
and anything and everything that we would discuss that he has to say has already been said in multiple interviews or live streams that I've already had with Kurt. I mean, there's not much more to say.
I agree with Modest Man said in the chat, like this thing that he might have misspoke and been flustered when he was saying it was like 8 days later when it was 2 days later when he's recalling it. Like, I'm sure that is probably it, and that's why it doesn't need to be pinned down to try to for him to explain. We don't have to take everything this man has ever said since he's been like
Modest Man says, Kurt doesn't need to prove anything to anybody on YouTube.
Right.
But he's tried to dispel the rumors and give his side, but it just seems like it's not good enough. It doesn't either fit their narrative or they always think there's something to it. But
you can't. There's no way to actually commit, like in this online thing when people.
Well, look, I got attacked by a girl named Rachel from Washington today on Doug's channel because I didn't apparently spell Kurt's name right with a C or a K. I mean, come on.
Okay.
When I very first met Kurt, he texted me one morning when I was getting ready to wake up and head back to Montello, and I asked him, I said, "Who's this?" And he says, "Kurt," and he spelled it with a C. And I was like, "Oh, I guess that's how you spell it." Because I didn't know no difference whether it was a K or C, but sometimes these people come up with some weird stuff.
There's nothing, right? I mean, like, there's nothing he could say. He could come up with Jesus Christ, you know, resurrected, who would come stand next to him and say the truth, and it would not change any of these people's minds, you know. So.
Well, no, because they've been groomed by other channels, and they've been led to what to believe, and that's sticks in their head, and so their first impression they get about Kurt is what they've been groomed to believe.
Yep. Yes, thank you, that girl. Right.
Like Dylan. Dylan wasn't living out there for 3 years. He didn't go out there at 16 and get dropped off and by anybody and said, "Okay, see you later." It's not that's not how none of that went down. I'm sure Laura knows the truth.
He keeps getting younger and younger too. And when he's telling the stories, like first he's 17, and he talks about him being like 14. Soon he'll be telling us that he was 12 years old and like, you know, thrown out there.
Right, and I can see why Kurt drinks all day, because like he follows these chat rooms, and I tell him, "Well, Kurt, you gotta stay on these chat rooms. They're just vicious with people who just want to assume and speculate and make accusations and then start drama and fires. Like that will eat at you." So I can see why he sits back and drinks, and then when he does get 10 in him or however many he drinks, he gets talkative. Not in a nice way.
I think, Cappy, wouldn't you agree, like, kind of when we were thinking about, when we heard more about Kurt from his daughter, that he could be an easily manipulated guy, or like taken advantage of, basically?
He's a nice guy. I was on the phone today, and someone stepped into his bar. He had the door propped, and she ran out of gas. And then Kurt's running around trying to find a gas can for her and trying to get some gas for the car, and all while trying to talk to me on the phone. And I thought, man, you know, you're the type of friend that I would want if I ever had some car issues on the side of the road. I know I could call him, and he'd probably be there.
See, I don't know what's going on in chat. I don't know who Sherry is in chat. And Sherry, I am not jumping in. I don't know who you're responding to. But Sherry said, "I actually do communicate with Justin Rounds on Messenger, and yes, he responds." I don't know who Sherry is, so maybe you know Justin in real life, and it's appropriate that you communicate with him on Messenger because you actually know him in real life. I don't know. But if you're someone who got in contact with him because of this case, or even if you are someone who you knew him, so he would already talk to you, and he's communicating with you on Messenger, I don't understand the need to then go and tell people that. Why? Like, if he's communicating with you in private for whatever reason, and you know that he has a lot of intense focus on him right now, and there's a lot of online nonsense. I just don't know then when you go and tell people, "I'm talking to this man in private Messenger." I just don't understand that.
Isn't it funny that you get attacked for spelling Kurt's name wrong, whether it's with a C or a K? Jeez.
Yeah, so I just think that, you know, I really think all these people should probably just have been left alone. And I understand that some of them are very actively engaging and like responding. I get that. But you know, that doesn't mean that this is still a normal thing to do, to try to go seek out all these people.
Well, no, and I think Kurt, like, I think he's really affected by it. Like him and Dylan were buddies. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
you got a lot of Doug's minions over here.
Oh yeah, well, their life is over. So
these people must have no life. I mean, I see them all day, all night on these chats. It's like, wow, do you guys ever work or have a social life?
Well, sometimes we're on here a lot too. So, but yeah, they never really have anything compelling to say, in my opinion.
Just drama and fire starters. And you can see, obviously, you can see the same people.
But Yeah,
it's quite entertaining.
I don't know. Like, why do people do this? Why do people?
Let's talk like a think tank. I mean,
I kind of hate that. I just do not understand why people are using that word like that. Like, Doug, you are the farthest thing from a think tank that I could possibly imagine.
Like, have you got questions?
Well, I mean, think tank is a good term for me.
It's a good term for me because it's like bringing positive minds into it and just having an adult conversation without all the drama.
It's bringing lots of different ideas to the table and filtering through the bullshit too.
Well, I would say that the definition, let's look it up, and then maybe it's my thing of a definition. So this is why I think it's insane to call it a think tank. But if you're using different definition, but the definition of a think tank is a body of experts providing advice and ideas on specific political or economic problems. And since there are no experts, then
well, that depends on how you define them.
An expert, so a think tank is when you actually hire experts. Like if it's going to be about like an economic think tank, it's with economists, right?
And look how well that works out. Look how well that fucking works out. I mean, you want to talk about a think tank like the CFR or Trilateral Commission on Economics, the WEF?
But you and that you and Doug and the people in the chat or me, that we are legal or criminal justice experts, right?
No, not legal or criminal justice.
Right. So that's
absolutely
why I'm saying
not.
It's not a think tank, right? I mean,
well, I mean, it's a loose term. It's a vaguely defined term. But when you, I mean, look at everything that's been going on in our world in the last, I don't know, 20 years. All the experts seem to be wrong all the time, and everything they predict seems to be the antithesis of what actually happens. So if you want to call them experts because they have a degree or because they profess to know something that other people don't, then I call bullshit on that, because the experts have been wrong 99.9% of the time. So if you're going to call it a think tank, to me, that's just people getting together and talking shit. And
yes, I think that a good way, if you're defining a think tank as people getting together,
I like to get together and talk shit.
I mean, is our world getting any better right now? No, it's not. It's going down the shit chute at an accelerated rate because the so-called experts are not experts. They're politically motivated idiots for the most part. So,
well, I believe in, I do think that's important to vet your sources and think about credibility, and yes, being your credentials and your education and different licenses that you may have and your professional experience. Like I do hold that in I do hold that in a higher regard.
I hold that against people. Actually, I'm a high school dropout. And there's a very good line in a book by Michael Crichton.
Well, don't tell Jim that, because he's going to hold it against you.
Well, he already did, but I don't care about that.
Right. There we
Credentialism. Credentialism is horseshit to me. But there's a very good line in a book by Michael Crichton from 20-something years ago now, or maybe even more, that it read something along the lines of, how did it go? It was evident to me that they hadn't completed a formal education, and therefore they could still use their brains, because what people see as education has become indoctrination. And I'm sure that Salty knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Kinda.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I know what you're talking about. I mean, that particular flavor of like anti-intellectualism that's not really what I buy into.
I'm anti-pseudo-intellectualism, not anti-intellectualism at all.
Listen, it is having a degree does not make you intelligent, and not having a degree does not mean you're not intelligent. That's obvious.
Can I say something to that? I have a college degree. I have a bachelor's degree, and when I first started, I got an associate's. But then I went on and got a bachelor's. I don't know shit about politics. I don't use big words, I'm very logical, but I suck at being book smart. So yeah, you're probably way smarter than I am, Black Dove, and I have a degree. So I totally agree with that. Just because you have a degree does not mean that you're smarter.
True, but if you're going to get surgery, you're going to make sure that your surgeon is an actual credentialed surgeon.
Oh, hell yeah.
Not just not somebody who is a free thinker off the street. So I do think that, people's, their credentials, that they do matter.
Yeah, and certain things that, they definitely,
right.
They definitely matter. And if you're, if something's going on with your family and there's an investigation being done, I would want that investigation being done by a police officer or a detective who takes their job seriously and does it the correct way to make sure that everything would be fine. You know what I'm saying? And I would want them to,
Yeah, exactly. Like
have a good background in their schooling and make sure they were trained very well, and even like hands-on to be, just.
Or like a lawyer, you want to make sure your lawyer actually.
Right.
With real world experience.
Yeah, but right. Like there's lots of lawyers and you could say which ones are better, right? But you're definitely going to need somebody who's an actual lawyer and has a JD and passed the bar before you want them to give you legal advice. So I think it's.
Or the guy from the movie Fracture.
Yeah. So I think like when some people say, I see I know it's like an easy thing to say, like, oh, credentials and education mean nothing to me. But at the same time, like, obviously we have professionals and experts in our world for a reason, and it would be incredibly unsafe if we didn't pay attention to stuff like that.
But the problem is our world is incredibly unsafe right now. And that's been proven by the experts who are highly credentialed.
I wanted to ask you a question anyways. When Jim Terry starts going off about Candace dropping her son in the middle of the desert and leaving him, what do you think about that?
I got a lot of thoughts on that, actually. And it's a mixed bag.
But that's not true.
I give my opinion? I was gonna say, can I give my opinion real fast, and then I'd like to hear yours as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think, he's, I feel like, I do believe that he was looking out for, land. I do believe that him and his grandpa were looking together. And I do believe that he really, in his heart and his mind, thought he was going to be able to do something with that land. He may not have, you know what I'm saying? And this is his first year that he was planting, right?
Yep.
But he had been there like a couple of years trying to get things in order and get things ready. And
that's not true.
So how long had he been there? Like just 1 year, 2 years? I thought because the pandemic had hit.
No, this is where all your guys' this is where all your guys' facts are wrong. Dylan didn't even come back.
How long was he there?
Dylan didn't even come back to Lucin until this year. He's been gone in Idaho. He only came. Listen, Ed hired Dylan, I think when he was 17. He had a truck with a welder and some equipment in the back, and Dylan went around fixing equipment. And then Ed, I don't know if it was through his dad or his grandpa or whoever, hired Dylan to come out and do some work. And then Dylan went back to Idaho. Dylan didn't live in Lucin or Montello for 3 years straight. He never got dropped off out there and said, "See you later." These are all some weird, wild rumors. He only came back. He came back.
What, Jim Terry said, that's one of his big bitches that, that's one of his big things that the parents dropped him off out there and just let him go. They just dropped him in.
That's absolutely wrong. He came back. He came back. There was some land for sale. He came back. Ed had arranged for him to look at some land. And then they went to the grandpa. He had to let his grandpa know, hey, I would like this piece of land. I'd like to work it, whatnot. And then they bought the land. But he didn't really have a chance to really work his land because he started being this custom farmer where he would go out and contract work with other people out there. And that big job.
That's where the big check came into play.
Yes.
It was not in the camper. It was in the bank.
That was his first big paycheck. And then he got that check. According to Kurt, he got that check. Then he had to go back to Idaho. He took the grain truck with him, And then he paid his grandparents back, because you have to remember his grandparents had loaned him money to, for materials and stuff to do this other contract. Everybody would need some kind of overhead to start a job. Grandparents borrowed him this money so he can start this job for materials. When he gets his check, when he gets the job done, he goes back to his grandparents, gives them the check. He goes back to the seed supply place. They have credit there. He never got no money back. He went to the Grange, the seed store. He has credit there. He got his seed. Then he came all the way back. And that was, I think, when he encountered Chase. Don't quote me. Then it was that weekend. Then he went back to his farm to spread the seed, according to the story in the timeline. But he never.
Okay, so when his daughters came on here, when she came on here, she said she actually seen Dylan 2 days before this happened, and she had talked to him, and he told her that he power washed the truck himself. So
yeah, another wild rumor. He power washed the truck himself. He did it right there at the the saddle store, right there somewhere.
Could have been done twice too, though.
Right.
But he never lived there. He didn't live out there for 3 years. He wasn't sitting there getting groomed by people. He was never even there. He did that one job for Ed.
Back and forth.
Yeah, he went and did that job for Ed. Then he went back to Idaho for a couple years. Then he just barely came back. He just barely returned this year. Pulled the trailer to his farm, some ghetto trailer. According, it was I don't want to say ghetto to belittle Dylan, but a cheaper trailer. And that's where he posted up. And it would just happen this year.
Did or did not Tanner Brady live with him until April 2022?
Tanner Brady, that's an interesting guy too. He worked for, I think, Dylan's grandpa, doing some a farm ranch hand type of guy. And then he rented out, I don't know if it was a room or a house from Dylan's grandpa, but he never mentioned that he went out to Dylan's farm in Lucin, but Dylan did go to spend the night over his grandpa's and stuff, and they would play Xbox or chit chat on the phone. And Tanner Brady is a returning missionary, LDS.
Yeah, but what I heard was that he lived with Dylan, potentially in Lucin, potentially in Montello at Kurt's place.
No, absolutely not. I got text messages from Tanner Brady through Facebook, and that's not how the story goes.
So the whole thing about Tanner Brady living there until April 2022 is BS?
No, that's again wild rumors. I'll share a video of Tanner Brady in our conversation on my channel.
No thanks. Investigate is in the chat, and he's telling somebody who I can't see. He's telling somebody named Kate, "You're next." What is she next for? I need to know. But yeah, this whole idea that first of all, that you could take any adult, because he was an adult at the time, and force them to go live in a particular geographical area where you want them to be, because you don't like them, this is the black sheep of your family, so you can physically imprison them in some sort of random geographical area. What always was so insane to me that people were even repeating that, because it literally makes zero sense whatsoever.
It was a bit different than that, though.
That's what I think him. It seemed when you say I stick somebody, right? It seems like it's not with their consent, correct?
Correct. However, Candace did say in her most recent interview that Dylan scouted out the land when he was 15 or 16, which is a long time ago now, almost 5 years. And I assume that was with Ed Harshberger. He was the guy that was the contact for the land out there.
Yep.
Correct, Salty?
That's correct. But I don't know if it was 15 or 16, but I think it was around 17 when he came out to do some work for Ed. That would be the first time that Dylan was actually out there in that area. And then Dylan did have interest in farming. He wanted his own property. He wanted his own land. He wanted to prove to not only himself, but his parents, like he could do this. So you got to give kudos to him for even wanting to try.
Oh, I mean, like, there's nothing but respect for Dylan as far as I can see in any channel that has talked about him. Like, people are saying that they're trashing Dylan because he might be gay and all this other stuff. I have not seen one single person ever say anything negative about Dylan Rounds whatsoever.
I mean, Jim Carrey says horrible things about him all the time.
I would beg to differ.
Well, he called him,
what has he said?
Called him a fucking prick. He's talked
No,
about
that he was quoting something that other people had said about Dylan having a hot temper and punching allegedly Candace and knocking her out when he was a young man.
Somebody has their YouTube on.
It's not me, and I do hear the echo.
It's not me.
Okay, maybe that was it. Whoever that was, thank you. He wasn't quoting somebody, right? He called him a fucking prick. He talks about how he lived like a pig. He said he's lived like a pig, that he couldn't even shower. So that's not a polite way to speak about somebody.
You know what? And Salty's here, so I can say this. Okay? The most impolite way that I've ever heard anybody talk about Dylan is not what Jim Terry said as recounting other people's, like, takes on how Dylan lived and all that stuff. The most irreverent thing that anybody has said about Dylan has been said by Kurt, and I will stand by that, and I will tell that Kurt to his face.
I mean, and I think that's fine. I mean, I think that obviously people can be more offensive and more rude, but more insulting.
But saying that okay, so when Jim Terry says that Dylan came off as a prick,
no, he said he was a fucking prick. He said it multiple times.
He did. He did say that multiple times. And I don't think that Dylan was a fucking prick.
Right. And even if you did talk about a crime victim that you did not know in that manner?
No, but I wouldn't talk about him the way that Kurt did either, to be perfectly honest.
I'm sure you wouldn't. I'm sure I wouldn't. But I hope that we're not holding Kurt as like the bar for, socially appropriate behavior.
Like, I'm not.
Higher than that, right?
No, absolutely not. But when he says that Dylan was a prick, that goes based off of what Kurt said about Dylan having a hot temper and saying, "You want my wallet? Take it from me, cunt," and all the other stuff, because that's what Kurt said. Those are his words. So when Dylan apparently cold-cocked his mom when he was like a teenager or whatever, or
again, that was only said by Jim, and apparently the story's from when he was 11. So let's be careful how we're repeating this.
That's where he's getting that from, and I don't know how true that is either.
I don't. Right, you don't, and since it comes from Jim, it's probably not true. But I guess what I'm saying is, there's horrible people. I don't care how Kurt talks about him. That can be fine. I'm saying that this is like the way that Jim talks about this young man
didn't just come from Jim, though. That came from the guy Matt, who said that Dylan was abused, which absolutely incensed me. Okay, the fact that if somebody choked Dylan out with a fucking shower curtain, that's abuse. And I don't care if you're the father or the mother or a relative or whatever, that's wrong. Okay, and that's much more offensive to me. And I don't care how wonderful Dylan Rounds' father is. And Ty Corbin says Justin Rounds is a wonderful person and he doesn't believe that. But this guy alleged that in a phone call. Sure. And as far as I can tell, he had no reason to make it up.
A phone call should not have been played on, it probably shouldn't have taken place, and certainly shouldn't have been played on YouTube for views.
Well, not for views, but for transparency, sure, whatever.
I mean, I don't know how much transparency we need into the private lives of people we don't know.
Well, if Dylan was abused, don't you think that's a relevant thing to this case? If he was abused and he was the black sheep for real, then you don't?
No, and I don't think that
I was beaten as a kid, and I think it's pretty fucking relevant.
I agree with you, Black Dove. I was beaten, abused for 16 years. There could be something to it.
The bottom line is, this is a there's a suspect in custody, an adult male who is not related to him, and all of this information is being mined on purpose by one person who has a personal vendetta against the family. And it is a gross invasion of people's privacy that's really getting out of control. And when people couch it as in this is like some sort of helping a criminal case, I think people are fooling themselves. That's not people do to dirty laundry in public, and it's gross.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with airing dirty laundry like that, but if you're beating the shit out of your kid for taking too long in the shower, to me, that's kind of relevant to why he might not want to shower and might want to move the fuck away.
It's giving you insight into Dylan's personality, maybe on the deeper side of him. Not necessarily that Justin did anything or, what he did in their past, but I think it gives you an insight into Dylan's his self-esteem and why he would make decisions or do things the way he does.
I guess
but we didn't hear this from Dylan's parents. We heard this from Jim's perspective.
We heard this from a recorded phone call from somebody who was not Jim
who
Carrey.
was told something by his wife, who was told that by the wife's friend. Okay, who
was told apparently by Dylan's close friends.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like, I hope for you.
So that's all hearsay. That's what I'm saying. It didn't come from a reliable source. It came from
all of this is hearsay.
It came from that person. It came from this person.
But all of this is hearsay.
Right. And I guess what I'm saying is, God help any of us that we end up on the wrong, from a toss of a dice, we end up in a place where hearsay about our lives gets repeated online to thousands of people, against our consent, like for no reason. Like there's no reason that this accusation against Justin Rounds that he did that should even be repeated. Like there are certain things that you don't repeat in public if you don't know, like because of it's such a high, I don't know, like if you hear something like that, you don't go around and repeat it. That is a rumor that you do not repeat when it is based on a telephone chain of things that you heard and you don't know these people at all. It's not appropriate to go and then repeat it publicly. That's my opinion. That's not how we act in the real world. Like if I heard that about like a coworker or something, and then I just went around and started repeating that to people in our real lives, like there's consequences to this. These are people's real lives. Like God forbid somebody just says something about you, whether it's right or wrong, they just say that you choked some kid out with the shower curtain and a thing, and to think that it could be spoken into existence and then repeated ad nauseum on YouTube. I don't think that's okay. And I don't want that for any of us.
That's true. And if it's completely false, then absolutely that's bullshit that shouldn't be repeated if it's completely false.
It was really, when you guys were up there talking, a woman called in. She was an older lady, and she called in. And she said, my grandson is friends with Dylan. And she continued to talk. And she said, no, she didn't believe that Dylan had ever been hit or hurt by his parents like that. And Jim called her a bitch and told her to shut the fuck up.
When is the hearsay? Right. The hearsay is good when it's agreeing. The hearsay is bad. The coach was right when he said he was abused. The coach was wrong when he said he wasn't gay. Right. So, I mean, it's just a rumor mill.
It is. And that's the problem with all this YouTube stuff, is that it's just a rumor mill and there's no forensic evidence that anybody on YouTube is going to get that's going to solve this case. Correct. Which is a big problem. That's why, to me, the latest Candace interview didn't concretely say, well, we believe Dylan's been murdered and he's dead. Because if they said, well, Dylan's dead, everybody would shut up and go away.
You really think that, though?
I do. I would. What the hell's the point?
I believe you would. But I think that if tomorrow the FBI come out and they gave a huge press conference, they did a PowerPoint presentation, they brought Jim Brenner up on all these charges, I believe that you would be done. But I'm telling you, I think the circuit that's going on this other side, on these other channels, would not skip a beat. It would go on indefinitely. We've seen it happen with cases before.
That may be true.
Yeah. Like we saw about Chris Watts all the time. Do you know the Chris Watts case?
No clue who that is.
Yeah, I mean, this was the guy. Some people know he killed his wife and his young daughters, because then he pretended that they were missing or whatever, and he got found out pretty quickly. He got arrested within like a week. He pled guilty, didn't go to trial, like admitted to everything, went off into prison. And the crazy like conspiracy theory, like social media, YouTube wars between two sides, like still going on like 8 years later. On the most most cut and dry, like nothing to discuss case that there is. I believe you when you say that you would kind of be done with it, but I don't think that they would skip a beat on any of these other channels. I think there would still be daily coverage.
Oh, I'd be gone. Nobody would hear from me ever again.
It's interesting.
Well, I mean, the only hope is that Dylan's alive and he comes back alive.
Well, that's what we all hope for.
I still give it a 50-50 chance based on what I've heard.
Good egg. If I ever become a lesbian, will you marry me?
I'm not. No. It's Cappy. She's the lesbian from California. I'm just a
fact. If I ever become a lesbian, will you marry me?
She's the lesbian nun.
Yeah. I guess I'm the fat person from Canada. I think that's what he was trying to say.
I meant I love you. That's what I meant.
She's saying you're smart as hell, and she just loves you, Biddy. She said, "Get up." Will you marry her if you ever want a girlfriend?
No, I mean I know this is hard because like I just think people. This is actually a panel.
It is hard though because it is their real life, and this shit affects them like deeply, And did you talk to Justin when you were out there, Salty? Did you see him? Did you talk to him?
No, I didn't even know that was him posted up by the bar until I can't remember who told me who that was. And at first I thought that was strange or kind of awkward if I was to even go up and talk to him. I don't know him to even be questioning him. That's not my position.
I just didn't know if you came in the bar when you were talking to Kurt, or you know what I mean? Like if you ever walked in or you guys crossed paths at all, you know what I mean?
No, not at all. And I would never even go up to him and I'd go up to him and send my best wishes and for Dylan, but I would never go up to him and start talking to him or interrogate him, ask him questions. That's not my place or my business.
So you think that I'm going to ask you guys, both of y'all, do you think the people that are going out and searching right now, like I don't even know all their names, but I know that there was an argument between Jim and that earthworm or earth guy or whatever.
I think his name is Lance.
Yeah, I think I don't want to talk bad about anybody because that's small-minded. I think Kurt has a lot to say about that, and I'm going to release that into a video here soon. But he didn't just pop up. He just popped up out of nowhere, and then they sent him a GoPro camera, Doug. I think it's more like a video content for Doug. But then again, I'm not going to sit here and talk about Doug. He can blast me or talk about me all he wants on his channel, but I'm not that person. But I think it's become more of an awareness thing of the area around that part of the town, and a lot of viewers want to see it. So kudos to Lance going out there with his wife and doing what he does. I necessarily ain't the one to sit there and ask for PayPal donations and Venmo and blast my bank info for money, but I guess that's just difference between me and him. But I think after his case is done, that's where it ends with them too. But everything that they're searching has already been searched by over 500 people, 1,500 people, I think it was, that went out there. I don't know the number.
What about
they're searching
property?
They're searching. Nobody can get out there. Are you talking about where the motorhome blew up?
Yeah, I'm talking about where the motorhome blew up.
Everybody knew all that already. The whole town knows where that was at. They're not doing anything new that hasn't already been done.
The FBI liaison that talked to Lance said they didn't even know that James Renner had property out there, though.
Well, that's kind of funny that they would say that, because how would they know? They don't even know the direct phone number to Agent Ross. They had to send an email.
I had even heard that he had a trailer that blew up, and right.
It's not nothing new. And you know as well, Laura, if you've heard from Jason or the daughter, but everybody knew about that already. Ty sat there and said he knew about it. But then they attacked Kurt saying, well, why didn't you call the FBI, Kurt? Well, I kept saying, well, why didn't Ty call?
I can tell you why.
If everybody knew about it already and everybody had this insight saying, well, there it is, why didn't that information get relayed? But it already has. The FBI already knew about this place already. It's nothing new.
I can tell you very specifically why.
Oh, it's good content.
It is. No.
It is.
The reason.
It is.
It is.
How do you keep a storyline going if you keep replaying the same thing over and over and over?
Because
you need something new.
No, because apparently when they went out there searching, the property lines are not exactly as they are on the map. So the FBI, according to Lance, didn't know that this property.
According to Lance, but how about we get some real people on the phone who already know about the situation? I mean, Lance has just barely moved out there.
Okay, the real people in the situation who would actually know everything would be the feds. So get them on the phone, get them in the stream.
But that's not
right?
Yeah, you should.
Well,
get the real solid facts. I mean, Lance, whatever Lance is doing right now, is just backtracking on what's already been done. You've had how many people out there searching?
They didn't know that this property existed apparently, and nobody searched it. And they called the Elko County or Box Elder, I can't remember which, last night. And they're like, okay, we're going to, send somebody out there. They were getting warrants for it yesterday. So if they're getting
I don't
warrants,
know. I don't. And where's this information coming from?
The cops that talked to Lance and Doug.
And who told you this?
It was on the stream.
That's right. Who told you this? Did you hear from the actual cops? Did you see a warrant? I mean, again, if we're running with hearsay, that's all we're running with again was hearsay.
The cops were actually on the stream for part of it, and then they hung up so that they didn't disclose the exact geolocation coordinates.
Oh my gosh, I can disclose the location. Everybody knows where this location is. This is nothing new.
So
absolutely. Everybody knows. Lance just made it something like they just found, and it's my pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and look at me. It's old news.
What's the geolocation coordinates for that exact spot where James Brenner's blown up shack and his burned down trailer was?
I can do something better for you. I'll be out there this weekend, and we can just live stream it together. And then I'll give you the coordinates in the live stream. This is nothing new. And Kurt,
apparently it is.
Matter of fact, no, it's not. There's been plenty of people out there. What do you think? They just roam everywhere and search everywhere but there? Come on, Black Dove.
To the blown up house?
For someone, again, so much on hearsay, man, you sure run with the hearsay.
I'm not running with jack shit.
No, I think what I think, Black Dove, is that how are we supposed to argue? I mean, I'm sure Lance is a nice human, is a decent human being. But what we're talking about here is common sense would tell us that he probably has not uncovered anything like that was unknown to law enforcement. That really just doesn't make any sense. And when the only person you have telling you that is him himself, and whether he's confused or whether
that's true. That's why I'm going to put a video out that Kurt wanted to talk about this, and I had a long, lengthy conversation with him today, and it's going to be released on a video, and he had a lot to say about Lance. What about those?
James?
What about all those people who went out there in the very beginning when you had multiple helicopters, drones, multiple searchers? Do you just think they just ignored this one spot and carried on to the rest of the area?
No, when the multiple searchers and helicopters went out, James Brenner was not on the suspect list. He didn't get brought in until weeks later. So they wouldn't have known to, number one, look at James Brenner's properties that were miles away from where Dylan's farm and the grain shed were, because this is over the mountain on the other side towards Montello.
Okay.
This place blew up a year ago or more. And Kurt helped James Brenner move from that blown up place to the new place that he was at, which was right by the grain shed.
So then you don't think Kurt would have already told them about this information? Like, what does Kurt have to hide? Absolutely not. See, there you go. You don't know.
I don't know.
And I'm trying to tell you, Kurt told me today that he's already told this information to the
So he told them exactly where that place was with the shovel.
he's told them everything that they need to know to help find Dylan. Every little detail.
Why weren't those shovels and why wasn't that ground that looks freshly dug, excavated, or ground penetrating radared and figured out what's going on over at James Brenner's property that looks like it hasn't been like it has been recently touched, rather, other than his blown up, burned down trailer. Like,
how long has the FBI been on this case?
Yeah, a while.
A while. Few weeks.
A while. Like just a few weeks or a month?
I would say like a month. And
about a month.
They
and you don't think they would went through everybody's phone, question everybody that they needed to, and do everything that they need to logistically.
What, June 1st, June 2nd? I mean, Heavy D was out there June 2nd, so we're going into August, so almost 2 months.
So 2 months. 2 months the FBI and Ellie's been on this case.
Heavy D was
and with their tools and their technology and what they can do, the phones that they've found, the data that they've extracted, you don't think they would have maybe just, oh, well, we got to go check this spot out, or these. I mean, we talk like they're stupid here.
No, I think the only way they're gonna actually find his remains is to have Jim Brenner talk. That's it. That's all.
Well, I think the bottom line is people when Black Dove says, well, Jim Brenner wasn't a suspect until recently or whenever, but we have to remember we have no idea when he became a suspect. He was named as a suspect at a certain point, but obviously he was being investigated way before then. So to think that, to assume that they would name him as a suspect, but they haven't gone and searched properties that he's owned or gone through everybody's phone and found out all their geolocations. This
absolutely.
Is that it's hard.
Yeah, they don't fuck around. You know what time it is when the feds get
absolutely.
involved.
There's been
but we speak like they're stupid here.
We don't know about. We don't know it. And you're right, we can't speak on it, but just know that there's been an entire investigation that led to Jim Brenner that has taken place. Interviews, evidence, all of that has happened. And we are talking, we have no knowledge of it, but that thing existed.
And then for some of these people I've seen in the chat, well, Kurt knows he's going to go move the body. Give me a break. Are you serious? Do you know how many detectives have interviewed Kurt? They took his phone. They downloaded his data. They know every little detail inside and out about Kurt. Come on, guys. This is the FBI. His daughter has spoken with them many times. If anybody's on the front line, it's this family trying to give every little detail and piece of information they can to the FBI.
And I trust his kid. I trust his daughter. Talina Sammy, whatever she goes by, I really do trust what she was saying. She said that she talked to Dylan and that, you know what I'm saying?
She talks to the FBI every single day.
Yeah.
She is on the front line giving information. Absolutely. Yeah. So this is a family who's not in hiding, who has nothing to hide, who's doing some shady things and going to go move a body because Lance stumbled across a hill with some shovels. The shovels being placed up is kind of suspect to me because as the antelope would have rubbed against them. So just them standing up is kind of strange, but I'm not here to say neither what they've done or belittle them.
When Queen says that she talks to, Kurt's daughter and she trusts what she says, I also talked to Kurt's daughter and I felt, I didn't get any bad vibes from her. But to be clear, if she gave me some fact of the case, I would not take it as fact any more than I would if Kurt or Ty or any of these people said it, right? They're still just a random person out there. I could find one of them more credible than the other, or logically one of them might know more, but it's still not something that you can enter into evidence or something. It's still just what a random person said, not law enforcement, not evidence or verified.
You're right, and that's why I always find it funny when I listen to these chat rooms and they're like, well, Kurt's daughter's involved and she knows. Come on, man. If anybody is involved with the FBI, it's her. And she feeds them every little detail. Any of these creators come up and talk or say something, she's right on the phone with them. She has zero tolerance for bullshit. And
I think that I do want to just point out that there are people up here on this panel who don't know each other and also sometimes vehemently disagree with each other. And we've been talking up here for 2 hours and none of us have called each other names or threatened to release our addresses to the world, or, you know, or curse at each other or each other. Like, this is what normal.
Yeah, we haven't threatened any kids or anything like that. I mean, we haven't, you know.
No, because we're a bunch of respectful adults. There's a difference between maturity and people just want to go start fires.
No, we're not gonna get rid of Donnie Brasco. Like, come on, don't tell people how to mod the channel. Like, you know, people can say, there's people in here who are coming over from Doug's live who are obviously going to say, like, you know, that person's wrong, this person's wrong, and then opposite. It's not like,
but they're always right?
Doug, they support Doug, and they believe
the ones in the chat room are always right, and we're always wrong.
Yeah, I hate getting deleted. I hate overpriced chats because I get blocked from like every chat that I'm in, and it drives me insane. I'm like, just let people say it. Like, I can't say when people have to physically delete the evidence of something that might counter what they are saying. No, Donnie Brasco does not like Jim Terry, just so you know. Maybe you're misreading his or her.
And if anybody, you guys, it's Scott Nuttall who's doing the real grounds on the boots. I mean, that dude goes through these caves. He goes down the holes. If you haven't seen his channel and what he's doing, nobody ever talks about him.
Doing that, but
he is a badass.
With them, it just makes me feel like, what, you know what I'm saying? You're potentially putting yourself at risk, and officers and rescue, you know, if they have to come get you or find you or pull you out because you were down there searching and shouldn't have been, you know?
Oh, and they're done. One mistake these guys make and they're done. But they do this for Dylan. You don't see them asking for super chats. You don't see them asking for PayPal donations. You don't see them asking for wish list. These guys are actual people. I think there's like 3 of them who go everywhere and explore, but you don't ever hear about them. You don't hear Doug mention them. You don't hear anybody give credit to the real people who's doing the real work. You only see them give credit to the people that is doing the work for Doug. Go out there and get me some videos so I can post it on my channel, get the views, etc. And by all means, he's a creator. He's going to do what he wants to do. I'm not here to bash Doug or Jim or Lance. I have some feelings towards Ty. That's a different story. But Scott Nuttall, if you haven't been to his channel, and if you haven't seen what he's actually doing and the effort and the work he's putting into it, man, you got to give it some mad respects to him.
I do get worried about these people going into caves and stuff because I worry that they're going to get hurt, you know?
Yeah, you can.
Trapped. And if you need, like, if you're doing that, you shouldn't need equipment, because I would be nervous. Like, if you don't have the proper equipment to be going cave exploring, then you probably shouldn't be doing that just for your own safety, you know?
Well, and if you're what are you? Are you doing this for Dylan, or are you money motivated, or are we just doing this for views and content? Are we doing it for donations, or I mean, what's people's motivation here? I do everything for free. I don't ask for money or PayPal donations. I go out there on my own time, my own gas. I live 4 hours away from Montello.
I mean,
it costs me about
you do put it on YouTube though, right? You don't do this privately. Completely
no.
Privately. Right.
And I dox myself. I wish somebody would send me a Christmas card. I need more friends in my life. I don't people. I don't know the Kurt Wadsworths. Or the Wadsworths. I don't know the Rounds. I don't know anybody, to be honest. I just went out there one day. I was stopping in Wendover and went out there one day, checked it out, got caught up in the bar, had a few beers with Kurt, Troy, and his mom, met them all, played on the slot machine. Thought, wow, this was not as bad as I thought it was, you know, from hearing everything that you hear on these channels. But I got Kurt's phone number, and the next day he called me up, texted me actually, and that's when I was confused about who was calling me. And I asked him, I go, who is this? And he said, Kurt, but he spelled it with a C. I never asked him how to spell his name or if it was a C or a K. But I was supposed to go back, and he was going to take me around to tour around Lucin. But that's when I got spooked when I seen Justin there, and I was like, oh, what's going on? Maybe I shouldn't be here. So I hightailed it out of there, not because I was scared, but I just felt like I shouldn't have been there, maybe. But it's all that dust has been cleared, and I've been invited back, and I'll be out there this Saturday, and I'm picking up a guy that's flying in from Pennsylvania, and he wants to go out there and check it out with me. We're going to hang out with Justin and his wife, which is Kurt's daughter, and we're going to get on the side-by-sides, go tour out around the area and do some live streaming, and that's about it.
Nice.
So now, just let me ask. Like, this is just hypothetical. If somehow, Dylan's immediate family, whether his mom or his dad or whatever, reached out to you directly, privately, and just said, we would like it if you didn't, talk about anything related to Dylan's case, like on YouTube at all. It causes a lot of pain, and if we can convince you to stop doing it, would you just stop? Just hypothetically, what would your reaction to that be?
It depends on what they're asking me to stop. There's nothing that I'm impeding on.
If they just said, like, really, like, would you mind just...
Well, then everybody should stop, meaning you, Laura, Doug, everybody. We should all just stop right now.
I think this is my hypothetical question, Like, if you got that request personally, how would you react to it?
I would respect them.
Right. I mean, like,
if they said, "Hey, I don't want you to go and do interviews, and I don't want you to talk about my son or whatever," I would respect that. I would respect that out of them. That's their wishes.
Right.
And I'm going to do what they request. I'll shut my channel down. I mean, my channel is new anyway. Right. All these subscribers came from this community, but I'm not here to try to start any kind of fires. But if they've ever reached out to me and said, "Hey, don't interview Kurt, or stop doing these live streams, or don't go to Montello and have a beer," which would be kind of funny. I mean, why would you tell me not to go into Montello?
That'd be,
Can I?
That would be outside of Dylan, but I would respect their wishes.
Let me say this too. As a creator who's been around a long time, too long, if a family ever told me not to cover a case, I'd say okay, and I move on to the next. There's 100,000 missing people out there, or murders that happen every day. I don't know why, if a family asks you not to speak on something, all right, move on. There's a million other cases.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if someone contacted me and it was, Candace Cooley or whatever, and she said, when you expose Jim Terry and you like talk about his PI scam, that actually creates more heat for me, because it gets him more angry. Can you just not do that ever again? Even if you're not, I don't think that I'm gonna get the request, but like I would say okay. But I think it seems obvious to us, but I think there's a lot of people that they would not say okay.
Well, I would never even get involved again. After this, I'm done. Like, I don't even know. I think I was more intrigued in trying to piece the puzzle together, and that's just the natural Aquarius in me. But this is way too much. I swear I don't even know how I still got involved and caught up in all this. I know where it started with Jim Terry, but man, this is just too exhausting, takes up too much time. And I live close to Montello, and that was part of the biggest reasons why I got involved, because I was close out there, and I thought, I was going to go drive out there. But
let me also say, again, as a creator who's covered a lot of cases, Jim is not the norm. Don't let Jim sway you from true crime, because I know Queen Bee's been around a while. We have, like, all right, I'm not going to say we've, solved cases, but we have, made people see things differently. A lot of YouTube has actually done that. We've, uncovered things. We've opened doors for people. Like, don't think just because, one person is going to ruin it for you, or one person who's a bad egg is going, no pun intended, but a bad egg is going to, stop you. Like, if you like true crime or you like discovering missing cases or all that, then keep with it.
Well, the true crime community needs someone to actually be a boots on the ground, whether it's Dylan's case or someone else's, to actually fly out there or get some video content. I think JLR, there's a guy out there, JLR does it. Oh, but just to get the coverage, to see what it's like and give the visual of the place. And
but you don't. But here's the thing: you don't need it. When I covered Making a Murderer, I did not need to be in Wisconsin. Yes, there were some people that went out there, but for different reasons. When I covered, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of wrong because there was a bad homicide here, and it was only about 15 minutes for me. I was like, come on, let's go. And I took my camera and went live right from the murder house and everything. So I guess I kind of understand that, but you don't have to be boots on the ground to cover a case.
Well, no, not if you're just going to report it, but it'd be good as the collective for the community to actually see what's going on firsthand rather than trying to come up with these images in their head. You know, you have a person that's ready to be activated to go, and the community supports that person, and that's where these funds are going and these donations to actually activate that person and get video footage or go do some journalism on the parents or do whatever that the community asks. So there's full transparency.
Yeah, but I guess it's dangerous because people trying to. I think what you're talking about is you're talking about like news coverage, like a journalistic coverage, and not just there's plenty of people who aren't able to, who aren't journalists, like who try to do that, and it's like can be. But I'm interested in this case when you talk about the figuring out the mystery of it, like when this goes to trial and when they release all this, or if like there's a book written, like I would want to read about like what happened. Absolutely, it's definitely not.
Agreed.
It's just that I think that the speculating, it's not like a cold case where we all have the same information. There has been an entire investigation that we know nothing about, and it is, to me, speculating when you know none of what led them to their suspect. It just seems like a little bit pointless. And then knowing that it's mostly driven around the, these lies that were put out by somebody who just has a vendetta against somebody else and is trying to, smear them on the internet. It's just like, what is this? This is just super toxic.
Well, then without people like Lance, who's getting the content that he needs to for Doug, which now gives a good perspective to the viewers of what the area is like. Me giving the interviews with Kurt, there's key elements to creators here, and everyone plays their role, I would think.
I think that you going out there and talking to Kurt was actually very eye-opening to like actually see it, because as we had talked about last time you were on this panel, Jim had literally acted like it was the hills have eyes out there, right? And it's really funny because after I said that, I've watched like another old video of him where he literally says it's like the hills have eyes out there. So in that way, it was kind of a good antidote to what he was saying, right? It's just kind of crazy that antidote ever needed to be there in the first place, because he had created such an incredibly tall tale about this place that it didn't seem like that any place in America like this could even exist. So in that case, like seeing it physically or talking to Kurt's daughters, it does help kind of bring everybody a little bit back down to earth, because we were so far gone from reality at that point.
Well, right. Just like the video footage of me shooting inside the bar. But everybody just assumed what it was like inside until I actually uploaded what it was like in the bar with the slot machines or the tour around the town and up close and personal with some of the buildings and structures. I don't know anybody else who was doing that before I came along. I didn't see nothing.
Can I ask you something about that, Salty?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Cowboy was known for the best burger out there, and it used to be a tourist stop from approximately 20 years ago until about 6 years ago. It was a nice, wholesome town that people wanted to stop in, and a good place to go if you were on your way somewhere, I guess, out that way. And do you remember the picture? I believe it's the most recent picture of Dylan happy and smiling, holding the hamburger.
At Five Guys.
Yeah. That was in Idaho, I believe. But
it's a good place. If you have you guys ever been to Five Guys?
I haven't.
Yeah, it's the bomb.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. But yeah, I saw you. He actually smiled. You sensed a different vibe.
Yeah, you can. That's why I brought up that specific picture.
I think Five Guys is horrible. So overpriced. Let me say, I have two things to say. One, somebody asked when a cold case becomes a cold case after a year. Is generally when a case will go cold if there's no more tips. But that's only if there's no more tips. But the general rule of thumb is a year. But secondly, to Striving So Long, who I believe is Doug, let me say this, and I'll say this loud and clear. I'm a rebel. Oh my God, I was covering a case and I brought my cell phone into a room that said that no cameras. Okay, well, I recorded it anyway. Oh my God, shoot me now. I'm the worst person in the world. Strike me dead. That is what these people come after me for. No joke. This is what people have been coming after me since 2019. That's one of them. Like, I'm just the worst person in the world. Second thing he said, am I going to apologize to this loser mom? Absolutely not. I'll be shocked if this mom doesn't eventually get arrested for her son's death. Would I apologize to her? Absolutely not. Anything else you want to hit me with? You go right ahead. All right, go on. I just had to say that.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, Black Dog. So about the hamburger.
No, not the hamburger itself, but the picture of him smiling with the hamburger.
Yeah, he looked happy. He looked
happy. For one of the very few pictures of him actually smiling, looking genuinely happy and not ostracized or what's the best way to put it? Waiting to get away from whoever was taking the picture.
I can see where you're getting at that from, yeah.
Yeah. So if that's why you're here, then is that why you're here?
Who, me?
Yes.
Here for what? A burger?
No, not for a burger. Obviously, you're not stupid. You knew exactly what I meant. You read between the lines. You're into all that gematria stuff and hidden.
Yes, I'm
signals.
into gematria and yes. So yeah, you got me pinned.
So you know exactly what I'm talking about then.
I don't. Can you explain it to me?
Well, we're all talking about somebody who may or may not be dead.
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
And that's one of the very few pictures of him actually looking happy.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're here for the right reasons, you would want to see that again. You'd want him to be alive and happy, correct?
Absolutely. So yeah, if you're asking if I'm here for the right reasons, absolutely. I've done what I can from the location that I'm in and the friendship that I've created with that family, and my role in what I needed to do. I think I've accomplished that, and it was to bring in more insight and awareness to the community as a whole, the crime community as a whole. But that's as far as I can go now. What more can I do? Like Lance is out there doing what he needs to do, and you're doing what you need to do, and Laura's doing what she needs to do, and Queen Bee and Doug. We're all trying to work together, but in our own little way.
Can I ask something to both of you? One, honest question.
But my intentions are good because I don't ask for money. I've never asked for a donation. I've never campaigned to PayPal. I never gave out a wish list or my PO box. Nothing. So my intentions have always been good, and doing what I think I could provide to the community as a whole, and give that content and that awareness. But hopefully come to solve whatever we're trying to solve here. But I would like to see, and I hope that Dylan is still alive, and he deserves to be happy. I mean, he was just barely starting his life.
Hold on. I got a question for both of you. My first question is, I have seen Dylan's Facebook multiple times. I do not see what you see, Black Dove. I see a happy child. I see somebody who seems normal, who seems like a normal teenager. If you look, my son, my youngest, he never smiles in pictures, ever. And he loves me and he loves his brother. Well, he loves his sister. So much his brother, but you know, absolutely. If you look at him in pictures, the kid never smiles. He's a very happy child. So
yeah, you can't really judge off that one picture, you know.
He's a teenager.
I feel sad. I agree, and I feel sad because I feel like, honestly, I really do feel like this is Jim. I feel like it comes from Jim Terry, but he has painted such a bleak and unhappy and dysfunctional life for this kid, right? I mean, as most as you could imagine, right? Like unloved, unwanted, unwashed, uneducated, ostracized, alone, like beaten, abused, abandoned. And it's devastating because I think that Black Dove feels all that. I don't think that was his life. I don't think there is reason to believe that he had such a miserable existence that has now been like snuffed out. Like, I feel how much that bothers you when you talk about Black Dove, but I don't think we have any reason to believe that narrative about his life. And I don't think that was his life because, let me tell you something. I am not like these people who are like really hard workers. I am not one of them. And this kid, to be choosing at 19 to be going out and doing that kind of hard work, not because he needed it to survive and like put food in his mouth, right? But because he liked it. People derive a lot of people who are like that, they derive a lot of satisfaction from their hard work. And people who are, being productive like that and making things happen, that doesn't read to me somebody who is, depressed or has like this empty life. I don't believe that he was, friendless and alone and discarded. And I think that that picture has been painted about him is terribly sad. I don't think it's true. And I hate for people to think that that's true.
That's what I'm saying. And the other thing is, you guys, and this goes to both you and Salty, I understand that it's nice. You want to keep a positive outlook on things. But from what I got from her last interview, they know he's dead.
No.
And putting out there that he may be alive is putting out false hopes in the world. It's one thing to stay positive, but his mom basically said that they know he's dead. And
if he is, there's no point in any of us talking.
No, then we should just end it and just move on.
That's what I think.
It's odd to me that, that you guys are still hoping he's alive or saying he's still alive when the mom said that he's dead. He's gone.
She did not say that. She was very careful not to say that, actually.
She was turned into a homicide investigation.
Okay. And that's an affidavit. And then she clarified and said, well, you can basically put anything in affidavit. And I asked Lauren Dellen, who's a paralegal who knows the ins and outs of all these affidavit filings and the legalese that's written into them. And she said, well, this doesn't necessarily mean that Dylan's dead. I don't want to quote her directly or anything, but she basically said that the affidavit for a homicide investigation could be reasonable suspicion that there was foul play, and they could sort of play their hand to say, well, we think he might be dead, but that isn't a guarantee. So they don't have a body. There is no body that has been produced. There is forensic evidence that meets the criteria for foul play and potentially homicide, based upon, the thing with Chase Venstra, who isn't even the main suspect in Dylan Rounds going missing. There have been things that have been said both by Candace and by Kurt that lead me to believe that he might still be alive. And that's the only thing that I'm basing that off of. I'm not basing it off of some false hope. And if I had false hope, I would, try to quell that and be like, okay, well, he's dead. And then I would just shut up and go away. But I don't think he is. Or at least I think there's a 50-50 chance that he's alive based on what has actually been said by Candace and in other interviews.
Yeah, we apparently had a very different. I don't know if you were here before Perplex QT, but we had a very different take because while obviously Mom was not using the words, dead or deceased, I found that she was being pretty straightforward and was saying, we've known this from day one. Like in our gut, we didn't want it to be true, but our gut reaction day one was that, he had been killed, and that she actually felt relief when they finally named it as a homicide investigation. But all those things that Black Dove said is right. Obviously, they have not recovered remains or anything like that, so it's not official. Black Dove, watching the same thing, really felt like she was not saying what I thought I was getting her message loud and clear, what she was saying, and he had a totally different interpretation of it. But to me, it seemed like she does accept that, and she's not using the exact words, but I didn't feel like she was trying to. I didn't feel like she was trying to be coy about it. Like, I thought it was pretty clear.
But as a parent, though, if you knew your child was dead and there was no hope, you would be more emotional, I would think.
But there's no body yet.
I don't think that. I think emotions look different. I thought that she was incredible. To me, she looked like she was in incredible pain, and just trying to compose herself. I don't think she was going to be sobbing up there. She came close to it a couple times, but I don't know if you watched it. Did you watch it, Salty? Like, I thought it was very straightforward what she was trying to say. But
yeah, but I still had the vibe that there's still something there.
That's right.
And it's hard to read because she's very good at just keeping her composure.
Very composed. Yes.
But I can't. But I mean, coming from any parent, I'm a parent. I don't know. I know Laura's a parent. I don't know how many other parents are here, but you would never want to lose hope that your child, something bad happened to him and he is dead. So I would cling to all hope and have faith in that he's still alive until there is confirmation that he's actually dead.
Yeah, but throw all that emotion out the window and say that she just wanted all the YouTube speculators to shut the fuck up. And if that's the case, all she has to do is say, well, we're pretty fucking sure he's dead. And you guys can, shut up now, go away, and let the FBI finish their investigation. But she didn't say that.
Of course she didn't say that, because of course she's not going to talk about about her son. But I think that her saying that this is where it's going and all the people online don't know what they're talking about and just let the FBI do their thing. And I think that was her basic message.
She was talking about Doug and fucking Jim.
And there's nothing that she could have done to make them stop. There's nothing she could have said in a certain way that would make them stop.
You don't think that if she had said, well, we're pretty sure he's dead, that they would just shut up and go away and move on to something else?
I would bet I would never in a million years. I guarantee it would have no effect whatsoever.
I'd disappear.
You, but
right.
I'm not complaining about you, Black Dove,
Let me put it like this, Black Dove. 5 the court have all said that Stephen Avery is guilty and Brendan Dassin is guilty. Did it stop me from talking about it? Nope. But sure as hell didn't. I just kept keep talking how they're innocent. So there's that.
That would nothing she would have said would have done anything. Like they'll keep covering the case till whenever. And I totally agree with you. You might not have. But she's not going to say, she's not right. Coming 5, she's not going to say those words. But I thought she was as delicately as possible, sharing what she's felt. And yeah, I mean, I don't think that if if whatever, we don't know what they're seeing, but whatever scene stuff has become clear to her, and it doesn't matter how much you love your child. Like if you know that there's something is true, that something is true, like it would be hard to accept. But just because you are able to accept it doesn't mean that that could never happen, because a mother would never give up hope. I mean, we've talked to other mothers who who Jim Terry has taken money from, and their sons are still missing. But they will tell you that, in their heart, they do believe that they are deceased, but they still don't have that closure yet of finding their remains. So I think it's actually kind of it's not an abnormal position.
But why be so delicate in the phrasing and dance around things if you know he's dead, or you suspect beyond any reasonable doubt that he's dead? And in addition to that, you want YouTubers to shut the hell up.
Well, I think it's going to take a woman to know and understand a woman. I mean, we're men. They express and go through different emotions than we do.
There's like 50 women on the panel.
Yeah, well, then we should listen to them.
If she had said dead in there, she probably would have fucking lost it.
I think a woman knows a woman, and they're not dumb. Obviously, men don't still understand women, but I know if what they say and how they express their opinions about the way she, was sensitive or not, or emotional or not, I would think they're right.
But you have to understand too, look at all these cases. I know you don't follow a lot of true crime, but there have been so many cases where these people are standing by police and they're hysterical crying, "Where is my child?" Blah, and it turns out they're the ones that killed them. Happens every day. So her freaking out would not mean much. Her freaking out would, then everybody would pick it apart and say that she's, she must be guilty. She's doing the right thing. It's kind of like, best example I can give you, Casey Anthony's dad. You know that case. You've heard about that case, right, Black Dove?
Heard about it.
Okay. Casey Anthony's dad on panel was being blasted that he sexually abused his daughter and all this other stuff. He sat there calm, cool, and collected. And a lot of people said he must be guilty. Some people believe the jury said he must be guilty because the way he looked. But the truth of the matter is, in a case, you want to remain calm. Your lawyer will tell you, show no emotion. Just remain as neutral as possible when you're on that stand. So he did exactly what he's supposed to do, and people then automatically thought he was guilty. So she's doing exactly what she should be doing, going in front of the press and being, as strong as possible. Her only goal is to find her son, dead or alive. And that's what I've said from day one. Like, people need to stop looking too much into her, because I'm telling you, my personality, I would be the exact same way. I would not be breaking down and people thinking I'm weak. I wouldn't start crying on camera, because then people are going to think I'm weak. I'm going to be strong and I'm going to find my son regardless of what happens.
I mean, this is also her waking nightmare for the last 2 months. This is her 24/7.
Exactly.
The worst thing. So she's not, I'm sure she cries every day. I'm sure she wakes up, just with the most horrible feeling that I hope I never experience every day, and goes to sleep with it.
If she does have a past history,
right?
If she does have a past history of these mistakes that she's made early on, and I'm sure that eats at her every day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, people who are doing that are looking to see the worst in her, and I've seen people do this with so many different cases. The mom, they don't talk to media, so they're hiding something. If they do talk to the media, why always in front of the camera? There's just people online who are just going to rip people apart no matter what.
And Sava, whatever your name is, Savagel, would I laugh? Not, my dad's funeral. My dad was my hero. I loved him to death. I went through a million different emotions. Did we laugh sometimes at the funeral? Of course we did. I mean, it's normal. People you're not going to be crying 24/7. You're not going to be upset 24/7. You're going to cry at times. You're going to laugh at times. You just go through so many different emotions. And I think people, and I've said this, even when I was talking to Jim, I said this, people, I've said it to Black Dove 100 times. People should not be judging somebody from an interview, because I've seen so often the exact opposite, where people act like they care and meanwhile they're killers.
Something that Kurt brought up today that I was thinking about, it was the conversation early on where Dylan called it, I think his grandma called Dylan, or Dylan called his grandma early on in the morning. But Kurt said something interesting. He said, why did Dylan say he couldn't talk right now? And Kurt said that's not something that he would say. And it made Kurt believe that maybe something was going on right at that time too, because of him saying to his grandma, I can't talk right now. So that was just something to think about.
Yeah, that's been out there for a while too.
Problem
right.
with Kurt, But the problem with Kurt is Kurt acts like he was with Dylan 24/7. He seems to know every single aspect of Dylan's life, and half of it, I believe, is bullshit. I don't believe he knows this much, because if he does, then if you know that much about Dylan and every step he made, then where is he? Nobody.
He doesn't know where he's at.
And I'm not saying he does, but I'm saying that he's put it out there like he knows every single conversation he's ever had, every single thing he's ever done. That's what he acts like.
Well, I mean, Ty does the same thing.
I don't listen to Doug, so I don't know Ty. I literally don't know anything Ty says.
But it was really interesting.
That, though, Salty. He really doesn't say he knows Dylan's every move or anything like that, or that he knows him all that well.
Who, Ty?
Yeah, he doesn't really say that.
No, I'm just saying Ty seems to know every little detail about every little.
I don't even live in Montello.
Everybody, but you know, he didn't know Dylan. But I'm not here to talk about Ty, but it was just really interesting to think about the way that Kurt brought that up, and then I got to thinking, wow, you know, if Dylan was telling his grandma, "Hey, I can't talk right now," was there already someone there? Was he being, you know? I could run with my wild imagination and say, was there someone already holding him up at gunpoint? I mean, why could he not talk right now?
I mean,
well, why would he call?
Say all the time, I can't really talk right now.
Maybe he was forced to call.
No, that's the thing, because according to law enforcement documentation, the call originated from Dylan's phone to the grandmother at 6:51 a.m. So if he was calling her back, like if she had called him while he was asleep and then he's like, oh shit, I got a call from grandma, got to call her back, then that would make somewhat sense. But if you're a farmer and you're like, I got to get this seed out of here, you know, to protect it from the rain, you'd think that Dylan would be like, okay, I'll call grandma back after I drive this grain truck 5 miles, which is going to take 20 minutes or something. I'll call her back then. So it does seem a bit sus that he would call grandma at 6:51 in the morning and tell her he can't talk.
Exactly. That's the point I was trying to make. Thank you for making that better than I could.
Yeah, but I mean, they also could have had a longer converse. I know that in the timeline, what they've released is basically that this is the time they talked, and it ended with him saying he can't really talk, right? But we don't know that it was like phone rings, grandma picks up, and he says, I can't talk right now, and hung up, right? That doesn't mean that it was the whole nature of the conversation. I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, I think it's interesting because that's the last time they talked. Like, when did things happen? Like, if something happened.
Well, it's a cell phone. It's a cell phone. He could have easily got into the car and talked during the drive there, but he you know, it sounds like he was to say, hey, I can't talk right now. Like, I just raised some suspicion about that.
Well, it's a 10-wheel truck too, so if it's a 10-wheeler, I would imagine it has a multi-speed transmission that's manual, and he couldn't drive and talk at the same time easily.
That's true. I understand.
That's where the technical details of all of this intrigue me and come into play. There's so many technical details that don't make sense.
Well, it had to happen between then and what, 3:30, 4 o'clock that day?
2:41 p.m. was the last cell phone ping recorded by law enforcement, according to the official Facebook timeline. And that was northwest of the grain shed, heading towards the road that leads both west and east to the old Golden Spike rail grade. So, and that was an application data ping, not a phone call or a voicemail, apparently. And the thing that got conflated with Kurt's interview was he thought that was a voicemail that was left to Don Shelton at 3:41 p.m. But he then later changed that and said that it was a previous day that Don Shelton had gotten a voicemail from Dylan that he could not access because law enforcement had blocked his access to that voicemail. So it still could be a relevant piece of data. However, it's been kind of written off now that wasn't the one at 3:41 p.m. and which has now been changed to 2:41 p.m. So that's another relevant technical aspect to this thing that doesn't really make sense to me.
Hang on one second. Laura Lulu brings up an awesome point that none of us even thought of. Maybe he was taking a shit and he said, Grandma, I'll call you back, or I can't talk right now. Everybody like it's some same thing. And she said that, and I was like, holy fuck, she's right.
Not in these days. People just talks and people these days text and talk on why they're taking a shit or taking a piss. I mean,
but that's what I'm saying.
Half the time I'm in the bathroom making my videos.
Maybe it was that simple. Like he didn't want to talk to Grandma while he's taking a dump. She's right. It really could be that simple.
You're absolutely right. It could be something that simple.
Well, I mean, this whole thing could be something really simple.
But why would he make a phone call to her while he's taking a shit and says, hey, I can't talk right now.
Her and say, I'm taking a dump, can't talk, sorry.
Maybe he promised her that he was going to call her by 6:30 and he didn't. And then at 6:38 or 6:40, he's like, shit, I never called Grandma back and got to call her and say, I can't really talk right now.
I guess what I'm saying is I agree. It's like a little, but yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like we don't have, there's, I just feel like sometimes we're looking for a deeper meaning to something when it doesn't need all that explanation. I mean, I do think that is an important time because from what I see is that was the last time that he physically spoke to somebody. And then it wasn't until Monday morning, that was Saturday morning. It wasn't until Monday morning that they call the grandma back and say, oh, we did go up and check on him. He's not up there. So if this was a case of foul play, depending on when it happened, the person, they're out there in the middle of nowhere, basically could have had more than 24 hours plus to react in whatever way they were going to react, or to try to, cover things up, or to drive. They could have driven really far away and then come back, So I do think it's important because there's so much time that it could have been that the person who did it would have had to deal with it.
There's way more than 24 hours unaccounted for if you believe both I believe it was the Heavy D interview with Candace, where she said Saturday night, and also Kurt's daughter said Saturday night they were looking for Dylan. So that brings a whole at least 12 to 16 hours into question.
Oh, yeah, I think they had a ton of time because they said that he called Grandma Saturday morning, and that Grandma then asked Dawn or whatever Sunday morning when she hadn't heard back to him. Like, so a whole day's gone by. Hey, I did not hear back from him. Like, can you go look? And apparently they look, but they don't call Grandma back to say we didn't find him until Monday morning. So there is a lot of time involved here, and I don't see why there's people trying to explain what there had to be like horses or ATVs or like whatever, it could have been somebody had a truck and like drove somewhere really and then drove back, and we don't know what the FBI has as far as different geolocation or evidence where they were able to figure out the movements of Jim Brenner, because obviously they had some idea of what his movements were during this time period.
Two things about that.
Wasn't he farming all night
on Friday? Yes.
Okay. So,
that's
Kurt says he's not known to wake up early in the morning. He sleeps in. But doesn't this grain seed spreader have a cover?
Well, see, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking he was up all night. You know what I'm saying? Messing around, because that's what they said. He stays up all night to plant and mess with the stuff, get his seed ready and stuff. I thought he stayed up all night and maybe cooked breakfast and was calling Grandma before he went to sleep.
That's what, yeah, like it was.
And then it started raining. And he's like, fuck, man. And he had to, I'll call you back, and ran outside to put his grain truck away, where he ran into issues with Jim. I know he was mad I know Jim was pissed about the fence. They said that he was really upset because he used to lock that fence and he was the only one with the key to it. So when Dylan had to go back there, he just opened it and leaves it open. He would leave it open, and it pissed Jim off. And that's what
Don also apparently had a key.
An argument about it, and Jim lost his temper.
Don also had a key, according to somebody's interview. I believe it was one with Candace. And also that Dylan had a key to that gate, which was not so much a gate as a barbed wire thing with a padlock on it. So,
yeah, and they said that Dylan always left it open because he didn't give a shit to close it. Like, he wasn't
Yeah, Mike said that in Heavy D. He said this is the first time Dylan has ever locked that gate.
Yeah, I mean, I like Kim C. I agree. Like that would be, and like I said, I have a hard time theorizing with murder cases because while I do find it interesting, like try to connect the dots, it just really bothers me to talk about it. But my thing is, I do think there's that simple thing. She said it's very simple to what happened. That's the idea that Jim Brenner snapped and Joe on his own killed him in the moment, and then tried to dispose of the remains and cover it up in some way, and that's what they're now looking for. I guess to me it just seems like that scenario of like this guy who's a violent criminal, like, you know, who's known to commit violent crimes like this, that he would have done this seems like that's. I just don't think that we need to add all this other stuff in and all this cover up because it's not there yet. There's nothing there yet to make it seem that it's not straightforward.
Candace said there is. Candace herself said that
she thinks other people know stuff.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
In her outside interview of the courthouse, which Glorin Dellin did a great job of getting the entire thing on tape, Candace says herself that Jim Brenner could have hurt Dylan, but there's no way that this guy, who's a fat, short, poor health idiot, basically, could have done this and covered everything up so well that nobody could find anything, and then planted the boots right outside of his own house like a complete idiot. You know, why would he do that, for one? She seems to think that there was more people involved in the cover-up, maybe not necessarily in hurting Dylan, but in the cover-up after the fact.
The aftermath.
Huh?
The aftermath of it.
Mm-hmm.
Cover up, like, you know, he killed somebody and then he goes to his buddy saying, like, you got to help me, like, move this, or, you know, go try to get rid of the evidence or something.
Well, who are his friends?
I mean, I think that could possibly be a thing too. I mean, that's not unusual that somebody would sometimes ask somebody to come in and, like, they weren't involved, but they're like, hey, you got to help me, like, clean up from all this. Like, it could be. But I think that they, you know, whatever. I just think obviously they have all this evidence that led them to naming Jim Brenner as a suspect. I would really like to know what it is. We don't, but we know it exists.
Well, I know what hearsay is about that, and I can tell you, but this is hearsay from another YouTube channel that has apparently good insider information, and that's that James Brenner's cell phone and Dylan Rounds' cell phone were pinging repeatedly throughout the day that he went missing in close proximity.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that they would have, right?
Oh, they would have all of that.
Yeah. And so Savage or whatever is saying thing like, do you think he didn't put up a fight? I think there was chloroform. Like, I don't know. Why do people think that these guys have chloroform? The thing is,
that's like
guns. You could just shoot somebody with a gun. You don't have to be, you know, bigger than them or stronger than them. It doesn't have to be a hand-to-hand fair fight. You know, sometimes somebody could take a gun and just shoot you. It's unfortunate.
Where's a moron like Jim Brenner going to get chloroform? Please tell me.
Maybe he was mixing it up in his underground lab or something like that. I just feel like it's getting stuff overly complicated.
His underground lab.
Yeah, his meth lab that he blows up with chloroform.
Right, but like I said, like, okay, Dylan was in better physical shape than this guy. So instead of coming to the conclusion, then it must not have been a hand-to-hand fight, or he, you know, then you would say you shot him from behind instead of saying, well, I guess he used chloroform, or it was a big, you know, conspiracy. I just think it's making it overly complicated.
I mean, Jim Brenner's been known to come up behind people and like crack him over the head with a fucking, you know, lawn chair and stuff. So
he's a violent guy. Like, he has a history of violence. I don't find it hard to believe that he could have gotten an altercation or a conflict for him, whether it was just hot-headedness in a fight or it was some sort of trying to rob him, who knows. But the idea that, you know, he could get in some sort of deadly conflict and violent conflict with somebody, there's nothing to make us feel like that's not.
But that is where you go down two diverging paths.
Those are two possibilities, right?
Well, one possibility is that James Brenner just in the moment got hot-headed, got pissed off with Dylan, whipped out his .22 caliber long gun apparently and shoots Dylan and kills him.
But you would have blood. You'd have blood everywhere.
Well, that's what the soil samples from the FBI are supposedly all about. I would imagine, if James Brenner had 24 to 48 hours to clean up the scene, he could have, been smart enough to pressure wash the area. He could have, dumped water over it, whatever, to dilute the blood. He could have done something along those lines. However, the other diverging path is that this was not something so simple, and that this was a setup to make James Brenner look like he did this, or Chase Venstra, and there's something bigger afoot. Hence the abduction scenario.
And in that case, what would then have to be true is that this criminal plan has worked, and it has tricked the FBI, and that they have fallen for it, and they have named a wrong suspect because the frame job was so good. That's what to fool the FBI.
I mean, that's literally what Kurt said in his interview, is that these people who did this were framed so well that they didn't know they were framed.
Right. And so to me, I just feel like that is...
Well, those are some very smart professional people then.
Yeah. Like, to me, that doesn't seem like it's just not a credible theory to me.
I would think, like Black Dove just said, maybe because we already know from Kurt's interviews that Dylan was, kind of bullheaded and sticks up for himself and doesn't take no shit, and maybe there's some kind of interaction between him and Jim that day and Brenner, and there was maybe a physical interaction between those two, and one of them got short end of the stick.
How could
maybe Jim Jim panicked? I don't know.
But how could somebody that's an Elmer Fudd looking fuck like James Brenner get the drop on somebody who's in the prime of their life, in perfect physical condition? How could somebody who's fat, old, and dumpy get the better of Dylan Rounds?
Shoot him in
the back. There could have been an object nearby. He could have picked up an object and just swung at him, hit him in the head. And I mean, one hit to your head on it with a metal bar is gonna, lights out.
He said he's got up and hit people over the head before.
Well, I mean, he could have been like, he could have pulled up and said, "Hey, get in real quick. I got to show you something," and got him in the truck, drove him to where he was going, and then got out and took care of him right there.
Right. I mean, this wasn't like hand combat, like where they were putting.
And I don't even think it could have been planned. It could have just been a faint accident where he hit him too hard or did something a little bit too rough, and it lights out. Then he panicked.
I think that was interesting what Black Dove said about the soil samples, because we are talking about very like a dusty. It could have been something where if there's blood on the ground out there, which is basically sand or dry soil or whatever, could you just rake it over or like dump some of the stuff over and it looks like it's cleaned up? But if the FBI comes in and takes soil samples, they were able to find out where something had occurred. Like, we don't know that there is no physical evidence of a struggle anywhere. There could have been, it could have already been located.
Well, and that's another reason why Candace said, please stay out of it. Please stay away from it. It's preserved. We want it to stay that way. It's already been, people have already been all over it. You know what I mean? Like, whatever's there, we want to be saved. We want to save it. Whatever's there, leave it alone. Please do not disturb it.
It's a bit late for that now, though.
Well, yeah, it is now. I mean, but she's still saying, please don't, please don't go out.
Well, nobody's going to the grain shed area.
No, they're not. That's, it's good. I mean, I know what you mean. Like, it wasn't seen as a crime scene the first day he gets reported missing. So it wasn't cordoned off like a crime scene. And that probably could have caused a lot of issues and things are contaminated. But that doesn't mean that at the point that they didn't say, hey, this is now a crime scene, that now you don't have to try to preserve the evidence, or that there was nothing for them to, extract. They probably, it seems like they were able to get like some physical evidence. We don't know from where or of what, but they did, and it led them to a suspect. But it's not enough for them to have arrested him yet. But at the same time, they aren't exactly on the clock with that, because that guy is not going to be, getting out of prison anytime soon.
But the staging of the boots is just the most mysterious part of this whole case.
Indeed.
I can't wrap my head around that part. Even if he did have an accident with Dylan, I mean, taking his boots off, throwing them 50 yards away behind a dirt pile. I mean, come on, that makes no sense at all.
I did hear Ty actually say something the other day, which is like, normally I don't, and like I said, I'm not taking it, but he did have like a theory that kind of makes sense to me. He was like, the boots, he's like, he might have been wearing those boots. He could have had on, it was wet and raining. And so he could have had on some sort of like rubber boots, and he could have taken his boots like in his truck to be changing out of. And those were like an extra boots he never even changed into. And those weren't the boots he was wearing at the time. You know, he could have jumped in his grain truck. He didn't want to get he's wearing mud boots, like rain boots, like mud boots. He has his other boots like in his car with him that he wasn't physically wearing them. He was saying like that's the thing that a farmer would do. So as I'm saying, like that could have happened too. Like it's not, I don't know if we can say that they were staged necessarily or that they were taken off of his body at that time. We don't know for sure.
Hold on, I got to interrupt for 1 second. I just want to say goodnight, everyone. It's 3 a.m. I have to go to bed.
Good night, Laura. Thank you for coming up and hanging out.
And thank you for having me up. And bye, chat. And bye, Salty. I'm glad we made peace. Bye, Black Dove. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a good day.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah, I'm going to drop off too, Queen. But thank you, everybody, for a good conversation.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm over here half falling asleep. So I appreciate y'all coming over here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
You guys are welcome anytime. You know that. I mean, you guys are welcome to hang out or chat or put your, if you have any thoughts or anything, you're welcome anytime, both y'all.
I appreciate that, Black Dove. It was nice to talk to you.
Yeah, I said I appreciate you guys being respectful, not screaming, not yelling, not cursing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, there's no point in doing that.
No. Solves nothing. All right, ladies, Black Dove.
Good conversation.
Chat. You guys have a good evening.
You too. We'll talk to you later. And thank you, Black Dove. I really appreciate you coming up. And I hope you didn't take any offense to anything. I'm glad we had a conversation.
No, none whatsoever. Thank you very much for having me.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, you're welcome anytime.
Thank you.
Have a good night, guys. We'll talk to you. Talk to you later. Bye, everybody in chat. I appreciate y'all coming over, 7-Up, and hanging out. And we'll talk to you guys tomorrow. I'll be on the Queen Bee channel. So I'll see y'all later. Good night, everybody.